Chapter 339. A long time seemed to have passed. But Thales continued to stare at Put-Ray in a daze, unable to say a word. Put-Ray also gave him a smile full of wrinkles. "So this is all for me," Thales said slowly. There was still a faint hint of surprise and sadness in his eyes. The entire constellation, the mobilizing of the army, the provocation of Extet, the chaos in the Alliance of Freedom, the sudden and frequent communications from the kingdom's secret intelligence department, it's all. Thales stared at the dusty inner wall around him in a daze. It was all connected. Everything was connected again. King Chapman's centralization of power, Dragon Cloud City's internal strife, the City of Faraway Prayer's instigation, and the Alliance of Freedom's aborigines were not the only ones who insisted on bringing Thales to Black Sand region because they wanted to keep the chips in their hands for the war in the West. Because he might have guessed it. Perhaps he had guessed it the moment he heard that Constellation was marching into the desert. Aside from the complicated relationship between Dragon Cloud City, Black Sand region, and the City of Faraway Prayers, the factor that truly led Constellation into this misty chess game and caused the shield of the Western Peninsula to enter the game, it was himself, the second prince, Thales Jadestar. Thales fell silent. Raphael looked at the prince and snorted softly. "Why, are you overwhelmed by the favor?" Put-Ray coughed and cast a displeased look at Raphael. Thales took a deep breath and snapped out of his daze. "Yeah, a little bit. Even though it's strange to say this." Thales slowly leaned against the wall, as if he wanted to soothe his fluctuating emotions. He forced a smile, as if he was talking to the air that did not exist. It's been 6 years since I became a certain unlucky prince. I really didn't expect that I would also have such a grand treatment one day." Thales, who slid to the floor, squeezed his lips absent-mindedly. Hearing Thales' tone, which was filled with complicated emotions, Put-Ray frowned slightly. "Anyway," Put-Ray continued as if nothing had happened, "after dark, we will start from." But Thales suddenly raised his head and interrupted him. "So," the prince sighed slightly, "the kingdom's secret intelligence department sacrificed almost all of their intelligence resources in Dragon Cloud City, and perhaps even lost a lot of lives." Raphael's frown deepened when he heard this. "The kingdom even sent out thousands of elite troops to clear the desert like never before, just to pave the way for my return." Put-Ray found it hard to get used to Thales' rather stiff tone. Sitting on the ground, Thales slowly raised his head. There was an unreadable light in his eyes. "Also, you sent your troops to the desert at this time and forced your way to the borders of the City of Faraway Prayers." The prince inhaled slowly. His expression returned to normal, but it made the other two people feel even more uneasy. It was no different from helping Lampard. Not only did he escape, he also defeated the City of Faraway Prayers, subdued Black Sand region, intimidated the kingdom of the Great Dragon, and obtained power in all of Extet that the other 9 archdukes could not hope to attain. And as a result, Thales' expression tensed up. His gaze was solemn. The true enemy of Constellation, Chapman Lampard, that ambitious and terrifying king, that common-elected king who aspired to rebuild Extet and destroy Constellation, will become more powerful from today onwards, even more powerful than before. Intelligence, military affairs, politics, diplomacy, and even the future. So many sacrifices were made just to get me, an invisible prince who has been silent in a foreign country for 6 years, out of here? At that moment, Thales seemed to be talking to himself. Was it worth it? The prince turned to his two subjects. His gaze was calm. Raphael's expression tensed up, while Put-Ray lowered his gaze and did not say a word. The silence lasted for a long time. The shadows cast by the everlasting lamp swayed back and forth on the wall, showing the atmosphere at that moment. The Baron Bone Man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department shook his head in disdain. "Ever since the accident 6 years ago." Raphael stared at the prince, who had not been easy to deal with since 6 years ago. His tone was cold. "Since the accident 6 years ago, we have been very clear that it is impossible to exchange you, the only heir who will affect the future of the kingdom, from Extet without paying any price." He changed the topic of his speech. However, after we made so many sacrifices and arrived at this point, you asked us this question in return. Was it worth it? Thales' expression darkened slightly. Raphael crossed his arms. His gaze was sharp as he swept his gaze over Thales from above. Don't you think that this is too? But Put-Ray suddenly spoke and cut off Raphael's words. I don't know. Both of them were attracted by Putray's words, and they looked at him in puzzlement. Putray's head was still lowered, but he spoke slowly with a serious tone which was rarely seen on him. But you need to ask yourself. Ask yourself, Thales Jadestar. Thales froze for a moment. You used the 6 years that you wasted by being alone outside as a hostage in exchange for the well-being of thousands of people at the borders of the two countries. You used them to make a living, and in exchange for the kingdom's long-term stability and recuperation, Put-Ray said with a sigh. Was it worth it? Thales was stunned. He stared at Put-Ray, trying to read something from his face. The former deputy of the diplomatic mission slowly raised his head. Under the light of the waning lantern, Putray's face looked stern and sharp. He did not look like the middle-aged man who used to be arrogant, merciless, and eccentric. It's the same. Only you can answer the question you asked just now. Yes, in order to save you, we paid a great price. And in the face of these costs that cannot be ignored, if you feel puzzled, if you feel pity, if you feel hesitant, and even if you feel guilty. Put-Ray stared at him with a piercing gaze. Then you should be the one to tell us. Thales' breathing became slower and slower. In the future, you should tell us. Putray's tone was stern. Tell those who died in Dragon Cloud City, tell those who swore to die in the desert, tell the whole of Constellation and even the whole world. Tell us that in the summer of that year, countless people worked hard and spent money, suffered heavy casualties, gave up everything they had, gave up on their own spies, and even did not hesitate to nurture a tiger to become a powerful enemy of Constellation in the future, all for the sake of saving Prince Thales Jadestar from the heavily besieged Dragon Cloud City and Extet. Thales subconsciously held his breath and sat up straight. He leaned his back against the cold and rough mud wall and stared intently at Put-Ray. Put-Ray took a deep breath and said in a resolute tone, "That's right. This is the most worthwhile thing we have ever done in our lives." His tone was solemn and meaningful. Thales' expression froze at this moment. On the other side, Raphael lowered his eyelids and pursed his lips. He did not speak again. The tunnel returned to its familiar silence. If you follow the plan and safely leave Dragon Cloud City's territory, our local reinforcement will meet you at the border between the city of Faraway Prayers and Dragon Cloud City. He will protect you all the way to the southeast, past the land of barren rocks in the city of Faraway Prayers, and send you into the Great Desert. In a secret room at the end of the tunnel, Raphael spread a yellowed map on a dusty triangular wooden table. With the help of a faint light, he explained his next step to Thales. Put-Ray quietly leaned against the doorway and watched the prince listen attentively to their next step in the plan. Raphael pulled his finger downwards. The tip of his finger was closer to Constellation at the bottom right corner. Thales' gaze moved accordingly. Once you enter the Great Desert, your greatest enemy will no longer be your pursuers, but the weather and geography. A barely noticeable change appeared in Raphael's gaze. But don't worry. First of all, the northeastern end of the Great Desert has already been largely cleared by Constellation's expeditionary army who went deep into the desert. No barren bone tribe, orcs, or desert bandits with more than 20 people will dare to stay within our clearing line. At most, there will only be a few unlucky ones who did not manage to escape in time. Second, the reinforcement from Constellation will also head north and meet you at the border between the Great Desert and the city of Faraway Prayers. You will then head south to the desert? Meet? Thales exhaled in resignation. So, am I really some kind of commodity? Raphael was still talking and did not notice that Thales was a little unnatural. We will ensure that you have trustworthy forces and people to protect you from the outside of Dragon Cloud City to the Great Desert. Of course, there won't be too many of them, but they will all be rare elites in the world. We will ensure that any accidents that slip through the net in the desert will not pose a threat to you. In the Great Desert, our cavaliers will patrol day and night to clear out threats. At the same time, they will maintain the smooth flow of supply lines between several large oases. Raphael tapped the map lightly and drew a dotted line between a few small green dots. If you run into them, as long as you reveal your identity, you will be escorted to the nearest military camp or supply point. Even if you don't run into them, you don't have to worry. The people escorting you know the route. As long as you go through the oases one by one according to the plan and stay within our patrol area, you will be safe. Until we escort you back to Bladefang's Dune, the furthest end of Constellation's western front line. It is one of our largest military bases in the desert. That place is already our territory. If you head further east, you will enter Western Desert Hill. Raphael raised his head, and a faint light flashed in his red eyes. His Majesty has already negotiated with the 3 great clans of Western Desert, including Duke Fakenhas. From Bladefang's Dune to the ruins, from Wing Fort to Brave Soul's Fort, you can get all the help you need from the 3 great clans and their vassals. The prince's safe return is their first priority. When he heard this, Thales's gaze froze for a moment. Fakenhas, the guardian duke of Western Desert, the suzerain of the ruins, Cyril Fakenhas. His memory returned to the Hall of Stars a long time ago. The middle-aged duke with sparse hair, a haggard face, and a face that resembled that of a ghost limped into the hall with the support of a walking stick. He had a creepy smile, a cold, sharp voice, and merciless sarcasm. It's that unwelcome person. Head east through the ruins. The royal guards and part of the regular army will receive you on the Avenue of Blessings, which runs from east to west. They will escort you safely back to Eternal Star City. Any more questions? Raphael finished his sentence. Thales nodded. Are you talking about the most mysterious 4-eyed skull family among the 6 great clans, Fakenhas of the ruins? Thales pulled his thoughts back to the present. Can they be trusted? Raphael's moving fingers paused on the map. Thales twitched the corner of his mouth. Maybe they don't welcome me as much as I thought they would? I still remember when I left 6 years ago, Sir Zayn Covendier, who was also one of the 6 Grand Dukes, was so friendly. He even specially came to bid me farewell. The prince raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, Putre, do you still remember? Putre could not help but laugh. Raphael paused. His Majesty will make sure of this. But the Baron Bone Man paused for less than a second. His tone was very firm. The suzerains of the Western Desert, be it Fakenhas, Bosdorf, or the Chroma family, can all be trusted. Their soldiers are also in the army entering the desert from the west. The regular army of the royal family in Bladefang's camp alone is not enough to clear the desert. All of them can be trusted? Thales shrugged noncommittally. I don't hear that often. Raphael furrowed his eyebrows. Putre chuckled softly. Thales, I know that your 6 years of unique life has made you quite cautious. Putre interrupted the conversation. This is not without reason. After all, the return of the heir will not only affect you, but also the whole of Constellation. This is no less than a political storm, and it will affect all parties. Thales snorted softly. The Thin Lord spoke slowly. However, please believe me when I say that in order for you to return to Constellation safely, the nobles in Eternal Star City who hide behind the scenes and play games with each other are not any easier or simpler than the rugged men in Dragon Cloud City. Gilbert is one of them. When he heard the familiar name, Thales moved slightly. Putre stared at him seriously. They have already put in a lot of effort and even paid a great price to ensure that Western Desert is completely on our side. And what you need to do, what you need to worry about the most right now, Putre did not continue. Thales stared at him from afar and remained silent for a few seconds. The prince nodded and closed his eyes. I understand. The desert and the nobles. This journey, he sighed in his heart. Raphael and Putre looked at each other. They did not say anything. Very good. What's left is how you are going to get out of the city. This is the most urgent matter at hand, Raphael said faintly. His Grace will tell you in detail. After all, this is his way. Raphael glanced at Putre. Should be reliable? Putre gently took out his pipe and shook his head in resignation. The Baron Bone Man turned his head back. Then I think we should bid farewell here. Thales was still thinking with his eyes closed. When he heard that, he was shocked and quickly looked at Raphael. Now, you're leaving? But Raphael ignored the prince's surprise. He still had that relaxed smile on his face, as if he did not care. Your Highness, although I always say that nothing will happen. Raphael tightened his collar and pulled up his sleeves a little more, but based on your personality and experiences over the past few years, it would not be surprising if you really ran into an accident in the desert. Thales' face immediately darkened. Wait a minute. What do you mean by running into an accident? He silently criticized. Raphael was clearly smiling, but it made Thales speechless. But, since the age of the Empire, there has been a saying in the Great Desert. Thales was stunned for a few seconds. A saying in the Great Desert? Thales looked at the man's red eyes. His limited knowledge and doubts flooded his mind. Is it a proverb and legend of the barren bone people? It's your homeland. Put-Ray coughed for no apparent reason. Raphael seemed to have just come back to his senses. His frozen expression moved again. No, the Great Desert is no one's homeland. To the Great Desert, everyone is just a passerby. If you want to go to the Great Desert, please remember this, Your Highness. Raphael changed the topic. His tone became cold, and his gaze was sharp and fierce. The desert god has no disasters, but the world has disasters. The desert god has no forgiveness, and the Great Desert will be forgiven. What? Desert god? Thales blinked, trying hard to understand. It doesn't sound like the lingua franca. Thales searched for this special phrase in his mind, and suddenly found a sense of familiarity that he only had when he was studying in Mindy's Hall. It sounds like an ancient poem in Cahill's Yellowhammer's poetry collection. What does it mean? Raphael smiled faintly and put his hand into his pocket. There was a slight sense of melancholy in his eyes. The desert god is one of the most primitive beliefs in the Great Desert. It represents a cruel existence that is one with the Great Desert. The residents of the Great Desert love, hate, respect, and fear it. Put-Ray was coughing again. The barren bone man's dark red eyes slowly focused, but in the next moment, he gently lowered his head and covered his eyes with his hands that were in his pocket. The weak fear disaster, and the lucky seek forgiveness. Only those who abandon weakness and luck at the same time can find a foothold in the merciless Great Desert. The moment he finished speaking, Raphael slowly raised his head. Thales shuddered. The moment Raphael put his hand down, the barren bone man's strange red eyes had already turned into the most ordinary dark brown, calm and unchanging. Your Highness, we will meet again in Eternal Star City. While Thales was slightly stunned, Raphael, with a pair of disguised brand-new brown eyes, turned around and left without any reluctance. Only a white robe was left behind, and it gradually disappeared into the darkness. It was silent, as if it was an illusion, just like his appearance. Young people always like to pretend to be cool and profound. Put-Ray shook his head, took out a flint, and muttered to himself, "Don't learn from him, Thales. Otherwise, you deserve to be single on Singles Day." Thales ignored Put-Ray. He frowned and stared at the darkness that drowned Raphael. It's so dark around us, and that guy didn't even carry a lamp. How did he see the road? The prince complained in a low voice. Thales originally thought that no one heard his complaints. Then, in the deep darkness, Raphael's smiling voice traveled. As long as you eat more liver and fruits, you can also find light in the darkness. Thales' smile froze on his face. Damn it. Chapter 340. Thales thought that Raphael's warning was enough to make him uneasy, until Put-Ray used 30 seconds to explain to Thales the way to get him out of the city safely in the smoke-filled tunnel. Thales' face twitched as he looked at Put-Ray, who had a natural expression on his face. Follow me. Walk forward. And smile. That's it. Wait. Thales stared incredulously at Put-Ray, who was intoxicated by the smoke. What do you mean by walk forward and smile at the contact in a friendly manner? Put-Ray took a deep puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled a perfect smoke ring. And there's no disguise, no. The prince was deeply worried and contemptuous of Put-Ray's vague explanation. Who is the contact? When do we meet? How is he going to send me out? Cuff cuff cuff. Putre's smoke clouded the already dim vision in the tunnel, and the pungent smell of the tobacco made Thales cough repeatedly. Forgive me, Your Highness. Putre was calm. Over the past month, just the people in Dragon Cloud's city following behind me is enough to make me suffer. I don't even have the time to smoke. Don't worry, the contact will find you. Putre smiled softly in the face of Thales' accusatory gaze. And the place you're going is relatively safe. As for why you're not in disguise, I'm afraid that he won't recognize you. Thales narrowed his eyes. Him. Putre took 2 steps to stand in front of him. With a smile, he wrapped his arm around Thales' shoulders and pulled him out. All right, enough with the nonsense. Putre bit his cigarette and exhaled another puff of smoke. Your Highness, I'll send you off now. Thales' doubts did not diminish. What? The prince pinched his nose and frowned. He struggled to find the path under his feet in the smoke. But that's all you said. However, just as he spoke, Putre pressed his palm down and covered his mouth. Putre's expression was stern as he gestured for him to keep quiet. Thales was shocked. He subconsciously held his breath and inhaled slowly through his nose. But Putre exhaled another puff of smoke. His mouth was still opening and closing. Believe me, it's enough to say this. My path is absolutely safe. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk Putre coldly led him forward, not stopping for even a moment. They passed through a fork in the road and walked towards the next everlasting lamp under the cover of the smoke. The more Thales walked, the more frightened he became. Who was he guarding against? Thales sobered up. He knew. In this underground tunnel, the only thing Putre had to guard against was, it was only when he arrived in front of a secret door that was as ugly as the surrounding mud walls that the tunnel behind him returned to darkness and could no longer be seen did Putre stop. He paused for a few seconds and turned his head around to listen to something. After a while, he took a deep breath and let go of Thales. Looks like he has indeed left. Putre put down his extinguished pipe, and his face relaxed a little. Thales stared at him in disbelief and whispered, "What happened?" "Why?" But Putre quickly answered his question. The thin middle-aged lord leaned against the wall and sighed. Since the people from the Secret Intelligence Department have left, it's time. The middle-aged man's face flickered back and forth under the illumination of the everlasting lamp. Dust fell on his shoulders and left spots of dirt, but Putre had no intention of wiping them off. Thales thought of something. It had been a long time since he saw Putre like this. The last time I saw him was 6 years ago? Under the dim light, Putre composed his emotions before he slowly said, "Listen well, Your Highness. What I am going to say next is something that Gilbert, that sanctimonious old fox, would never say to you. He will only encourage you to be a good prince and bring the kingdom to the top with his eyes full of stars. And it will not be something that the extremely mysterious Secret Intelligence Department will tell you. Their principle is always the fewer the better, regardless of whether it is an insider or a participant." The more Thales listened, the stranger he felt. Gilbert and the Secret Intelligence Department won't tell me, The prince stared at him in disbelief. What insider? What participant? Putre pursed his lips. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes made him look even more tired. Your Highness, we paid such a huge price to save you, but you just asked, is it worth it? Putre furrowed his eyebrows tightly and held the pipe in his hand upside down. He did not even care about the ashes spilling out. That was not just out of guilt, was it? You are also suspicious. Thales was momentarily stunned. He sized up Putre with a doubtful gaze. What do you want to say? Putre closed his eyes, inhaled slowly and exhaled leisurely. What I want to answer you is the doubt that you have had since I came to Dragon Cloud's city dozens of days ago. Thales' expression became solemn. Putre opened his eyes. Your Highness, Putre said sternly, as if he had made up his mind about something. You once asked me where I have been for the past 6 years, and why I only appeared now to bring you back to the kingdom. Putre seemed to have made up his mind about something. Why now? Thales first furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Then, filled with doubts, he nodded slightly under Putre's rather abnormal gaze. Yes, In the narrow passage, Thales and Put-Ray leaned against the walls on both sides. They faced each other in silence and looked at each other's faces, which were half lit and half dark under the light. "You are right," Put-Ray said softly. "We did not decide to rescue you on a whim, or because we felt that 6 years was too long. There is a reason why we, including the Secret Intelligence Department, who had been secretly watching over you for 6 years, suddenly appeared in Dragon Cloud City to rescue you." Thales' pupils focused slightly. His heartbeat slowly quickened. "You mean," Put-Ray inhaled again, as though this action required a great deal of courage from him. "I think there are some things you have to know, at least some parts of it." Thales was terrified to realize that Put-Ray's tone was actually trembling slightly. Even he began to feel nervous unknowingly. "Your Highness, do you still remember what happened in Dragon Cloud City 6 years ago?" "Phew." Thales exhaled and tried to recall those unpleasant memories. "I would like to forget about the calamity attacking the city, the great dragon returning, Lampard regicide, but Put-Ray interrupted him almost rudely. "No," the Thin Lord said coldly, "it's not just these. On that day 6 years ago, in a dark place that we cannot see, outside Heroic Spirit Palace and Shield District, some other things happened." Thales' eyes slowly widened. "Other things?" "I believe you can tell that when I was young, I worked under Prince Midir." Put-Ray talked about the past. His voice sounded a little pained. "Sometimes, I would get closer to the Secret Intelligence Department. That's why I was able to find the necessary support so quickly during the crisis 6 years ago." Thales' heart froze. He began to size up the man in front of him again. "Yes, I can see it. But this is the first time you admit it." Put-Ray Nimain. Put-Ray heaved a long sigh, as if he was still reminiscing about the past. 6 years ago, the headquarters of the Secret Intelligence Department in Dragon Cloud City above us had not yet been renovated into this chess room. At that time, it was just an inn. Put-Ray's weariness was clear on his face. "That night, I received help from the owner of this place. That was how I obtained support, gathered resources, and gave the order to take action. It was all thanks to him that you were able to escape from prison." Thales subconsciously looked up. Of course, he could only see a bumpy ceiling and some cobwebs in the corners of the walls. Even his nose was filled with the coldness and slight dampness unique to the basement. The chess room. The headquarters of the Secret Intelligence Department? The prince lowered his head. He was still puzzled. "But?" Put-Ray nodded as he thought. "But on the morning we broke into the palace and fought against Lampard." Put-Ray's tone was heavy and sad. The owner of this inn was the person in charge of the Extet branch of the Secret Intelligence Department. She was a special class intelligence officer who had been lurking here for nearly 20 years, Karen Booker. Died an unnatural death. Thales was shocked at first. Then he rolled his eyes. He could understand Put-Ray's sadness, and could understand the strangeness of Booker's unnatural death. "But, compared to what Put-Ray wanted to say," Thales quickly asked, "the intelligence officer died an unnatural death? What happened?" Put-Ray's gaze dimmed. His face contorted a few times under the flickering light. "Burglary. The robber stabbed Booker in the back 4 times. Thales frowned. "But, yes, Booker is my old friend for many years." Put-Ray nodded as if he had the foresight to guess what Thales was thinking. "I know his capabilities. Even if the night of the calamity and the dragon's arrival was chaotic, no robber could have taken Booker's life." He stared at him without saying a word, patiently waiting for him to continue speaking. With his next sentence, Put-Ray got to the main point. Put-Ray widened his eyes, his lips trembled slightly, and his expression was solemn. But what was truly terrifying was what he recorded, the Secret Intelligence Department's secret code that Booker recorded in the inn's account book. In those few days, he met some people, found some things, and obtained some scattered clues, Your Highness. For the past 6 years, the Secret Intelligence Department and I have been tracking down these clues left behind after Booker's death. In the darkness, Put-Ray turned his face to the side to avoid the light. His entire face sank into the darkness. It was only recently that we managed to track down some results. Thales was a little anxious. What results? Put-Ray first exhaled slowly, as if he was expelling something. Then he inhaled deeply, as if he was gathering something. His slightly hoarse voice rose tiredly. Some old things that even the Black Prophet could not keep calm about. Things that were terrifying enough to shake the entire kingdom. Thales widened his eyes. What? The Black Prophet? Shake the kingdom? Put-Ray nodded solemnly. From that day onwards, we understood that you were actually not safe, and neither was Constellation. So, the matter of your rescue has been elevated to the kingdom's and even the Secret Intelligence Department's most urgent task. With indescribable pity and grief, he stared at Thales. So, on this day, 6 years later, Renaissance Palace has decided to bring you out of Extet and back to Eternal Star City at all costs. Thales was stunned. He did not understand. Put-Ray seemed to heave a sigh of relief. His entire body relaxed. This is the answer. It is the answer to what I have been doing for the past 6 years, and the answer to why you suddenly returned to the kingdom. But Thales still did not relax. He stood up abruptly. What exactly is it? He could not help but raise his voice. 6 years ago in Dragon Cloud City, what exactly happened above our heads? What was it that could shake all of Constellation? Put-Ray's eyes were fixed on Put-Ray anxiously as he searched for his wording. But Put-Ray disappointed him. The other party shook his head. No, Your Highness, that is all I have to say. Thales immediately became anxious. But Put-Ray raised a hand and interrupted him. Because I do not know either. Put-Ray's face was filled with worry and misery. I do not know, nor do I dare to believe that what I discovered is the truth. I also do not know that the truth I understand and the truth the Secret Intelligence Department saw, and he paused for a moment. But Put-Ray still continued to speak. Is it the same as the truth His Majesty, who is sitting on the throne, believes in? How far is it from the truth? His Majesty? A chill that came out of nowhere crept up Thales' spine. Put-Ray suddenly raised his head, as if he had regained his strength. Remember, Your Highness. His voice was tense, and he spoke faster. There was a hint of anguish in his voice that was difficult to hide. Regarding this matter, do not trust anyone, do not be certain of anything, do not be limited to any impressions. Sometimes, even the scene before your eyes may be a lie and an illusion. The more Thales listened, the more puzzled he became. What is he saying? What exactly is going on? Finally, like a suffocating and dying patient who finally breathed in for the first time, Put-Ray calmed down from his trembling body and resumed his long, drawn-out breaths. The pipe in his hand was almost broken into two. But Put-Ray's next sentence caused Thales to lose his composure. Your Highness, you must do this and you should do this. The truth about the bloody year, about your own life, Put-Ray said in a heavy and sorrowful tone. You can only uncover it yourself, investigate it, and verify it. At that moment, it was as if someone was beating a war drum beside his ear. Thales shuddered. The prince's thoughts spun rapidly. His unusual mind instantly grasped countless pieces of information that matched his words. The bloody year? Thales subconsciously grabbed his chest. The map of Renaissance Palace that King Nuvan gave him many years ago was tightly pressed against his lapel. But was the bloody year not the second prince, Horus? Was it not Black Sword and the others who assassinated me? And my life? But didn't the Queen of the Skies say that my name in the Draconic language? Thales' face was pale. He remembered Saroma's warning before he left. Thales, 18 years ago, Constellation's bloody year, is related to the calamities. As Dictwiza, his mind was in a mess. The surplus of information and information almost made him lose himself. Put-Ray, the Black Prophet, the Secret Intelligence Department, and even King Kessel, did they discover some secret? Discover some secret? How much of it overlaps with the secret I know? Thales swayed a little and leaned against the wall. Silence returned to the tunnel. After a few seconds, the prince slowly raised his head and stared at the person in front of him blankly. He stared at the middle-aged man's dead gaze. Put-Ray looked at the secret door and sighed softly. It's time. You should depart, Your Highness. This was Put-Ray's parting words. The secret door opened. A teenager slowly walked out of the secret passage, climbed out of a cave, bypassed the ruins of the low wall that served as a cover, and walked into this remote and deserted alley. He stopped and slowly raised his head. The teenager stood in a daze in the open-air Dragon Cloud City. He stood in a corner filled with junk. His thoughts were in a mess. In the distance, the bright moon had already risen. It illuminated his path home. At this moment, in the distance outside the alley, a rude and unpleasant voice rang out of nowhere. This is impossible. Thales was shocked. He subconsciously pressed himself against the wall and held his breath. We respect you, so we are not joking. Another slightly callous voice rang out. Dragon Cloud City is no longer the same as before. This matter must be resolved. The new bosses of Bao District have already expressed their stance. As long as you agree, they are willing to. The rude and violent voice rang out again, as if he did not care about politely interrupting the former person. You know, a few hours ago, that dead-faced man with drooping eyebrows from Heroic Spirit Palace also came to me. His goal was similar to yours, and what he said was also similar. The rude voice imitated the dead-faced man in his words. He was much more impressive than the few of you. He carried that ugly blade on his back and led 2 rows of guards into Shield District in an aggressive manner. He slammed the blade in front of me and looked as if he would kill anyone who stared at him. He said as if he was demanding a debt, in the name of the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, I want the whereabouts of that prince. I'm so scared. But there was only mockery in the rude voice's laughter. The fear in his words could not be heard at all. Thales shuddered slightly. Are you saying that the crazy star killer personally brought people to look for you? A third voice rose from the other side. He seemed to be in cahoots with the previous cold voice. He asked cautiously, You mean that the crazy star killer personally brought people to look for you? Star killer? When he heard the familiar name, Thales pulled his thoughts back to the present and threw away all unnecessary emotions. It sounded like 2 parties were in a confrontation. The rude voice was the minority on one side, and the other side was the majority. Do you know how I answered him? The rude and fierce voice rang out again, and it was filled with disdain. You better listen carefully because I am also prepared to answer you in the same way. The next moment, it sounded like the owner of the rude voice spat on the ground. But I don't give a f***ck if you are the star killer, the star manipulator, the Archduchess, or the Archduchess. Chapter 341. The silver moon hung high in the sky, barely illuminating the remote and dilapidated alley. A few flickering torches shone through the only narrow crack leading to the outside. Thales snapped out of his daze when he heard the rude cursing outside the alley. Even though he was a little dizzy from moving underground, and the corners and alleys he passed through after he came to the surface were a little complicated, Thales knew very well that he had left the Secret Intelligence Department's protection and was exposed to Dragon Cloud City's field of vision. He was in danger. Right now, his only hope to get out of the city was the contact Put-Ray had mentioned. Thales focused his attention. The Sin of Hell's river surged at the right time to strengthen his hearing. More than 10 different breathing sounds appeared in his sensory organs from 2 directions. One side had an advantage in numbers, and the other side came alone. You've been in Dragon Cloud City for so many years. This was the cold voice from before. When he spoke in the crowd, Thales could vaguely sense his impatience. You should know how serious this matter is. You also know how serious we are. This isn't a fight because of personal feelings. The rude voice responded with a disdainful sneer. Thales frowned slightly. Who are they? Where is the person I'm supposed to meet? Damn Put-Ray, he said he didn't want to be like the Secret Intelligence Department, but he still left me with a mystery. The confrontation between the 2 sides of the wall seemed to be continuing. The rude voice's reaction obviously made his opponents very unhappy. The third voice rose again, as if he was still trying hard to convince the boorish man. This is for our survival. From sealing the city, to raiding the city, to arresting people everywhere, they have never so crudely interfered with the gangs and underground businesses. Listen, Heroic Spirit Palace is serious this time. I think they don't even care if they die together with us. Thales felt a chill in his heart. A few hours had passed since noon, when Lampard was assassinated, and he fled Heroic Spirit Palace. The prince could roughly imagine Dragon Cloud City's current state. I don't think so, the rude voice answered casually. I'm doing quite well. Asterisk bang. Asterisk K. Someone seemed to have knocked on a wooden board in anger. You old. But with another muffled sound, he who was about to explode in anger seemed to be stopped by his companions. Thales pushed his body closer to the rough and broken wall in front of him. He pricked up his ears and tried his best to grasp all the useful information he could. Really? It was the cautious third person. Compared to his cold-hearted companion, he seemed to be more inclined to solve the problem through negotiation. Since this afternoon, all the goods that we plan to sell this month have been confiscated from the market in Sword District. The old Black Hand of Camus Union has had his house raided in Dragonwing Square. Even the nobles of Spear District and Axe District have been sent to prison in batches. Even the subordinates of the powerful vassals like Carcagel have been implicated. As long as they have a criminal record, the patrol team will arrest them and send them to the water dungeon without any questions. And you, do you think that you're special? Do you think that you can stay out of the poor people's Shield District and Hammer District just because of your relationship with the Groundshaker? Do you think that the patrols and the Archduchess guards will always let you go? He paused. A cold voice took over his words. You're wrong. And one day, you will pay the price for it. Thales' heart skipped a beat. He heard a few key words. The prince subconsciously looked around. This remote alley seemed to be quite old. The irregular brick walls were badly damaged, as if they would collapse at the slightest touch. The house on the left that was connected to the alley had obviously not been inhabited for a long time. This half-built house was in a worse state than the abandoned house that Thales had stayed in before. It was as if someone had taken a huge hammer and smashed a third of it vertically downwards, starting from the roof. But Thales immediately realized that the ground under his feet was also full of broken stones and rotten wood. There was even a deep pit of unknown origin. It's like a messy battlefield. Is there such a place in Dragon Cloud City? When he thought of this, Thales shuddered slightly. Under the moonlight, he turned his head in disbelief. Through the narrow cracks in the alley and a few holes in the broken walls, he looked around. The broken beams of the house, the collapsed brick walls, the dirty path, and the faintly discernible stench, Thales was stunned. He recognized this place. He still remembered the rough and uneven texture of the dirt road under his feet, the old houses that were low and messy, and the alleys that were as complicated as a maze. The only thing missing was the hustle and bustle of people. This is... Thales touched the broken wall and stared blankly at the house whose roof had been smashed off. This is Shield District. This is Dragon Cloud City's Shield District. 6 years ago, it was the Shield District that was destroyed in a single day under the frenzied battle between two mystics. It's the Shield District where he escaped with Little Rascal. It's the Shield District where he fought back with Black Sword. This is the place. An inexplicable melancholy surged in Thales' heart. It's been so many years. In the end, I still return to this place. However, doubts arose in Thales' heart. Why did Putre want me to come to this place? Ha! The boorish voice suddenly laughed out loud, attracting Thales' attention. You will pay the price, ha! The laughter was very bold and wild, but Thales could hear the displeasure and anger in it. With his senses strengthened by the sin of Hell's River, Thales could vaguely sense that the breathing of the group of people opposite the rough voice was getting rougher. It seemed like the situation was getting uglier. The laughter gradually stopped. You know. The rough voice stopped for a few seconds before he spoke in a low voice, even deeper than before. 6 years ago, Vlad could no longer survive in Dragon Cloud City, so he played some tricks and turned the bazaar and black market into a mess. Coupled with the disappearance of that Far Easterner, Bao District's business was also empty. So, for a period of time, all the overconfident scums wanted to snatch these few pieces of bones. The rough man paused for a moment, and there was a hint of danger in his voice. And after a few years of fighting, all of you who are still here actually think that you're somebody. Even the way you talk makes you sound like a big boss, Vlad? Is it? The man with 8 braids under Lampard's command 6 years ago? Thales frowned. He subconsciously shrank back a little, completely hiding himself in the darkness behind the wall. Enough. The cold voice spoke again, as if he was the leader of this group of people. We don't know about the grudge between you and Vlad in the past, cripple. There was still no warmth in his words. We don't want to get involved, but everyone is making a living in Dragon Cloud City, huh? The rough voice suddenly rose, interrupting him. Making a living? Even though this person was alone, he seemed to have a lot of guts. Not only was he not afraid in the face of so many people, his tone was even more arrogant. It's been a few years. With Vlad as an example, the increasingly strict patrols have confiscated your goods more than 10 times, be it by water, land, or underground. The amount of money you've lost is enough to buy Dragon Cloud City, but you're still persistent, as if you can't lose all your money. Hey, are you really just trying to make a living by occupying the bazaar? In the face of the rough voice's questioning, the group of people did not speak, but Thales could feel that their breathing had become faster and more frequent. Even so, all of you have never given up on giving gifts to the nobles in the inner city, as if you can't spend all your money. Including the receptionist who was hanged because he was in cahoots with Black Sand Region. I know that you were the ones who gave him all his benefits. The rough voice coughed and spat. He continued to speak disdainfully. Hey, you're not doing it for fame or profit, and you're still acting like you're worried about the country and its people? Tell me, which gang did this just to make a living? The group of people facing him was still silent, but Thales could already hear the sound of some people clenching their fists. Look, I know your background very well. The rough voice snorted and laughed again, but for some reason, it made people feel a chill run down their spines. I know who you're working for. I know whether you're doing it for self-protection, or if you have other motives and backers. Hey. Vlad has left, but his stench still lingers in this city, and it has not dissipated. The man's tough and boorish voice left a deep impression on Thales. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had met this person before. If I report this to the White Blade Guards, guess what the consequences will be? A silence that was longer than any before lingered between the two parties. White Blade Guards. This is bad. Thales, who was caught in the middle of this confrontation, only felt that the atmosphere was getting worse. He looked around anxiously, but to his disappointment, he realized that there were only 2 ways to leave the alley. He could either crawl out of the narrow crack in a carefree manner and arrive in front of the 2 parties, or he could step on the broken stones and broken wood on the ground from the other side and jump over the wall in a flashy manner. Neither of them is a good idea. After a long time, the cold voice in the crowd on the other side slowly sighed. There have been no White Blade Guards for a long time, Gleeward. His tone was soft, but it was malicious. Ever since the calamities descended and the day the great dragon reappeared, the late king has passed away, and times have changed. Both Ekstet and Dragon Cloud City are no longer what they used to be. The words that rang in the night startled Thales a little. He had roughly figured out the identities of both parties. Their positions were probably not very high, but they should not be ignored in Dragon Cloud City. They affected many people's lives, and they were closely related to the middle management of the government like the patrol team. Thales felt a sense of familiarity toward this kind of person, which he had not seen in a long time. As expected, in the next second, the boorish man known as Gleeward spoke coldly. So, you found a new master? He spat in disdain. What? Is Chapman Lampard's penis so delicious that you have to queue up to take a sip of it when you pass by while taking a dump? Damn it. One of them seemed to be unable to hold back his temper. He took a step forward, but he was immediately stopped. Silence. This time, it was the third voice. He seemed to be the one with the most weight after the cold voice. His words were obviously much more cautious. He spoke in a negotiating tone. I know, Chief Glee Ward, we usually don't interfere with each other, and we have a tacit understanding, but Glee Ward did not seem to buy it. His boorish voice interrupted the other person. Then get lost. Glee Ward's boorish voice was unpleasant and piercing to the ears. I don't care how important that prince is, I don't care who assassinated that kinslayer, I don't care what kind of *T heroic spirit palace is playing, I don't care whose balls you black-skinned dogs are licking, I don't care whose bones you took to get involved, and I don't care whether you want to rebel or get promoted. I only care about one thing. You sons of cheese. Thales bit his lower lip. As expected, his disappearance caused a series of chaos in Dragoncloud City, and even affected these. Glee Ward pounded his fists and growled, I'm going to kill you. Stay away from my land. His words instantly caused the crowd to burst into an uproar. This old cripple. The sound of a blade stabbing into wood could be heard. We should teach him a lesson. A few people sneered maliciously. If you ask me, one person said in annoyance. But these people's words came to an abrupt halt. They seemed to have been stopped by their leader. Just when Thales breathed a sigh of relief and thought that the conflict had ended, Glee Ward, the famous Glee Ward. It was the leader with the cold voice. Your Glee Ward, the one who is rumored to be able to fight against the 5 war generals. His voice traveled faintly into Thales' ears from beyond the illuminated alley. You lost both your legs in the disaster 6 years ago. Since then, you have never been able to stand again. Lost a pair of legs 6 years ago? 6 years ago. Thales seized the word. Glee Ward was silent for a few seconds. You're talking about my legs. They've been lame since decades ago. The rude man did not show any weakness. His laughter was still relaxed and at ease. 6 years ago, I thought they were an eyesore, so I sawed them off. You have a problem with that? The breeze blew through the narrow gap in the alley, creating a low whistling sound. The cold man continued, Not only that, you've also lost an eye. Half of my vision. Glee Ward's voice suddenly rose. I thought it was too much for my head with it in my eye socket, so I took it off. A few muffled sounds were heard. He seemed to have flicked his forehead. The cold man laughed. Also, you only have 3 fingers left on your left hand. You can't do anything whether you clench your fist or hold your weapon. Glee Ward retorted nonchalantly, Hey, have you never picked your nose before? Don't you think it's more convenient this way? When he heard these words, Thales frowned deeply. That lonely figure outside the wall. What kind of man is he? The cold man ignored Glee Ward and continued, That's not all. In that disaster, your people suffered heavy casualties. Count them. How many of your brothers did you personally bury in Shield District 6 years ago? This time, Glee Ward was silent for a long time. A long time. It was as if he had fallen silent. Another gust of wind blew past. The firelight outside the alley trembled slightly. The man named Glee Ward sucked in a deep breath and slowly exhaled. My brothers are made of iron. His voice was slightly deep, but he still refused to show any signs of weakness. Glee Ward's voice trembled slightly. Tisk, if we really fight, it's just a normal thing for us to fight 1 against 10. Silence was the only response he received. Thales listened quietly and formed an image of the man in his mind. He had lost both his legs, an eye, and his left hand was crippled. He was crude, rude, and ill-mannered. He was like a bandit. However, at the same time, he was forthright, stubborn. After a while, the cold voice started to chuckle. Don't make me laugh, Glee Ward. Look at how crippled you are now. Forget holding the Soul Slayer pike, you can't even stand up. You even have to rely on a wheelchair to walk. As a response, Glee Ward spat in disdain. Look around you. Look at this place that has been plowed by calamities and great beasts. It's poor, run-down, decaying, pitiful, despicable, the Shield District that you rely on for a living and are proud of. The cold man clicked his tongue and said, Look at this terrible state. Not only has your Shield District never recovered, it's getting worse. I heard that you don't even have enough manpower to watch over Oriole Brothel? Forget about the fact that you have to take care of the orphaned families of your brothers. Maybe you should ask your wives and daughters to help. You know, you can even earn some extra income by watching over the brothel." Mocking laughter rose from the crowd. This time, Thales did not hear Gleeward's retort. "Think about it carefully. This is no longer your era, old cripple." There was a hint of threat in the cold man's words. "If you force yourself and refuse to see reality clearly, you will only be digging your own grave and dragging everyone else down with you." The sound of footsteps rose. It seemed like the cold man was slowly pacing forward. Thales heard Gleeward's breathing become rougher. "We didn't declare war on you not because we're afraid of you, but you seem to be looking down on us. Do you think that you're still a famous supreme-class heavy swordsman? Do you think that you're still the respected Chief Gleeward? Do you think that you're still the light of the people who can rally to your call in Dragoncloud City? Or that hero who wields the Soul Slayer pike and protects Dragoncloud City?" But in reality, the man's voice was very calm, as if there were no fluctuations in his emotions at all, but it was incredibly chilling. "Since 6 years ago, you've been nothing. The one gasping for breath under that incomplete shell of yours is just a cripple waiting for death in a wheelchair." This time, Gleeward's breathing became rougher. He even let out a low, deep snort. But his rude voice did not come again. It was as if Gleeward had given up on fighting back. The cold voice caught Gleeward's sore spot. He smiled slowly. "For example, right now, if we shoot you with crossbows from a dozen steps away, what can you do? If we're really serious, if we really want to do something to you, to Shield District, to Hammer District, to your poor subordinates, to their wives and children, to the livelihood of their employers, and to make their lives 100 times worse than they are now," the man's words became slower and slower, and it made Gleeward's heart grow colder. "What do you think a cripple like you, who can't even walk, can't hold a sword steadily, can't even see the road clearly, and can only live in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, can do?" Gleeward still did not say a word. He seemed to have truly fallen silent. "Look at the situation clearly and make a wise choice." The man sneered and stopped moving. "Since you know the people behind us very well, then you should know that we are very powerful and can do it, but a cripple like you can't stop us, and can't stop us. So, I'll give you another chance, Gleeward. Reconsider your answer." Chapter 342. In the next second, a frightening loud noise came from outside the alley. Bang. Thales was shocked. It sounded like someone's body had crashed into the wall. From the other side of the wall came a jumble of shouts and shouts. "No, this bastard. Gleeward, get your weapons." But it was not over yet. Boom. Another muffled sound. To Thales, it sounded like a head-on collision between two fists. The clear sound of bones cracking was accompanied by cries of pain. "Damn it, kill him." Swoosh. This time, it was the sound of blades cutting into flesh. "This son of AB crack. This time, it was the sound of bones cracking. Damn it, how did he do it? Kill him, The continuous screams of the crowd rose from outside the alley. Thales became more and more nervous as he listened. What happened? Where are the throwing knives? Use the throwing knives to deal with. The chaotic crowd began to sound hysterical. I swear we won't let you go, won't? Everyone you hold dear, we will. Thud. Another muffled sound of a body falling to the ground cut off the threatening voice. "Quick, give me the knife. Rip. Crash. Thales' heart skipped a beat. He was both unfamiliar and familiar with this sound. The arteries of the warriors on the battlefield were cut, and blood gushed out and splattered all over the ground. The sounds of the crowd grew more and more panicked. No, wait, we have something to talk about. Bang. The muffled, fatal sounds rose again. Thales was terrified as he listened from behind the wall. The sounds of the crowd grew sparser. No, I'm just an errand boy. Bang. Thales was startled. The wall he was leaning against trembled slightly, as if someone had been thrown over. A lot of dust fell from the wall. After that, the noises outside, whether it was the cries for help or the sounds of fighting, became much fewer. In the end, a loud voice begging for mercy came with a sobbing tone. Don't, it's their idea to stalk and catch you alone. I'm really not with them. But in the next moment, a chilling and clear voice rang out. Crack. Thales closed his eyes. He also recognized this voice. It was the sound of a neck being forcibly broken. After more than a dozen soul-stirring noises, the area behind the short wall finally quieted down. The chaos outside seemed to have subsided. It was only then that Thales opened his eyes solemnly and carefully. He held his breath. It can't be, right? In the terrifying silence, there were only 2 breaths left in the alley. One was steady, heavy, and slightly panting. One was panicking and anxious, and the frequency was rapid. Even if he activated the sin of Hell's river to its fullest, he could not hear the breathing of other living beings. There were only 2 people left? Thales closed his mouth in shock. A few seconds later, the boorish male voice that had not been heard for a long time was heard again, accompanied by a grunt. Damned adept, you think you can be so unreasonable just because you have a few tricks up your sleeve? It really hurts. There was a sizzling sound, as if a blade had been pulled out of his flesh. Clang, the sound of metal hitting the floor. Following this sound, the other person's breathing behind the wall became even more rapid and unstable. Why you, Chief Gleeward? I'm not. The voice was trembling. As a response, Gleeward's faint, cold chuckle traveled into his ears. Humph, a dozen or so people. You can't even beat a cripple in a wheelchair. I really feel ashamed for you. Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly. What the hell? 1 against a dozen, and there were even mutants among them. Yet he was so scared that he couldn't even say a word. However, Gleeward's next words caused his breathing to freeze. You're lucky, little man. I need a tongue to pass the message. The owner of the trembling voice seemed to understand the meaning of this sentence and immediately slowed down. The next second, he hurriedly said, as if he was crying tears of joy, Oh, of course. Chief Gleeward, tell me no matter what you say, I will. Gleeward's cold snort forced the survivor's fawning and trembling voice to swallow his words. In the terrifying silence, Thales, who was listening in the corner, did not even dare to breathe loudly. It was obvious that the person behind the wall was a dangerous character. Listen up, scum. Gleeward's rough and unpleasant voice rose slowly. Do you think that you can force me to submit to you with threats and violence? You must know that Vlad has used more than 10 years and used all his methods. In the end, he even brought the military crossbow from Black Sand region, but he still couldn't kill me. There was a rarely seen ferocity in Gleeward's voice. Forget about losing a leg and an eye. Even if I can't speak, can't see, have my limbs rot, and am forever paralyzed, the boorish warrior's voice was deep, but his words were as hard as steel. I can still grit my teeth and jump out of bed, and each and every one of you, chew into pieces. Slap. A cry of surprise rose from behind the wall. Thales could feel that the survivor had been lifted by Gleeward. Do you think that the Star Killer is very terrifying when he goes on a rampage in the city? The boorish man's voice became more and more terrifying. When you piss Gleeward off, you will know that dead face who only knows how to behead people will be so gentle and gentle. Thales heard the sound of teeth chattering in that person's terrified breathing. Send the message back, Gleeward said coldly. I may not be able to protect my territory, my brother, but I am very good at holding grudges. From today onwards, anything that happens in my territory, and I mean anything, such as the little girl living opposite me losing her doll, or my neighbor's dog losing a bone in its bowl, I'll put it on your heads. Thud, thud, thud. It sounded like an index finger tapping his forehead. That shuddering breath was already trembling out of shape. You better pray that Shield District and Hammer District are safe and prosperous, or else, in return, I will tear each and every one of you apart, no matter where they hide, no matter how high their status is. Just like what you've seen. Thud. Asterisk, the sound of a human body falling to the ground was heard. Get lost, Gleeward said slowly, his voice as cold as ice. In the next second, amid the rapid and shuddering breaths, the sound of panicked footsteps rose. It knocked over countless items along the way, and there was also the sound of clothes rubbing against the ground. The footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Behind the wall, Thales quietly exhaled. Fortunately, he only felt his heart beating a little faster. It's over. Now, I just need to wait for the wheelchair to leave. Hey! That boorish male voice rose again. There was a hint of laziness in it. You, eavesdropper. Gleeward's deep voice traveled clearly into Thales' ears. How much longer are you going to hide? Thales felt a slight chill in his heart. What? He touched his stiff neck and raised his head with a dazed expression. He stared at the low wall that hid him completely. Calm down, Thales. The prince pursed his lips in a hopeful manner. Maybe he's not talking about me? Stop pretending, you behind the wall. Gleeward seemed to be clenching his fists, and a frightening crisp sound rose. Is it fun to watch the show? Heh, you won't be so lucky when I catch you. The prince closed his eyes, filled with resignation. Thales took a deep breath. Look on the bright side, Thales. It's late at night, and this is the almost abandoned Shield district. The guy, he can't be someone who just happened to be taking a stroll here. Besides, based on what Gleeward said just now, he should be traveling alone, which is why he was surrounded by his opponents in this place. And coming to this place in the middle of the night means... Thales adjusted his breathing and used that reason to convince himself over and over again. Then he resolutely took a step forward. He walked out of the narrow alley. A cold wind blew. The exaggerated temperature difference between day and night in Northland made Thales flinch. Outside the alley, a desolate and dilapidated Shield district appeared before him. But what really attracted his attention was the mess before him. Thales stared blankly at the scene under the night sky. More than 10 corpses lay motionless on the ground or stuck to the wall. Their postures were all different, and their expressions were frozen at the last moment. Some were horrified, some were terrified, and some were angry. Some of them had deformed limbs, some had their bodies bent, and some even had their organs spilling out. Under the contrast of the dark night and the bright moon, they looked exceptionally hideous and bizarre. A few torches fell weakly on the ground, but they still burned stubbornly, providing some illumination. Thales slipped. He accidentally stepped on a puddle of blood. It was like a slaughterhouse in the wild. In this scene that made people hold their breaths, Thales gulped hard and saw the only person who was still alive. A strong man sat on the ground, quietly bandaging the wound on his shoulder. Through the weak firelight and moonlight, Thales immediately saw the man's most distinctive feature. He did not have legs. In any case, Ralph's legs still reached his knees. However, the boorish and muscular man in front of him did not have any pants below his thighs. His pants were tied into 2 knots, showing off his misfortune in the past. Thales frowned slightly. The man named Gleeward snorted coldly. He bit the cloth used to bandage his wound and forced himself to raise his head. Tell me, you followed me here in the middle of the night. Were you sent by Nicholas, Vlad, or someone else? Gleeward's eyes were filled with puzzlement. With the help of the light, Thales saw the man's face, just as he expected. There was nothing in Gleeward's left eye socket. There was only a dark hole. Under his short hair, there was only a round hole where his left ear should have been. It was as if his ear had been cut off at the root. Thales was stunned. A brat! The strong man frowned, and he looked puzzled. While Gleeward spoke, he used his left hand, which only had 3 fingers left, to pull up a corner of the cloth. He bit the other corner in his mouth while he supported himself with his right hand on the ground to help his hunched body maintain its balance while he desperately bandaged his wound. A faint sadness rose in Thales' heart. This man, there's only half of him left. Hey! Don't let your mind wander, brat. Thales' expression changed. He snapped out of his daze and scratched his forehead. Actually, I'm almost 14 years old. You really are a child. Gleeward shook his head and snorted softly. Why is child labor popular now? Why are people so cruel nowadays? Cruel? Thales could only smile helplessly as he stared at Gleeward, who sat among the corpses on the ground. Gleeward's face was flat, but his nose was rather high. His face was covered in ungroomed stubble, which made people wonder if he had carelessly cut it with a table knife. He bandaged his wound and grabbed behind him with his left hand. Rumbling sounds of friction came from the darkness. A wooden wheelchair was pulled to his side by the man. Gleeward gritted his teeth and fastened the wheelchair to the side of a protruding stone slab. He grabbed the arm of the chair with his left hand and used his right hand to support himself from the ground. He propped up half of his body from the ground and leaned towards the wheelchair while trembling. He wanted to sit in the wheelchair. Thales thought of something. When he saw Gleeward's strenuous movements, he wanted to step forward and help. But in the next moment, Gleeward retaliated with his actions. The strong man grunted, and his powerful right arm seemed to explode with endless power as he pushed the ground. In the next second, the boorish man rose steadily into the air. Thales, who had just taken a step forward, stopped abruptly. As the wheelchair shuddered, Gleeward landed accurately on it. In the wheelchair, Gleeward leaned back and exhaled comfortably. He cast a scornful glance at the corpses on the ground and flashed a cold smile. At that moment, Thales suddenly realized that even though the man seemed to be handicapped and only had half of his body left, but there was no doubt about it. The man before him was one of the strongest and most valiant warriors he had ever seen. At that moment, a woman's voice, which he had not heard for a long time, rang in his ears. Gentle, light, but with a hint of stubbornness that refused to compromise. No, Chiron. They don't need cheap sympathy. They don't need help and sympathy from us so-called normal people and healthy people to satisfy our own moral evaluation. What they need is for us to remove our blinders and treat them like normal people because there's nothing abnormal about them to begin with. And the reason why they can't become normal people is because we are too self-righteous. We are not tolerant enough. It's because this imperfect society doesn't give them the soil to become normal people, whether it's because of the lack of software or the inconvenience of life caused by the lack of hardware. Stop calling them handicapped. Because they aren't. It's her. It's her. But who is she? He subconsciously reached out. But he did not catch anything. There was only emptiness. How can you be distracted? Gleeward pushed the wheelchair in front of him and sized Thales up. He tapped his own head with a doubtful expression. Are you retarded? Thales was shocked. He shoved the memory that had suddenly appeared back into the depths of his mind. Gleeward clenched his right fist, and it made a clear sound. The sound made Thales nervous. He tried his best not to look at the corpses around him. He forced a smile. Focus. Now, Thales took a deep breath, trying to make himself appear more friendly. Putre said it. Smile when you face your contact. The prince bared his white teeth and stared at the man in the wheelchair. So, you are the person Putre mentioned? Gleeward frowned and answered loudly, Who? His unpleasant, loud voice startled Thales. It's that? Thales tried his best to maintain his smile. He forced himself to speak the lingua franca that was close to a Northlandic accent. A strange middle-aged man smoking a pipe? Gleeward blinked what was left of his eyes and scratched his chin under the moonlight. He impatiently opened his mouth and asked loudly but vaguely, What did you say? Thales' heart trembled. No way. Or there's someone. His name might not be Putre. Maybe he's using an alias, and he might not even be smoking. He probably doesn't have time to smoke these few days. Thales gesticulated and tried his best to form his own words while he criticized Putre's unreliability in his heart. He asked you to bring someone, at this time, bring someone. Thales waved his arms and shook his head gently. He looked at Gleeward with anticipation, who did not seem to be in the zone yet. Give him, at this time? Bring someone? The boorish man narrowed his single eye. His eyeballs moved about as he pondered. He asked tentatively, You mean bring him out of the city? Thales' eyes lit up and he snapped his fingers. That's it. Gleeward fell silent. The man in the wheelchair stared at him silently for a few seconds. It made Thales feel slightly creeped out. Until, oh. Gleeward's expression changed. He slapped his head. The man looked as if he had just come to a realization. He pointed at Thales with his right hand. So it's you. God bless me. Thales exhaled. He felt as if a stone had been lifted from his heart. Yes. Thales slapped his thigh. He felt that the negotiation just now was very difficult. He smiled laboriously. It's me. Ha, nice to meet you. How should I address you? Gleeward narrowed his eyes and continued to size him up. He let out a guttural sound. The creepy feeling in Thales' heart rose again. Gleeward. A second later, the boorish man laughed and showed his yellow teeth. He extended his right hand to Thales. Drew Gleeward. Thales breathed a sigh of relief again. Fortunately, this contact seemed to be rather easy to talk to. With lingering fear in his heart, he extended his right hand and held Gleeward's palm. Then, at that moment, bang. Before Thales could react, he felt a weight on his right hand. He felt pain in his neck, and his vision swayed. A great force erupted from Gleeward's right palm. Thales lost his balance and fell in Gleeward's direction. Gotcha! Gleeward's delighted laughter traveled into his ears. You want to leave the city in secret? Hey, you're that little prince of Constellation who was kidnapped, aren't you? Gleeward's boorish laughter grew louder and louder, so loud that Thales' ears hurt. What happened? Thales struggled to open his eyes, but to his horror he discovered that Gleeward, who was in a wheelchair, had already locked his hands tightly behind his back. The latter's left arm wrapped around the prince's neck. The iron-like muscles on his arm were like a cage that bound the prince to Gleeward's embrace. Whether it's the underground or the officials, all of Dragoncloud City is going crazy because of you. I've always been annoyed by these things, and I didn't even want to bother with them, but you actually came to me. No. The sin of Hell's river instantly surged. Thales gritted his teeth and tried to break free, but he realized that his struggle was futile. Gleeward only relied on his powerful right hand and his abdominal muscles to lock Thales' arms tightly behind his back. It was useless. From the moment he was held in Gleeward's arms, he had already lost his best position to exert force. Under Gleeward's restraint, he could not even touch JC's dagger. Guess what price Heroic Spirit Palace is willing to offer me? Gleeward's laughter was rather ferocious and smug. Damn it, that dead face smashed so many things in my territory in the afternoon. This time I'll make him pay for it. Gleeward's left arm suddenly exerted force. Thales only felt his head tilt back, and the bright moon and starry sky appeared before his eyes. Of course, it might not necessarily be Heroic Spirit Palace. At this point in time, many people want you. Gleeward's grip became stronger, and the laughter that traveled from behind his ears was filled with excitement. Let me think, should it be 1,000 gold coins or 2,000 gold coins? TSK, isn't that a little too much? Thales' face gradually turned red. He only felt that his neck was becoming more and more uncomfortable. Gleeward's left arm was hooked around his neck, and he pressed down on Thales' windpipe without allowing him to resist. The force was so great that the prince even felt that his back was about to be pressed into Gleeward's chest. This guy. Why is he so strong? The prince, who had difficulty breathing, raised his right leg with all his might and stomped down with all his might. But the pain under his foot told him that he could only barely step on the floor and kick the hard wood of the wheelchair. It was only then that Thales sadly remembered that Gleeward did not have legs. Or, I can ask for something else. I have to be more careful about this. Thales' vision gradually became blurry as his breathing became uneven. Soon, many golden stars, that only he could see appeared in the starry sky before him. I can't go on like this. He desperately sucked in a bit of air, and with his rich experience from being choked many times, he held his breath and stopped moving to exhaust his strength. Thales' face turned red. He forced out a few sounds from his windpipe, and his breath was weak. The contact. Gleeward, What greeted him was Gleeward's wanton laughter. "Ha, I see. You can even make a mistake about the contact. Looks like you guys aren't very diligent in your information gathering." Under the double torture of lack of oxygen and pain, Thales desperately maintained his last bit of calmness. He no longer had the time to complain about Put-Ray. "Wait." Thales' face contorted, and he squeezed out a few words in pain. "Double. If you want money, I'll give you double." Gleeward was slightly stunned, then he snorted coldly. "Shut up." The boorish man did not seem to be moved at all. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Don't treat me like a fool," but his voice gradually became weaker. In the next moment, Thales felt the pressure on his neck loosen slightly. A breath of air that he had not breathed in for a long time, mixed with pain and friction, was sucked into his lungs. The sound of teeth grinding traveled into his ears, along with Gleeward's voice, which was as unpleasant to the ears as before, but he was slightly tempted. "Hey, brat," the boorish man slowly gulped and said softly, "I'm not going to let you off." Chapter 343. Thales, who was drenched in sweat, coughed while he sucked in mouthfuls of air as if he was cherishing the water in the desert. His entire body trembled. But Gleeward did not let him go. It was still difficult for him to break free. "Really, whether it's 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins, I'll give you double." Thales regained some of his rationality. He panted and sweated non-stop, feeling weak. The Jadestar royal family is very rich, and so is Constellation. The Secret Intelligence Department's assets in Dragoncloud City alone are worth more than 100,000. Gleeward raised an eyebrow. "Very well, wait." But a second later, the man's expression darkened. "You mean you want to go to Constellation to get it?" "The Secret Intelligence Department? The Secret Intelligence Department will do." Thales, who had just recovered from the stars in his vision, blinked hard. "They will definitely give." The next moment, he felt a heavy pressure on his neck, and his windpipe was blocked again. "Shut up. Do you really think I'm an idiot?" This was Gleeward's exasperated voice. "Listen, I only accept cash." Thales sucked in his last breath of air with great difficulty. "Damn it. This bastard. Do I look like I have cash on me? If you hand me over?" Thales tried his best to fight for a chance. The city of faraway prayers is at war with the Alliance of Freedom and Constellation. Gleeward cut him off impatiently. "Shut up, I don't understand politics." Thales, who was seeing stars again, felt exasperated. What kind of person is this? "Forget it, let's go look for Dead Face. It's safer there," Gleeward mumbled. He increased his strength, trying to knock Thales out. Thales knew that things were not going well. He racked his brain, fighting against the air and his enemy while he desperately shouted that one word. "Shield District." A few seconds after the word left his mouth, Gleeward's arm loosened again. "What?" he asked with a frown. Thales took the opportunity to take a few deep breaths to clear his mind. "Shield District. I heard your conversation just now," the prince said painfully, shifting the back of his head slightly away from Gleeward's chest. Just now, no matter how insulted and despised he was, Gleeward did not move. But when the enemy started using Shield District and his brothers and sisters to threaten him, "This is Shield District, right?" Thales panted, and his words gradually became smoother. "And you are probably the person in charge of this place? Look around you, it's already dilapidated. 1 or 2,000 gold coins is not enough to rebuild it. You need more, not just money." Gleeward remained silent for a long time. But in the end, he still coldly snorted and shook his head. "Shut up, I am very content. I have no interest in causing trouble." When he saw that Gleeward was about to strangle him again, Thales quickly spoke. "And I heard it. The people who died in Shield District 6 years ago were your subordinates and brothers, right?" When he said this, Thales felt Gleeward shudder behind him. During these 6 years, their surviving family members also need to be compensated for their financial losses. They need to live. You should be very worried, right? I guess Dragon Cloud City doesn't have a disaster emergency fund to compensate for Shield District's losses. Thales spoke fluently in an invincible manner while he racked his brains for a way to escape. Glee Ward let out a dull, displeased sound. Shut up. This time, there was a hint of displeasure in the veteran's words. But then he was stunned. Disaster? Gold, what's that? Can it compensate for Shield District's losses? Thales thought of something. He felt that he had found a way out. That's not important. What's important is... The prince inhaled again, gritted his teeth, and said, "As the boss, you bear a lot of responsibilities. You can't watch Shield District, watch your brothers, and your territory fall into poverty and threats." Gleeward's breathing slowly quickened. Shut up. Gleeward's voice became exceptionally cold. Don't point fingers at other people's homes. But Thales did not notice his tone. He had been tortured enough by what happened that night. But now I, the rich prince of a country with a lot of money, can help you. You have a chance to save Shield District, which no one cares about. You can rebuild it and not just extort a large sum of money from the Star Killer, as long as you give me. Glee Ward let out a low growl. Shut up, he said through gritted teeth. Thales greedily inhaled the next mouthful of air. He wanted to drag it out first so that he could scoop out all the information related to Shield District and the place that the wheelchair warrior cared about. 6 years ago, when the calamity descended, I was there. I saw the people in Shield District. They were so innocent, but they had to go through such a calamity. Glee Ward did not speak, but he began to tremble slightly. Thales felt that there was hope. He could not help but speak faster. You don't seem like a cold-blooded and selfish person, Glee Ward. The chance is right before your eyes. You can't give up on Shield District just because you find it troublesome. You can't just stand by and watch them suffer, so that the dead cannot rest in peace. Rest in peace. When he heard this, Gleeward's body swayed violently. Shut up. His voice began to tremble, and there was a warmth in it that was difficult to ignore. Brat. Thales only felt that Gleeward's arm was becoming looser. I should be getting closer and closer to Gleeward's pain point. When he thought of this, he could not help but feel refreshed. After the calamity, the people of Shield District suffered greatly. They relied on you. They can't continue living like this. You have the responsibility to do everything in your power to protect them, help them, and save them. Gleeward's breathing became more rapid. Thales suddenly raised his voice. Gleeward, you can't run away. Your inaction not only makes it impossible for the dead to rest in peace, to those who are still living and suffering, this is no different from murdering them with your own hands. The moment the word murder came out of his mouth, Thales suddenly felt the hands around his neck tremble violently. His ears trembled, and Gleeward's shout, which he had never heard before, traveled into his ears. Shut up, shut up, shut up. The shocked Thales only felt that his ears were still ringing. Before he could relax, Gleeward's arm tightened around his neck again. So what now? Thales struggled in pain again, but this time, Gleeward's grip did not hold back at all. It was as if he wanted to strangle him to death. For some reason, Gleeward seemed to have descended into rage and madness. His voice also became increasingly terrifying. Listen up, brat. Who the F***ck do you think you are? Don't you dare lecture me. His arm was trembling, but he did not loosen his grip at all. It was a clear sign that his master had practiced the art of killing hundreds of times and had rich experience. Don't you dare lecture me on how to protect Shield District. Glee Ward was agitated, as if he was on the verge of breaking down. 6 years ago, with the Soul Slayer pike in hand, I stood here, in Shield District, in the midst of endless blood and death. I fought against the damned blood calamity with my life. Fought, Glee Ward panted, but he paused a few times. Fought. Thales felt that at that moment, the teeth of this warrior, who was still strong and optimistic in the face of a group of opponents, were actually chattering. It was as if he had remembered his deepest nightmare. The next moment, Glee Ward gritted his teeth and roared like a volcano eruption. When we fought to the death. Under the moonlight, the veteran in the wheelchair roared in pain and anger. You were still wearing diapers, drinking milk in your grandmother's arms. Thales could not care less about his ears, which were about to go deaf. His vision began to blur again. *T. This is a perverted sadist. Thales half closed his eyes and felt the torment of his empty lungs, as well as his desire to breathe and live. His consciousness gradually faded, but at the same time, a strange feeling surged through his body. The sin of hell's river began to boil on its own again. It was like a restless and agitated beast. It was waiting for the moment to rush out of the cage. At least, it allowed the dizzy Thales to maintain his last bit of clarity. Under the double torture, the exhausted Thales trembled all over. With his last breath, he spat out a word, "No." At that moment, thump, 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 the sudden sounds of horse hooves and wheels rattling could be heard in the empty ruins of Shield District. A carriage arrived not too far away from them. "Chief Gleeward, I, your guest, have already..." A lively and cheerful young voice rose into the air. The voice paused for a moment. With a ferocious expression, Gleeward raised his head and met the owner of the voice. He could not help but loosen his grip on Thales as he tried his best to restrain him. The purple-faced Thales breathed in air again. He coughed madly. He had inhaled quite a lot of saliva during the fight just now. The increasingly restless sin of hell's river in his body gradually calmed down. The next moment, "What? Chief, I am sorry, I was wrong. No, I mean I shouldn't, I can't, no, I mean I won't tell anyone, no, I mean I didn't see anything, I don't know anything, I just came for a stroll tonight, no, I mean I didn't even come to Shield District tonight." Gleeward shook his head and tried to clear his mind. He looked at the carriage and its driver. "Is it Kevin?" On an uncovered freight carriage, a young coachman covered his eyes and shouted something in a frenzy. A hunchbacked figure was sitting in the cargo hold at the back of the carriage. He was coughing slightly. Gleeward was stunned. Tonight was different for Kevin, the poor boy from Shield District. He was supposed to drive this shabby, low-quality carriage and bring Chief Gleeward's guest to a special and remote place in Shield District. Kevin did not know why Chief Gleeward had carefully chosen this place to meet, but as long as it was the chief's order, he had to do it. That was Drew Gleeward, the man who single-handedly protected Dragon Cloud City during the legendary disasters of the Calamities and Hydra, Kilika. Yes, Kevin still remembers those years and those disasters. It's like a nightmare. But when Kevin arrived at his destination and met the chief, he could not believe what he saw. "What is that?" Of course, Kevin was not referring to the corpses and blood all over the ground. As the manliest man in Dragon Cloud City, Chief Gleeward, who could command the wind and clouds, would not cause a storm of blood wherever he went. It was a teenager. A delicate-looking but thin teenager. Under the moonlight, the delicate-looking teenager sat in the chief's arms. He looked excited and in pain. The teenager placed his hands behind his back and placed them on Chief Gleeward's knees. They trembled slightly, as if he was touching and rubbing against something. His face was flushed and his lips opened and closed. He looked agitated and excited as he twisted his waist and moved up and down. When he saw this, Kevin's heart froze. No way. What about Chief Gleeward, who has always been open-minded and heroic? Kevin narrowed his eyes and tried to take a closer look. At that moment, the dignified chief of Shield District in his heart, the hero of the people, Gleeward, was sitting in a wheelchair, doing Gleeward's rough and powerful left hand, which was missing 2 fingers, was intimately hugging the teenager's upper body from behind, pressing him tightly into his embrace. Gleeward's right hand was stretched towards the teenager's lower body, where Kevin could not see. It was also trembling slightly as the teenager moved. What? Kevin widened his eyes. His jaw almost dropped. That was not all. Chief Gleeward, who usually did heavy work with ease, was panting violently at that moment. His iron-like body rose and fell in sync with the teenager's suspicious rhythm. He moved to the left and right, up and down, and moved back and forth in a timely manner. The chief's face was contorted, and he was agitated. He even stuck close to the teenager's ear and gritted his teeth as he shouted some words whose meaning was unclear. It was as if he was venting something. Venting? Kevin's heart skipped a beat. This. Kevin's face turned paler and paler as he watched the two people moving excitedly on the wheelchair. He watched the teenager and the chief's bodies pressed against each other as they forgot themselves in pain and happiness. The old man in Shield District had told him that for a long time, there had been all sorts of girls and women living in Shield District. No matter how good, how beautiful, how good they were at managing their families and having children, the prestigious Chief Gleeward had never taken a fancy to any of them. The old man sighed and said to Kevin, "There's a reason." A reason? Kevin, who had goosebumps in his heart, felt that he had just found the reason why the chief was single. The young, poor boy did not dare continue thinking about it. With complicated emotions, he instinctively wanted to raise his whip and steer the carriage away. But at that moment, the ferocious-looking Gleeward raised his head. He met Kevin's gaze under the moonlight. Kevin was instantly stunned. "It's over. I found out the chief's secret. I will be killed, right?" Kevin's pain screams not only pierced through the air, but also made Gleeward wake up slightly. Thales gasped laboriously. He had already given up on negotiating with Gleeward. He was probably a lunatic. There was no way to talk to him. Boss, since I've never been to Shield District, that means..." Poor Kevin buried his face in his hands desperately and shouted desperately, No, Chief Gleeward, I swear I didn't see anything." Gleeward frowned. He first cast a glance at the prince who was held hostage in his arms before he turned to the carriage impatiently. "Kevin!" The chief of Shield District roared furiously, "Shut up!" Under Gleeward's might, Kevin's voice came to an abrupt halt, as if he had been choked in an instant. "How many years has it been?" Another voice traveled slowly from the carriage. It was filled with endless emotions. "Old friend." Gleeward shuddered slightly. This voice, Thales was stunned as well. Isn't that? In the dark, a wooden walking stick was extended out of the carriage shakily, followed by two frail and old legs. "I'm sorry, I came a little later than the appointed time." The person who came over with a hunched back got down from the carriage. When he saw the mess around him, he subconsciously frowned and covered his nose. "Oh, looks like you're still doing your old job." Gleeward stared at the person with a dumbfounded expression. He did not even notice that Thales was no longer struggling in his arms. "What the F***? Gleeward opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at the visitor on the carriage. His expression was as if he had seen the dog next door laying eggs. "Damn it, I was wondering which immoral bastard sent the invitation. I didn't expect it to be you." The person chuckled softly. "Are you surprised? TSK, you're not dead yet?" Gleeward snorted softly. His emotions were complicated. The old crow. When he heard the familiar nickname, Thales struggled to turn his head and saw the person who came over. It was an old man with deep wrinkles and an ancient face. He was a scholar from Dragon Kiss Academy who had no proof of his qualifications. He was Gilbert and Putre's teacher, and also Thales and Saroma's teacher. The old crow Merrill Hicks. At that moment, he was standing under the moonlight and nodding at Thales with a smile. "It's him." Chapter 344. Of course I'm not dead. Hicks propped himself up with his walking stick and walked towards them laboriously. He chuckled. "Did you forget that we had our fortune told in the tent? I will live a long life." Gleeward made a disgusted expression that said, "Who would believe you? As for you, Drew." Hicks maintained his usual smile and cast a glance at the stunned Thales. Then he looked at Gleeward again, who was in the wheelchair. His gaze lingered on Gleeward's missing legs for a moment. "I can see that you've lost quite a bit. Little hedgehog, I really miss the days when we ate sand together in the desert." The effect of this sentence was quite impressive. Thales, who was held hostage, and Guy, who drove the carriage, were both stunned. "Little hedgehog? What little hedgehog? Who's little hedgehog?" Gleeward twisted his body in the wheelchair and coughed unnaturally. "Cough, cough, all right. But Hicks continued to speak in a seemingly sentimental manner. I still remember that you were forced to be with those barren bone women in the tent. At that moment, Gleeward's face turned the color of a pig's liver. Only the darkness of the night could conceal it. When the other two people shifted their admiring and skeptical gazes to him, Gleeward interrupted Hick's cheerful chatter in exasperation. Shut up, shut up, shut up, bullman. Hicks shrugged. Gleeward stared at him with an unpleasant expression. He panted as he pondered about something. Guy, thank you for sending him over. Now you should go further away. Gleeward paused as if he felt that it was not safe. He narrowed his single eye and warned Guy in a soft voice. You don't want to hear that I'll kill you if you find out, do you? Guy trembled slightly. He looked at the dying teenager in his chief's arms and squeezed out a terrified and strange smile. All right, Chief. After Cale left, Gleeward exhaled. The veteran looked at Hicks in displeasure. Very well, Old Crow, since you're in Dragon Cloud City, very well, I'll treat you to a meal. As long as it's in my territory, you can choose the location, but Gleeward's expression changed. He changed the topic and said fiercely, you are not allowed to mention the past. Not even a single word. He looked very serious. Thales listened to their conversation suspiciously, but he had already guessed some things, so he preferred to remain silent. Leave everything to Hicks. Really? What a pity. Hicks sighed. Those precious years can't be easily forgotten. In the desert god's beast cage, we were reduced to slaves and lost all our dignity. You, on the other hand, swallowed fresh blood and fought against human or inhuman opponents. You fought for the last mouthful of stinky food and clenched your teeth to survive. Until Gleeward's expression changed again. Oh my, I'm so Ked. He closed his eyes in pain and annoyance. Shut up, shut up, shut up. I told you not to mention it again. Hicks nodded with a smile. He placed his hands on his walking stick and coughed softly. Once Gleeward made sure that Hicks did not speak again, he slowly exhaled, as if he had just avoided a great danger. He waved Thale's hand. All right, finish what you wanted to say. I'm still in a hurry to get rich. When Gleeward said this, his words came to an abrupt halt. The veteran frowned. He looked at Thales, who was no longer struggling and was trying his best to recover. Then he looked at the newcomer Hicks. Hicks still had that mysterious smile on his face as he stared at him quietly. Then Gleeward, I would like to ask you for a favor. Gleeward's expression froze on his face. In the next second, Thales felt his body loosen. Gleeward had let go of him. See Old Crow. The veteran looked at the hostage in disbelief, then at his old friend. You didn't ask to meet me in this strange place on a whim, did you? Thales lay on the ground. He felt that his limbs were sore and powerless after being deprived of oxygen for a long time. This brat didn't suddenly appear out of nowhere because of a coincidence, did he? In the face of Gleeward's bewildered question, Hicks shook his head. Of course not. He walked forward slowly, leaning on his walking stick. That's right. I want to ask you to help him. Hicks' expression slowly became serious. Please send Prince Thales out of Dragon Cloud City in secret and safely to the designated place, despite the many layers of security. Gleeward. The three of them sank into silence. Thales propped his arms up from the ground and stood up with great effort. He flashed a smile that was rarely seen that night. As expected, the contact Putre had spoken of, it's Hicks. Him? No, their mutual, well-respected teacher. It's you, teacher. Following Putre's instructions, he flashed a friendly and grateful smile at Hicks. I'm sorry that I didn't say goodbye to you before. Hicks returned the smile and winked playfully. The eyeballs behind his monocle flickered back and forth. It's not too late now. Thales could not help but laugh and shake his head. So, the way Putre mentioned to get someone to help the Prince of Constellation leave the city in secret is, no way. Gleeward's rude voice rose again. Thales looked at the veteran in front of him with a puzzled expression. Gleeward's expression was angry and his breathing was rapid. He stared at the old crow in front of him. For the sake of our past friendship, it's not a problem for me to treat you to a meal or something, but this? Gleeward pointed at Thales in exasperation. This is not a favor, it's a huge problem. Thales raised his eyebrows. If I send this prince out of the city, once I'm discovered, but they won't be able to discover it, right? Hicks interrupted him with a smile. Just like before, we are very good at running away, whether it's the cages or the barren bone people's tents. Thales thought of something. Barren bone people. And the desert god? Gleeward looked as if he was choking. He opened his mouth and twitched for a few seconds before he finally waved his hand. Don't talk about the past. Also, this is not a matter of whether they discover it or not. The veteran turned to Hicks with a displeased expression. This is too risky. It involves the lives and deaths of so many of my subordinates. Do you know how the Star Killer will fix Shield District if he finds out? Forget about him. That Lee Span and those rotten people in the disciplinary hall are full of evil tricks. With every sentence Gleeward said, the old Hicks nodded slightly. It was as if he was listening to him pour out his troubles. Gleeward snorted in dissatisfaction. You don't know how chaotic Dragon Cloud City became after Nuven died. Do you know what will happen to my brothers once I fall? I just want to stay as far away from this stupid matter as possible. Thales coughed. Thales coughed. You wanted to exchange me for the bounty just now. Gleeward's expression stiffened. Exposed, he glared at Thales fiercely. Shut up, brat. He turned his head again and said to Hicks, help him? And he's a constellatiate? No way. No matter how great our friendship is. Gleeward's final tone was firm and brooked no room for doubt. Hicks sighed, but did not say anything else. The atmosphere turned cold again. A few seconds later, speaking of which, old crow. Gleeward snorted coldly and gestured at Thales with his chin. For your sake, I won't take him for the bounty. Take him to someone else. The further away from me, the better. I'll pretend that I never saw you. Thales' expression darkened. What? Hicks' eyebrows slowly furrowed. His skinny hands, which rested on the walking stick, trembled slightly. But immediately after, he relaxed his brows. All right, Gleeward. Hicks put on a smile again. Before I leave, I only ask you to do one more thing. Gleeward widened his eyes, tilted his head, and put on an expression that said, What else do you want? Hey, Hicks' expression changed instantly. He shook his head regretfully. You know, sometimes, when I dream about our time in the Flying Squirrel Tribe, Gleeward's expression changed again. All right. Gleeward cut him off as if he was begging for mercy. If you have anything to say, just say it. The veteran stared at the old crow in pain again, then looked elsewhere. He waved his hand in despair. I'll just pretend that I accidentally inhaled when I passed by a cesspool. Hicks' satisfied smile appeared on his face again. He nodded and said softly, Look at his eyes. Once he said this, both Thales and Gleeward were stunned. What? The veteran in the wheelchair blinked and scratched his head in confusion. Whose eyes? Thales, who was equally confused, asked. Hicks took a deep breath. He took a step forward, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. It was replaced by a rare coldness and sternness. Drew Gleeward, on account of the countless times I treated and saved you in the desert god's cage when you were on the brink of death, Hicks said, enunciating each word clearly, look carefully at this child's eyes. When he heard this, the first person to be stunned was Thales. My eyes? Wait. More than one person in this world has told me about his eyes, all right. Perhaps Hicks' rare stern expression had an effect, but after a few seconds of puzzled gazes, Gleeward gave in. He pushed his wheelchair and approached Thales with a reluctant expression. Slap. Thales, who was still in deep thought, felt a pain in his arm. Gleeward pulled him towards him. He raised his head and saw Gleeward's ferocious single eye. It reminded him of the one-eyed dragon Duke Koster Nanchester in Constellation. In the Hall of Stars, he was far more aggressive than the veteran in front of him. Gleeward still looked displeased, but under Hicks' stern gaze, he still approached Thales. He narrowed his single eye and scrutinized the prince's eyes under the dim moonlight. Thales felt rather uncomfortable under Gleeward's stare. He coughed softly and tried his best not to blink. The prince took a deep breath. He did not know what Hicks was up to, but he still chose to believe in his teacher. It was just like what Gilbert had told him. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. At that moment, Thales saw something a little surprised. Gleeward's expression changed. The displeasure and disdain on his face had already disappeared without a trace. What was left was only shock and astonishment. This made Thales think of something. The veteran turned his head abruptly. Light. But before he finished speaking, as if he knew what he wanted, Hicks picked up a burning torch from the ground and tossed it to Gleeward from afar. Gleeward frowned and glanced at the indifferent Hicks. He waved the torch to make it burn brighter. Then he moved closer to Thales. The heat and glare of the flame made Thales involuntarily shrink back, but Gleeward held him firmly. "Don't move, child." With the light from the torch, Gleeward scrutinized the corner of Thales' eyes again. This time, his expression became more solemn, and he also became more incredulous. "Don't blink either." Thales could clearly see that as he observed Gleeward's face, Gleeward's expression changed subtly. His expression changed from surprise to hesitation, from hesitation to stupefaction, from stupefaction to excitement, and from excitement to dejection. Gleeward's eyebrows trembled. His single eye was filled with complicated emotions, conflict and pain, gratitude and relief, remorse and regret, sadness and indecisiveness. Thales was secretly shocked as he watched. How a long time seemed to have passed. Finally, Gleeward slowly moved the torch away and lowered his head deeply. Impossible. In the darkness where no one could see, Gleeward propped himself up on his wheelchair, bent over, and spoke in a muffled voice. His voice seemed to be separated by a layer of fog, and it was a little indistinct. Hicks sighed softly while leaning on his walking stick. "Do you understand now?" Thales turned to the old crow in surprise and bewilderment, but he could only see the sorrow and desolation on his face. The prince instinctively said, "What's going on?" "My eyes." "No." The veteran in the wheelchair interrupted him. Gleeward's head was still lowered, but his voice began to tremble. He stuttered, and it was even more intense than when he was roaring just now. "No, no, no." He held the torch in his right hand and the arm of the wheelchair in his left. His shoulders rose and fell. Hicks shook his head. "You saw it." Gleeward raised his head swiftly. Thales stared at his face in surprise. The veteran's eyes were wide open, and he shook his head in disbelief, like a detective who had just discovered a cruel truth. The prince touched his eyelids. He looked at Hicks, then at Gleeward. A strange sense of panic spread in his heart. They know something. Only me. Only I don't know. No. Gleeward trembled and blinked his single eye. He panted violently while he gritted his teeth and said, "This is just a coincidence. There may not be many people like this, but there definitely are. You only need paint, Thales." Thales shuddered and turned to Hicks. "Teacher Hicks." The old crow, who interrupted the veteran, snorted softly. "My friend may be highly skilled, but he doesn't care much about the high-level politics of the neighboring countries." His words were flat, and there was no inflection in them. It was a stark contrast to Hicks' usual lively and interesting demeanor when he taught. "So, can I trouble you to tell him?" Hicks did not look at any of them, but stared firmly at his walking stick. "What is your full name?" "Full name?" Thales shuddered. He knew. He knew what they were conflicted about. "That is..." The night returned to silence. Only the torch in Gleeward's hand continued to crackle. Thales answered subconsciously. His gaze was fixed on Gleeward's obviously abnormal body. My full name is..." Thales Therangerana Kessel Jadestar. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the torch fell to the ground and rolled into a pool of blood beside it, struggling helplessly. Gleeward sat in his wheelchair in a daze. He stared blankly at Thales, who was also absent-minded. His right hand was still in the air, still in the position of holding the torch. But he still did not move. It was as if he was living in a dream. Gleeward spoke softly. "This is impossible." The voice that was once rough, hot-tempered, and extremely unpleasant to the ears sounded as if it came from a distant mountain at that moment. It was gentle and calm. It was as if he was afraid of disturbing someone's sweet dreams. Hicks slowly flashed a tired but sincere smile. "That's right, Drew." The old crow raised his head slowly. The meaning in his eyes was complicated and profound. "This is Lady Theron's son. He is her bloodline. Asterisk sizzle. Star. Chapter 345. At that moment, it was as if someone had stopped time from moving forward in this dark, remote, and dilapidated corner of Shield District. The three of them faced each other in silence. The stagnant atmosphere fueled their own indescribable emotions. Until, "What's going on?" Thales asked the other two in disbelief. "Hicks, and you, what are you talking about? You know my mother?" Under the moonlight, the prince's face was full of surprise. He stared at the veteran in the wheelchair, who was still trembling slightly, and the old man who held his walking stick with his head lowered in dejection. "How did you know her? Where is she?" But they did not answer. "How about it, Drew?" Hicks sighed slowly and said, "Is this reason enough?" Gleeward finally managed to calm his trembling breathing. As if a long time had passed, the wheelchair, which was immersed in the darkness, moved slightly and crushed a few stones on the ground. The person in the wheelchair exhaled laboriously and raised his head with all his might under the dim moonlight. "You can't." The veteran's voice was stiff. His gaze moved back and forth between Thales and Hicks. You can't do this." When he said this, Gleeward's expression froze for a moment. But Hicks continued to look at him calmly. "It's been more than 20 years. I am Gleeward. I am in Dragoncloud City. I have my territory, my brothers, my everything. They are all counting on me. You can't?" His face contorted and he grabbed his wheelchair tightly, as if he was about to rush to the battlefield in the next moment. "You can't suddenly appear like this and then bring up a bunch of *T and touching past to ask me to do this and that. Those are all in the past, old crow." Gleeward waved his hand abruptly and seemed to be speaking more fluently. "So what if you're her son?" "I don't care," Hicks answered him with a flat but firm old voice. "It's precisely because those are all in the past, Drew. That's why it will exist forever." Gleeward's words came to a halt, as if he had choked on something. Hicks' gaze was still. "Since we can't change it, we can't run away from it." Gleeward shuddered in the wheelchair. The veteran slowly let go of the wheelchair, clasped his hands together, and gritted his teeth. "Shut up." Thales looked at Hicks, then at Gleeward. The puzzlement in his heart was difficult to quell. 20 years ago? The past? They all knew Theron Jorana. That mysterious mother. He pricked up his ears, wanting to hear more. No one wants to recall the nightmare of the past, whether it was before or after. The aged Hicks sighed softly and said, "But at least think about it. Back then, who was the one who brought people like us, who were struggling and at the end of our lives, and a walking corpse like you out of Caligri? Out of that bottomless cage of darkness, out of that bloody arena shrouded in shadows." Caliguri. The title seemed to remind Gleeward of something. He closed his eyes and his chest began to heave. Thales was puzzled. "Caligri? What is that place?" "Yes, my dear Drew." Hicks stared at Gleeward from afar, who was immersed in his memories and had an uncertain expression. "This is the debt we owe." Gleeward opened his eyes and took a deep breath laboriously. "Shut up." Thales could not hold it in anymore. "Sorry to disturb you, but..." He took a step forward, and his tone was slightly anxious. "Who exactly is my mother?" Gleeward suddenly raised his head. "I said shut up." The veteran gritted his teeth, widened one of his eyes, and stared at the teenage prince with a contorted face, as if he was going through some kind of torture. His beard and hair stood on end, and he looked as if he was forcefully suppressing his emotions, forcing Thales to swallow his words. "There are always some things, you can't deny and you can't forget." Hicks coughed in slight pain, but he waved his hand and refused Thales' kind offer to help him up. "Isn't that so?" The old crow took a moment to recover before he slowly opened his mouth and called out a name that Thales was very unfamiliar with. "Bloody thorn lizard." Asterisk bang. Asterisk Glee Ward punched his wheelchair. Shut up, shut up. The veteran leaned forward and glared at Hicks fiercely. Go to hell, old man. You are never allowed to call me that. You know that I asterisk King hate this the most. His voice was filled with hostility and pain. He slapped his wheelchair fiercely. You know that. Thales stared at Glee Ward in astonishment. The prince became increasingly suspicious of Theron's relationship with them. At the same time, he was also worried about his future. But Hicks only continued to support himself with his walking stick. He stood there indifferently. Then send this child away, Drew. This is all I asked of you in the past. Then, you can go back and be the local tyrant with a clear conscience. You can flaunt your power as the boss of your gang. Glee Ward fell back against his seat and panted a few times. It was as if the conversation just now had exhausted most of his energy. A gust of wind blew past. The huge temperature difference between day and night in Dragoncloud's city made Thales shudder. He could not help but sneeze. No. Glee Ward's pained but firm voice traveled into his ears. Dream on. I won't take this job. Thales was shocked. What? That's it? You won't take it? A cold glare appeared behind Hicks' monocle. He said calmly, Is that your answer, Glee Ward? Glee Ward's chest visibly swayed. That's it. The veteran in the wheelchair raised his head again, gritted his teeth, and said angrily, You, get lost. He squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, Get out of my territory. Immediately, right now. His rough voice rang out in this remote corner, echoing back and forth between the ruins of the wall. But Hicks said nothing. He only stared at Glee Ward in silence. Glee Ward, whose expression was contorted, and Hicks, whose expression was cold, stared at each other under the moonlight. This atmosphere made Thales rather uneasy. For a moment, it overshadowed his curiosity about his mysterious mother, and made him even more confused about how he could escape. After a long time, Hicks sighed slowly. Is that so? The veteran in the wheelchair stared at the old man in front of him. His gaze was filled with a hidden meaning that Thales could not understand. Boss? In the distance, Kevin, who heard the roar, drove the carriage closer and asked anxiously, What's wrong? Glee Ward panted a few times, adjusted his breathing, and restrained his emotions that were out of control. Kevin, the veteran said stiffly to the young man in the carriage, Where did they come from? Send them back to where they came from. Kevin was slightly taken aback. Huh. Glee Ward closed his eyes, then opened them again. Damn it. The boss of Shield District gritted his teeth stiffly and slammed his wheelchair. Get them. His voice was rough, and his words were cold. Thales sighed in his heart. Kevin was shocked by the way the boss behaved. He first trembled a little, then immediately nodded. Okay, Glee Ward snorted coldly. He gave Hicks, who was still silent, a rude glare, as if he was his mortal enemy. The next moment, the veteran moved abruptly. He turned his wheelchair to face the opposite direction from Hicks. On the way, he violently pushed aside a corpse that was blocking his path. Then, he cast a glance in Thales' direction with a complicated expression. But the moment before his gaze met the latter's, he quickly looked away. *CKU Old Crow. Then, amidst the friction between the wheels and the ground, Glee Ward's figure on the wheelchair disappeared into the night. He left without any delay. He ran over countless gravel along the way. The sound of the wheelchair gradually faded away. Thales silently watched the direction in which Glee Ward left. Doubt and disappointment coexisted in his heart. Sir, and this? After making sure that Glee Ward was far away, Kevin rubbed his hands as if he had a headache. He looked at the old crow and Thales with a troubled expression. He remembered the boss' attitude towards them just now. He pointed at the carriage and thought about the tone he should use. Maybe we should. Hicks tapped his walking stick and flashed a friendly smile. It will be done in a while, young man. Please wait for me at the front. We have to say goodbye. Under Hicks' polite and friendly smile, Kevin drove the carriage into the distance with a skeptical look. Thales stared at his teacher with a slightly dejected expression. You saw it, Thales? Hicks turned his head and looked at Thales apologetically. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I can't help you. And you can't just follow me back to Axe District. It's too dangerous. Thales stared at him quietly. He shook his head and threw the slight regret that rose in his heart out of his mind. In truth, Thales realized that the ups and downs in his emotions were not as great as he had imagined. His worry about his own safety was largely diluted by the information revealed in the conversation between the two of them just now. The land. This name again. When he thought of this, Thales could not help but sigh softly. Hicks. The prince sucked in a breath and fixed his gaze on the old crow. Mr. Hicks, you are willing to travel a long and arduous journey to Extet to be my teacher. Is it really just because of Put-Ray and Gilbert's recommendation? The old crow froze for a moment. Who knows? Hicks reacted quickly. He chuckled softly. Maybe it's because of the generous salary? Hicks. In the end, the prince could not suppress the doubts in his heart. It's about my mother. Don't you have anything to say? Of course, the biggest doubt in his heart was far from this. Hicks' figure stopped on the spot. There was a moment of silence between the two of them. After a while, the old man slowly opened his wrinkled mouth. Hicks said slowly, "Shouldn't you be more familiar with her than I am?" Thales' breathing froze. "I've never seen her," he said a little awkwardly as he recalled the few memories of their land in his mind. "I've only heard about her from other people's mouths." Yes, Thales thought quietly. The abnormality I was born with. In Mindy's hall, the king and Gilbert told him the strangely pronounced name with certainty. There was also the stern high priestess Lycia, the insane Queen Kia during the Bloody Year, the majestic queen of the sky who descended from the sky. Every bit of information about his mother made him more and more confused. Who exactly is there in Joranna? What kind of existence is she? So that's how it is. Hicks looked at him and sighed slowly. It's such a pity. Thales cast him a questioning look. So? Hicks looked at him for a long time before he smiled faintly. When I was not so old and not so young, I was quite unlucky for a while. Hicks recalled the past and sighed. The process was too complicated. In any case, I was robbed and sold to the Great Desert as a slave. Thales was stunned. The Great Desert? Hicks nodded with a smile. Yes, it's the place you're about to go. The Great Desert. The old crow sighed faintly. His gaze moved past Thales as if he was looking somewhere else. What a big place. There are only 3 things left in the world there. Sand? The old crow narrowed his eyes. And sand? Thales could not help but frown. No matter how far you walk, how long you walk, and how fast you walk, you will never reach the end. All the rules of the world, morality, order, fairness, strength, and even time lose their meaning there. As for slaves, Hicks patted the back of his hand and said with a sigh, it's hard to imagine that this system, which disappeared after the ancient empire, still exists in the Great Desert. You can exaggerate and imagine my miserable state at that time. As he recalled the past, Hicks' gaze was indifferent, but his tone was thought-provoking. A group of people who had lost all hope, all dignity, and most of their selves. Prisoners of war, criminals, drunkards, cripples, prostitutes, beggars, lunatics, exiles. Just like that, like wild beasts and livestock, they were kept in filthy, cruel, hopeless, and painful cages. They were given all kinds of slave codes, and they went through all kinds of hell that people could imagine, waiting for death. Thales listened attentively and resisted the urge to ask questions. He searched his heart for a piece of relevant information. Hicks coughed softly. A strange light shone in his eyes. And that was the place where I first met your mother. There in Joranna. Hicks' voice was very soft, as if he was coaxing a cute child. Thales watched him quietly. The old crow sighed with emotion and said, I still remember Theron's long, fiery red hair that reached her waist, her delicate and translucent skin, her beautifully curved lips, and her light gray eyes, just like yours. Long, fiery red hair. Thales frowned. This was the only description of Theron's appearance that he had obtained over the past few years. But the most impressive thing about her was not these. Hicks smiled helplessly. I still can't forget Theron. The way she turned her head to look at people was full of confusion and mystery, but the way she grinned and snickered made people feel that she was mischievous and hateful. That girl was sometimes as passionate as fire and mischievous, and sometimes as calm as water, wise and farsighted. Thales paused and asked curiously, "What?" "Yes, I know that this is very contradictory." Hicks seemed to know the doubts in Thales' heart. He waved his hand and laughed. "But I just have this feeling." In her rare gray eyes, there is madness and rationality at the same time, but they blend perfectly. She is like a kind that is similar to us, but also like an existence that is above us. That is Thurin, the enchanting, mysterious, and unpredictable Thurin. Hicks shook his head helplessly and dejectedly. "I am quite confident in my choice of words, but I have to admit that when it comes to that girl, my eloquence is pathetically poor. I can't even describe her." Thales was stunned. Madness and rationality? She's like our kind, but also like an existence above us. What's going on? Thurin is. The more the old crow went on, the more ethereal his gaze became, as if it was shining into a corner that ordinary people could not see. The amazing Thurin was the nickname given to her by the cage masters. She was the only slave who could retain her original name. Thales thought of something. Slave? Thales' eyes were filled with surprise and bewilderment. "You mean my mother was a slave in the desert? How is that possible?" Doubts arose in his heart. If it's according to what the Queen of the Sky said, she was. As if unwilling to let Thales continue thinking about it, Hicks raised his voice. "Until she proved that she was not." Slave. The amazing Thurin. Thales pondered and subconsciously continued, "What do you mean?" When he said this, the old crow exhaled and paused for a moment. He closed his eyes gently, and a warm smile appeared on his face. "Your mother. She was very smart and very persuasive. That girl used 2 to 3 years to pull the hopeless slaves who lived like walking corpses out of the abyss, out of hell, out of quagmires, out of despair. She brought us together." Thales listened attentively. From the old crow's slowly fluctuating emotions, he could feel the countless pasts of the past contained in those simple words. A few seconds later, Hicks, who was immersed in his memories, opened his eyes. He let out a long sigh and ended his speech with a few words. "In the end, we found a way to survive. We escaped." Chapter 346. Thales' eyes brightened. "Thurin. Slave. Survived. Escaped. That's it." Hicks chuckled softly and shrugged. "That was my meeting with Thurin. It wasn't long, but it left a deep impression. I hope it will be of some help to you." Thales was slightly startled. A sense of disappointment rose in him, as if he was listening to a story but did not continue. "That's all?" The old crow's oily smile answered him. "What else?" Thales could not get rid of his doubts. He quickly asked, "Where did she come from? Where is she from? Where did she go after that? How did he get involved with my father and Constellation?" Hicks coughed softly and interrupted Thales' continuous questioning. "I am very willing to describe my impression of your mother to you, Thales. If my drawing skills were good enough, I could even write a sketch for you. But I am afraid that this is all I know. I don't know her identity before she became a slave, and I can't tell where she came from." Hicks looked at him regretfully and gestured to the surroundings. "And now is not the time for us to sit down and talk about the past." Thales was momentarily speechless in the face of Hicks' apologetic and helpless smile. Hicks sighed and stroked his walking stick. An indecipherable emotion surged in his eyes behind the monocle. "As for Gleeward, I can only say that I am truly sorry." His voice was hoarse. "Take care of yourself." Thales seemed to have woken up from a dream. The shock of receiving the information was instantly washed away by the threat in front of him. The prince paused for a long while. Thales forced a smile. "I should be the one apologizing. You took a huge risk to save me. If Heroic Spirit Palace finds out, don't worry about me, child." Hicks shook his head. "My channels are perfectly normal. It won't arouse suspicion. Putray is worried about his missing prince, and as his teacher, I came to ask an old friend for information out of consideration for his feelings. At least, heroic Spirit Palace, who can't even take care of themselves, won't suspect anything in the short term. Thales was silent. But I'm still sorry that I couldn't send you out, Hicks said gloomily with unease and melancholy. I suggest that you hide here for a night and we'll think. Thales forced an ugly smile. Thank you, sir. He looked at the ruins around him, and the shocking battle in Shield District all those years ago flashed past his mind. I tried not to think about the bleak future. Thales pursed his lips and hesitated for a moment. But I will find a way to get out myself. When Gleeward refused to help him, Thales was indeed disappointed and terrified. After all, Dragon Cloud City was under heavy lockdown, and the Star Killer was chasing after him all over the city, but Hicks had already done enough for him. He had no right to ask for more. Hicks silently watched the prince try his best to maintain the smile on his face. He did not speak. Of course. Hicks flashed a slightly bitter smile. But for some reason, Thales felt that there was an indecipherable meaning hidden in his gaze. Of course you can, then I will, the old man said nothing more. He bowed apologetically and turned away, leaning on his crutch. He walked towards Kevin, who was waiting impatiently in the distance. Thales stared at his back from afar and suddenly remembered something. One last question. Thales' words made Hicks stop in his tracks. Our first lesson, remember? Thales rubbed his hands together, as if this could drive away the coldness of the night. The boundaries of governance. Hicks paused visibly. He turned completely around to face Thales. Of course. Thales glanced at the desolate scene around him again and faced the old Hicks. At the end of that day, you told us that all our speculations and conclusions in class that day were actually wrong. The prince took a deep breath. He took a few steps forward and looked into Hicks' eyes seriously. I originally thought that you wanted to tell us that history can be interpreted in many ways, but during the second lesson, even though we did a lot of homework, I could feel that you were not satisfied with our Da. Hicks stared at him silently and did not say a word. Thales raised his eyebrows at him. Why? Thales raised an eyebrow at him. Why? What is it? What is it in your mind? The horse that pulled the carriage in the distance neighed in boredom. Under the night sky, the hunched old man and the teenager with his head held high stood in a corner of the ruins, facing each other in silence. The old crow smiled. You know, I originally planned to talk about this a long time later, or when we graduate and stop our lessons. I didn't even care about anything and let all of you figure it out on your own. The old man's words faltered for a moment. But in view of your current situation, Thales still stared at him with bright, piercing eyes. All right. Hicks smiled helplessly, like an old grandfather who could not stand being bothered by his child. Why was our discussion that day wrong? Because times have changed. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. Hicks clasped his hands around his walking stick again. He tried his best to straighten his hunched back and coughed softly. The old man suddenly became serious. Let me clarify something first, Thales. What we were doing at that time was analyzing and discussing events that happened more than 10 years ago, deducing the development and direction of the people and events at that time, and trying to come up with as many useful conclusions as possible that can be used as a reference for us today. Thales nodded slightly. But Hicks' tone changed. His eyes shone with a rarely seen sharpness. But the problem is, time is different. Time. Doubt rose in Thales' heart. You mean? Hicks raised a hand and silenced his question. The world, young sir. Our world is complicated and ever-changing. As if to save time, Hicks did not give Thales another chance to interrupt him. Time is moving forward, and times are changing. People may have seen that in the past few thousand years, the iron hooves of humans have created boundless prosperity. The powerful empire has ended the divided governance of various kings. The bright God's church has purified the treacherous hearts of people. The turbulent waves overturned the decadent imperial family. The division of the church has rebuilt the gods. The battle of eradication, which is the closest to us, has determined today's situation. Hick's gaze shifted. But at the same time, many people will also overlook that thousands of years ago, the merchants on the land had just gotten used to bartering. Farmers could only rely on iron and fire to harvest crops. People did not even know how to domesticate messenger crows. Communication between cities could only rely on messengers. Today, the palaces of many kingdoms even look like barbarian gatherings. Hundreds of years ago, eternal oil and crystal drops were still hidden deep under the sea and underground. Mystic guns had not yet appeared in this world. The teachings of the bright god were spread throughout the continent and could not be doubted. Our long-distance ships could only pray for good weather and hope that the trade winds would bring them far away. Thales lowered his head and silently thought about the historical process of this world. Hicks tapped his walking stick lightly. He was a little lost in thought. But that's not all. Every year, every month, every day, every minute, every second, every part of the world is changing. Not just the politics of the lords, not just the coins of the merchants, not just the crops of the farmers. Some of the changes are so small that they are undetectable or even unrecognizable. Some of the changes are connected to the changes in other things and bring about changes in the final outcome. Hick's words were serious and his gaze was solemn. Even Thales subconsciously straightened his back in the cold wind. But it is precisely these insignificant changes that accompany the progress of history that are crucial. They make it difficult for those of us who try to summarize patterns, learn from experience, uncover the truth, and deduce cause and effect. And when many people talk about history, use history as a reference, and compare history, it is easy for them to unknowingly ignore these changes, even if it's only for 18 years. Only after experiencing failure will they have the energy to look for the existence of these changes. Camelot the great emperor established the ancient empire, Kessel VI rebuilt the final empire, and King Tormund established Constellation. They are often compared, but these three people are no longer facing the same world, the same group of people, and the same situation. When he said this, Hicks coughed a few times. We can't just focus on the things we care about, Thales. There are too many factors that determine every period of history and every case. There are so many that it's easy for us to ignore them. And these factors change too quickly, so quickly that it's hard for us to grasp them. So, on that day, when we confidently and complacently gave the conclusion of the limits of governance, Hicks sighed deeply. He was full of emotions, as if he did not expect Thales to understand. We are arrogant and always think that there is nothing new under the sun. But in fact, everything under the sun is new. Thales' eyes sparkled. What we have learned from history, the prince said subconsciously, is that we have learned nothing from history. Hicks' eyes immediately lit up while he was sighing. A thought-provoking paradox, an interesting set of logic. The old crow mulled over the meaning of this sentence. Learned nothing? I can feel that it doesn't just mean repeated mistakes on the surface. Thales snapped out of his daze and heaved a sigh of relief. Of course it isn't. Did you think of this sentence yourself? Hicks' eyes were filled with recognition and admiration. Of course. Under the old crow's probing gaze, Thales deflated the moment he opened his mouth. Of course not. He said awkwardly, it was someone else who mentioned a rather great person who is no longer in this world. His surname is Hegel, if I remember correctly. Hicks smiled. Very good. I guess it isn't. My classes require sincerity and introspection, and what I need the least is arrogance and vanity. So, Thales asked tentatively, about the first lesson, what do you want to tell us? Hicks tapped his walking stick lightly and returned to his previous state. Secondly, as people who are far away from that era, any judgment we make about the past can only be pale and superficial compared to the real past. The old crow furrowed his brows tightly, as if he had a headache. Since we can't restore the past, we have lost too many bases to rely on for judgment. We focus on the king's intentions and interests, but does King Nuvan really think so? We appeal to the vassal's standpoint and behavior, but what else did the counts do? Which came first and which came last? We attribute Extet's disadvantage to the unruly nature of the conquered land, but what were the real actions of the people of Constellation? Will there be important historical facts that we have missed out? There was endless emotion in Hick's voice. Trying to use the excuse of grasping the essence to ignore the process and narration of historical details to simplify the interpretation and judgment of history is quite dangerous, no matter how you look at it. Every time we miss out or misjudge a detail, the deviation between our judgment and the real history will be huge. And if we use this as a basis, the error between the law of the conclusion we conclude and the actual situation will be even more disastrous. The old crow chuckled and shook his head. The ancient saying of Maine Nocturne, the slightest error can lead to a great error. It is also like the warning that the ancient elves taught their young archers. The slightest error can lead to a great error. Mr. Thales was stunned. He remembered something. Not only that, Thales said as if he was talking to himself. Not only that, Thales said as if he was talking to himself. There are also endogenous and collinear interactions, sample infection, multi-level deviations, causal inferences, and when you expand the scope of individual behavior to the collective level. Hicks was baffled by the series of unfamiliar words. He frowned. What? It was only then that Thales came to a realization. He quickly shook his head and said, "Nothing, I was just talking to myself." Hicks gave him a strange look and continued to speak. Therefore, on that day, after we went through deductions and guesses that we thought were rigorous but were actually biased and full of mistakes, we easily came to a conclusion about what happened 18 years ago and recklessly attributed it to the boundaries of governance. Even if it sounded reasonable, it was absolutely far from the truth that we wanted. It could not fit into our future history and be used for today's future. 18 years is enough to change a lot of things, and we are definitely not omniscient and omnipotent. Hicks stretched out his walking stick and drew an unpleasant sound on the uneven ground. He said dejectedly, "So, every time we try to use history as a mirror, we find that this mirror is not flat, and the images it reflects are always distorted and blurry, making it difficult to use." Hicks let out a long, deep breath. Remember this, Thales. In Dragon Kiss Academy, even the most famous scholar has to be careful, humble, and extremely cautious when it comes to history, the world, and the crowd. He has to deal with the gap between what he knows and what is true. Thales frowned and stared at the old man in front of him. He did not say a word. Hicks snorted in a mocking manner. And take that day as an example. In our daily lives, most of the people who self-righteously list out arguments and state them with absolute certainty, such as the empire died because of this, what caused a kingdom to prosper, if there was no such thing, there would be no such thing, and so on, are more or less filled with the savagery and childlike naivety of beginners. Hicks tapped his forehead, then pointed at Thales, who had a serious expression on his face. "Your brain works very fast, Thales. I believe that your eloquence has brought you a lot of convenience, but sometimes you need to stop, think more, and speak less. A wise man rarely speaks eloquently." Thales still did not speak. He stood quietly on the spot and listened to Hicks. "Humility," Hicks said earnestly and earnestly. "Thales, humility. This is what you should really learn from your first lesson. Instead of my seemingly open-minded and reasonable questions that are in fact deliberately led to your own conclusions through the deliberate indoctrination that I meticulously set up, you should not come to a conclusion. You came to a conclusion, but you believed it without a doubt. You believed that it was your own thinking. Humility is often lost in this way." Hicks seemed to have remembered the past. He could not help but say with a sigh, "When it comes to learning, it is the easiest for a person to lose his humility and become self-righteous. When your empty brain is suddenly filled with something, in the excitement of self-improvement, you often do not pay attention to whether the thing that fills your brain is a pile of sh*t or, most of the time, both look the same. The thing that fills your brain." When he thought of this, Thales thought of something and raised his gaze. "Speaking of which, I remembered something." The prince spoke in a deliberative tone and anxiously said, "Sir, do you remember the book you used to refute us in the first lesson, The History of the Northern Territory?" Hicks raised his eyebrows. He coughed softly. I specifically went to look for this book, so, Thales seemed a little embarrassed. He observed the old crow's half-smile and slowly said, "The name of the author is written on the title page of that book." The author's name is written on the title page of the book. That's... Thales waved his hand in embarrassment. Mary H. Hicks from Dragon Kiss Academy. Hicks' pupils shrank slightly. Thales looked at the original author before him with a resigned expression. Is that sh*t? A few seconds later, the old crow burst out laughing in delight. Ha! The old man's laughter was not pleasant to the ears. It was indeed comparable to a crow's. But it was obvious that he was very happy. Hicks laughed until he was out of breath. He supported himself on his walking stick, and his shoulders shook as he laughed and looked at Thales. You really went? Huh? Thales shrugged helplessly and faked an awkward smile. Tracing the source of quotes and looking through the publication information. Aren't these the basic qualities of a postgraduate student? So, the corners of Thales' mouth twitched awkwardly. He wanted to end the topic. My thoughts were never mine, but everyone's? Hicks' laughter stopped. Another interesting sentence. Hicks paused for a moment and put on a thoughtful expression. Did you think of this yourself? Thales shrugged. I really want to say no, but this sentence? Very good. Hicks put away his smile and looked at Thales in a steady and serious manner. And the only thing that can guarantee that your brain won't be immersed in shit is, Thales. Thales nodded respectfully and continued his teacher's words. Humility. Hicks flashed a smile again. But then, Thales changed the tone of his voice. But you left out one thing. Reflect on yourself. Remember the lesson rules you told us? Before questioning something, it's best to ask yourself. Thank you, Bourdieu. Thales smiled in his heart. Hicks' expression changed slightly. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the teenager in front of him again. Not just, before, Thales. He said calmly. But those are advanced lessons, and they are options for advancement. Not everyone has the aptitude to reach that stage. Hicks blinked. And we will do it step by step. We will start with humility. Then we will plan for other things. Thales smiled. One step at a time. He looked at the strangely interesting old man in front of him and thought of his uncertain future. He suddenly sighed. Thales suddenly raised his index finger. Sir, I was thinking, although you told me that the meaning of the first lesson was humility, wise men rarely speak eloquently, and so on. Thales narrowed his eyes. But I thought about it again. The prince clicked his tongue and looked at the old man in front of him from head to toe as if he was sizing up a suspect. Is there a possibility that the moment you turn around and return to Heroic Spirit Palace, you will say to young rascal, to Saroma? Hicks showed a puzzled expression. Thales cleared his throat and slowed down his tone. With a rough voice, he imitated Hicks's usual tone. Dear little Saroma, my dear little brother. Jie, you must know that wise men are not afraid of eloquence. Madam, what you need is to confidently stuff your opinion into other people's minds, even if it's a pile of shit. Before Thales finished speaking, Hicks laughed out loud, and his expression was exaggerated. He kept hitting the ground with his walking stick. Ha! Thales laughed as well. Under the moonlight, the old man and the teenager who were thousands of miles away from home looked at each other and laughed. In the distance, Kevin, who was waiting with his head in his hands, let out another yawn in resignation. Finally, the laughter of the two people gradually weakened. Thales closed his mouth. Hicks also stopped smiling and looked at him calmly and peacefully. It's time. Thales spoke subconsciously, but Hicks was one step faster than him. You know, your mother did tell me where she was going, the old crow said flatly, but Thales was momentarily stunned. Hicks straightened his back in the darkness and sighed at the vast starry sky. Before we parted, she stood alone with her back to us. She faced the blood-red setting sun on the vast desert and said with a chuckle. Thales felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness in his heart. He knew that what came next was that person's original words. Hicks said faintly, Since I escaped with much difficulty, of course I want to go to a wider world. Perhaps I can pry open this boring world. Thales was stunned. Pry open this boring. I believe that she did it, Hicks said softly, but his words traveled clearly into Thales' ears through the quiet night sky. Perhaps she will eventually do it. A breeze blew past, and it let out a long whimper through the hole in the wall behind them. Hicks straightened his scarf. With a solemn expression, he nodded slightly at Thales. Take care, young sir. Thales put away his thoughts and nodded solemnly as well. You too. And so, Thales stood alone in the quiet night, listening to the sound of Hicks' walking stick slowly fade into the distance. He watched as the old man's hunched figure gradually disappeared. He listened as Hicks boarded the dilapidated, shoddy truck, which was a stark contrast to Shield District, and explained to Kevin in a low voice why the teenager did not come. He watched from afar as the truck left under Kevin's whip and the dissatisfied neigh of the old horse, never to return. The prince greedily sucked in a mouthful of air in the cold wind of the night, but his lungs were frozen. Thales turned around in resignation. The problem he faced and the melancholy in his heart surged before his eyes again. From now on he was alone again. Just like in the past. Thales absent-mindedly kicked away a large piece of gravel that almost tripped him. He looked at the corpses Glee Ward left behind on the ground, and then at the grand scene of Shield District before him. He felt a headache coming on. All of Dragon Cloud City is looking for me. In fact, it was not just Dragon Cloud City. Lampard, Count Leespan, Count Nazir, and all the vassals. What should I do? Thales scratched his head in pain. Go back to the secret passage? Look for Putray? Hide in Shield District and act according to circumstances? But I'm short on clothes and meat. Hey, Brett. Thales raised his head in shock. Under the moonlight, half of a head with a worried expression appeared behind a broken wall in front of him to his left. A rough voice was trying hard to suppress its tone as it whispered, "Why are you spacing out? Come here." Thales was stunned. He stared at the person leaning against the corner of the wall in shock. Glee Ward? Asterisk bang. Asterisk the person behind the corner of the wall hit the wall in annoyance. The familiar wheelchair came slowly from behind the wall. Thales blinked. He could not figure out what was going on. Keep your F asterisk king voice down. Glee Ward, who had just left in a huff, was now staring at him angrily. The veteran who had lost both his legs had an awkward and complicated expression on his face. He looked around warily from time to time. And where are your F asterisk king manners? Why did you call me that? That, Glee Ward? Thales ignored Glee Ward's anger. He just stared at the other person in a daze and scratched his head, trying to figure out what was going on. But why are you? Glee Ward interrupted him from the wheelchair. His remaining eyes were filled with the words, I don't like the look of you. Shut up. Come with me. Go with him? Thales was stunned again. He did not understand the logic behind the other person's actions. But didn't you say that you would let me go and not take me for the reward? Hey! Glee Ward made a threatening expression like a wild beast. I said shut up. The veteran drove the wheelchair in front of Thales. He looked at the surprised prince and snorted coldly in displeasure. Aren't you going out of the city? Come with me obediently. Thales rolled his eyes 3 times. Out of the city? He smiled stiffly, waved his hand tentatively, and pointed in the direction where Hicks left. But didn't you just reject the old crow? The impatient Gleeward's expression changed. He supported the wheelchair with his left hand, pulled himself up a few inches, and raised his right fist at Thales. Thales, who still had lingering fear in his heart, subconsciously took a few steps back and raised his hands in front of his chest. Wait! Gleeward's fist stopped in midair. F asterisk CK, are you looking for a beating? The veteran said angrily without hesitation, are you going out of the city to live or not? Thales' ears were ringing because of his loud voice. He felt dizzy and nodded subconsciously. Yes, yes? In the awkward atmosphere, the two of them stared at each other. One of them was furious and the other was confused. A few seconds later, Glee Ward put down his fist, snorted, and turned his wheelchair around. "Follow me obediently, brat." He snorted in disdain. Thales, who was still in a state of shock, put down his hands. He shrugged as if he had understood something and followed Glee Ward in a contemplative manner. Hence, amid the sound of wheels rolling over the gravel, the shadows of a wheelchair and a teenager slowly elongated on the rough ground of Shield District. They moved forward side by side under the quiet night sky. Asterisk slap. 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 Asterisk Thales punched his left palm 3 times with his right fist. "I understand now." While walking, Thales carefully observed Glee Ward, whose expression was unpleasant. He seemed to be aggrieved but also angry. The teenager seemed to have made a new discovery. There was a hint of surprise in his voice. "In the end, you will still help me. You just don't want to admit defeat in front of the old crow." Glee Ward's expression froze. "Shut up." But Thales, who was immersed in his new discovery, did not care about what the old man said at all. His eyes lit up. "And Hicks, that old crow intentionally made me stay. He also knows this. Hicks knows that you will definitely help me, so he—" Glee Ward's expression became even more unpleasant. He gritted his teeth, slanted his lips, and twisted his face. He sped up the speed of his hands, pushing the wheelchair forward. "Shut up." Thales took 2 steps forward and overtook the accelerating wheelchair. He turned around to face the veteran. "Wait." Thales' eyes grew brighter. "You know this too, don't you? You know that he knows that you will help me." As if his thoughts were exposed, Glee Ward exhaled with a lifeless expression. As he pushed the wheelchair, he banged the wheel in dissatisfaction. "Shut up. Shut up." Thales did not intend to shut up at all. He walked backwards with one hand over his chest and the other caressing his chin. He looked pleasantly surprised. "So, you both know each other very well, but, for some reason, you don't want to make it clear, Hicks. He also knows that you know that he knows that you will help me." Glee Ward, who could not take it anymore, raised his head in pain and wailed. "Enough." The veteran stopped and fiercely cut Thales off. "Shut up, shut up, shut up." Thales stopped talking and looked at Glee Ward in puzzlement. "Yes, I know he knows too." Glee Ward's face was filled with anger. He waved his hands at the sky. "So what?" He spat in a very unrefined manner and looked at Thales in annoyance. "I also know that he knew that I knew that he knew that I would help you." Thales nodded solemnly and used his gaze to encourage him to continue speaking. "F***ck, I'm going crazy because of you." Glee Ward's words were stuck in his throat. His expression changed slightly. "Can't you just F***king shut up?" Thales blinked and revealed a resigned expression. "Of course." The prince chuckled and scratched his head. "But what you said might have, you also scolded my mother." Glee Ward was immediately stunned. "Scolded what?" Thales pointed into the distance and smiled awkwardly. He kindly reminded him, "That sentence of yours seemed to have scolded her?" "My mother, they're just, her." The puzzled Glee Ward paused for a few seconds before he registered what he meant. The veteran raised his finger in anger and put on a fierce expression. "You mother****, that's it," Thales coughed softly. At that moment, Glee Ward's throat seemed to be stuck by something, and he froze abruptly. He subconsciously hesitated. His expression was subtle and changed a few times. But a second later, the veteran regained his usual fierce tone and pointed at Thales again. "You mother****. However, under Thales' friendly gaze, Glee Ward choked on something. The muscles on his face trembled slightly. The veteran's mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. His fingers intertwined in the air, as if he could not find a target. A gentle breeze blew past. Thales shivered despite the chill, but his smile remained. Finally, after hesitating for a few seconds, drew Glee Ward through a punch with a face full of grief and indignation. He hit the poor wheelchair with a loud thud. Bang. You mother****, shut up. Hicks and his history of the Northern Territory War did happen in reality. I have a L teacher who told me about her personal experience. When Elle graduated from her PhD, she submitted a thesis to a top journal. A professor who reviewed it anonymously replied with an opinion, and the gist of it was, "You did not cite a certain work in your thesis. That is the authoritative work in the field. This is a major flaw in your research. Make up for it quickly." Elle, who had just graduated from her PhD, naturally accepted the anonymous professor's opinion in fear and trepidation. Then, she searched for that certain work, no matter where she went. However, strangely enough, even though it was the authoritative work in the field, she searched for it for years without any results. In the end, the persistent L teacher gave each and every famous publishing house in the field a try. In the end, she found information about certain work in Cambridge. The publishing house replied, "Oh, certain work? We have it here, but it's still in draft. It'll only be published next year. Next year, next year, next year." L teacher in the wind. I have AF asterisk king sentence, but I don't know how to say it. Many years later, through a coincidental channel, L teacher found out, with an exasperated expression, that the professor who reviewed her thesis anonymously was the author of that certain work that had not been published at that time. L teacher in the wind. I have another F asterisk king sentence, but I don't know. Swordless could never forget L teacher's lifeless expression, who had always been serious and serious when she told this story. I wish her good health and a smooth life. When have great thoughts ever been shackled by a sick body? Chapter 347. Reality proved that Gleeward was indeed the local tyrant of Shield District. Even if it was night, even if it was difficult for him to move around, even if Shield District was a maze of ruins with very few people, the veteran could still accurately find the small paths and find his way out after making several turns. Under the moonlight, Thales quietly followed behind him with his head lowered, pretending to be the person who pushed Gleeward's wheelchair. He watched as Gleeward moved through the streets and alleys without any obstacles, as if he was in his own backyard, jumping over fences, and even making secret signals and hand signals to different people living in different corners. Thales kicked away a pebble by his feet and patted the dust off his body. He felt slightly sentimental. It had been a long time since he felt this way, especially since Shield District had turned into such a desolate scene. This was especially the case when Shield District was reduced to such a miserable state. It made him remember the days when he begged in the smelly gutters and alleys of Eternal Star City a long time ago. When they arrived at a single-story house with mottled bricks, Gleeward coughed and knocked on the door 4 times, twice quickly and twice slowly. Thales was surprised to hear a series of crackling sounds coming from inside the house. Did someone fall off the bed? Footsteps came from behind the door, followed by an impatient female voice. "For bright moon's sake. If you want to buy something, can't you come tomorrow morning?" Gleeward, who was in the wheelchair, spoke in a dull voice. "Kurtz, it's me." The voice behind the door stopped. As the wooden door opened, a sleepy face appeared before them. It was a woman in her 30s. She had messy long hair and looked down at Gleeward from above. Her clothes were thin, and her eyes were misty. Her breasts were faintly discernible. She looked as if she had just woken up and stared at the 2 people in front of the door in confusion. Thales politely moved his gaze away from her breasts, which she could not cover. He suppressed the question of who she was and looked at Gleeward. Gleeward snorted coldly. "Tell me, Kurtz, you didn't drink, or else I'll have to F***ck you awake." He glanced inside the house. "And it's best if there aren't any girls here to measure your size. Just by relying on a cowardly cripple like you? We don't even know who's going to F***ck who." The woman at the door rubbed her eyes. "It's not my fault that I'm popular with women. After all, I'm one of the few in Shield District." After seeing the person in front of her clearly, the woman's expression changed. Her hand behind the door dropped, followed by the heavy sound of metal hitting the ground. "You're injured. I have a bad feeling about this, cripple. It's just like the first time we met." The woman named Kurtz put on a dejected expression, but when her gaze shifted to Gleeward's bandaged wound, she immediately frowned. Are you being targeted again? Glee Ward nodded with a dark expression. It's still those idiots from the market in Sword District. The veteran pointed at his wound and said disdainfully, this time, they even brought the real deal. Kurtz leaned against the door frame and scraped her face with the palm of her hand, as if she wanted to scrape away her sleepiness. Got it? I'll stitch it up for you. She sighed and looked around cautiously. There was an annoyed expression on her face. Dragon Cloud City is in such a mess, and they still have the time to mess with you? Damn it. Thales stared curiously at the disheveled woman who had a seductive body and a foul mouth. He thought about her relationship with Glee Ward. And you, cripple. I've told you 100 times, things are different now. Kurtz raised her head with a resigned expression. She advised earnestly, don't go out alone at night anymore. At least bring, hey, Glee Ward interrupted her, and his gaze became stern. I've already taken care of it and taught them a small lesson. Kurtz stared at Glee Ward's expression, and her annoyed expression froze slightly. She asked tentatively, your small lesson? Glee Ward did not answer. Thales remembered the slaughterhouse he saw just now and blinked helplessly at a corner where no one could see. A small lesson. Kurtz seemed to understand what he meant. She then narrowed her eyes. I understand. Then we'll go to war. We won't stop until one of us dies. Her expression became solemn. She lowered her head and thought carefully. I'll look for Farron right away. Even though the city is under martial law, I think we can get 100 good fighters here before dawn, and another 50 after dawn. We can catch them off guard. Thales thought of something. What? This woman is also out to make a living? Glee Ward coughed and interrupted. Before that, I have something else to do. They won't expect us to counterattack so soon. The patrols are busy. Kurtz mumbled to herself about the fight between the gangs. When she heard Glee Ward's words, she was slightly stunned. She looked up. Something else. It was only then that Kurtz noticed the teenager behind Glee Ward. She subconsciously tightened the thin shirt around her chest and looked at the 9-pointed star emblem on Thales' shoulder. She frowned in puzzlement. Wait, who is this brat? Is he a noble? Come and meet Kurtz, Thales. Glee Ward turned his head and looked at Thales. He extended his hand and gestured at Kurtz in a leisurely manner. The most unlucky tailor trader in Northland. Dr. G. The veteran pointed at an ugly scar on his arm and sneered. My specialty is suturing. Thales smiled awkwardly at Kurtz. Hey, nice to meet you. As a tailor come doctor, Kurtz's face was filled with suspicion. Nice to meet you? Glee Ward turned his head around and sneered in a self-deprecating manner. Stop guessing. He's that prince. Kurtz did not manage to react. She asked in puzzlement, which prince? Glee Ward snorted. Which other prince could it be? The man in the wheelchair grinned. Wherever he goes, who's the unlucky one? The Prince of Constellation? Thales coughed softly and pretended not to hear her. In the next moment, as expected, the prince saw the puzzlement on Kurtz's face turn into shock. She froze on the spot. In the house, Thales sat on a chair and gnawed on the extremely disgusting rye bread in his hand, which was probably left over from a season ago. He looked at the similarly simple and dilapidated house. There was a bare wooden table with a lot of cloth piled on it. There were also cheap boxes of female perfume placed haphazardly on it. Many patterns of clothes hung from the ceiling. On the floor, the table, and the bed, cloth and clothes were piled everywhere. Even undergarments were no exception. Needles, threads, scissors, measuring rulers, and coils could be seen everywhere. There was also a mirror with 3 cracks on the wall and a saw in the corner. Behind the door was a ferocious-looking June 1st. Now, Thales knew what the metallic sound was when the woman let go of his hand. Thales picked up the wooden bowl and drank a mouthful of water that had a slightly strange smell. He then looked at Kurtz. The woman's identity was already clear. She was a tailor. Thales sighed secretly. But, a doctor? Sewing with one hand and sewing people with the other? Treating the sick, tailoring the clothes according to the person's needs. He looked at the ferocious-looking June 1st behind the door. Perhaps it's also a rape? Causing a gang conflict? The prince glanced at the unflattering style of clothes around him. Also, why does a tailor need a saw? With the evilest imagination in his head, Thales thought, no wonder she's so poor. On the other side of the house, Kurtz, who had finished dressing, sat on a wooden bed with a broken leg and was supported by bricks. She was arguing with Gleeward in a low voice, but it did not escape Thales' ears. Are you crazy? Kurtz pushed aside a woman's long dress made of coarse cloth that hung above her head and looked anxiously at the calm Gleeward. It's not just the westbound street. From the city gate, the top of the city wall, the city walls, the gatehouses between the districts, and the key fork streets, they've set up checkpoints almost everywhere. The patrols have received their bounty, and they've been working overtime day and night, never slacking off. I heard that even places as far as Sunset Snow River's ferry are no exception. Gleeward narrowed his single eye slightly. Is that so? Kurtz exhaled and subconsciously glanced at Thales, who was still eating. Over the past few decades, aside from collecting taxes, no one has paid any attention to Shield District and Hammer District. Even murder cases don't bother those men. The seamstress counted with her fingers and told Gleeward about the pros and cons, but today, it's not just the patrols, even the White Blade Guards came to our door. Forget Spear District and Bow District, which have close ties with the nobles and the rich, even the dozens of houses on Crazy Street in Hammer District were searched. Even the underwear of the dancers was searched until 10 at night. I heard that the search will continue tomorrow morning. Kurtz slapped him fiercely. In a very inelegant manner, she lifted one of her legs and placed it on top of her breasts, which were about to pop out. She allowed her other leg to swing freely under the bed. She gritted her teeth, and there was not a hint of a woman's gentleness. This is a major incident, Gleeward. It's definitely a major incident, comparable to what happened 6 years ago. Gleeward flashed a sarcastic smile. Thales took a bite of his bread. For some reason, he thought of Gines, the female officer from a long time ago. In comparison, the seamstress in front of him was obviously much more boorish, but she was just like Gines. She was not pretentious at all. But, with how troublesome Thales' identity is, since Gleeward could bring me to her without hesitation. On the other side, Kurtz exhaled in pain. You heard how the Star Killer threatened us during the day. But it's not just us. She extended her finger in a very serious manner and spoke with great emotion, trying her best to make Gleeward understand the severity of the matter. Almost all the local tyrants or people with prestige in Spear District, Sword District, and Bow District have been informed. Whoever gets involved in this will be Dragon Cloud City's enemy. Gleeward sneered and said, Can those lackeys represent Dragon Cloud City? No, you don't know. The disciplinary hall even spread the word through a few disciplinary officers. Kurtz cleared her throat and glanced in their direction. She saw that Thales was still minding his own business and did not seem to have noticed them. Only then did she lower her voice and said, They said that whoever has news about the prince and the prince's whereabouts will receive the friendship of the disciplinary hall and the patrols. They will even turn a blind eye to it. In fact, if they help them find the prince, they will even get 3,000 gold coins. Kurtz gritted her teeth. Her facial features were scrunched up, and she extended 3 fingers with a trembling hand. At that moment, the motionless Gleeward's expression finally changed. His remaining eye widened to the size of a pigeon's egg. Thales frowned slightly. Gleeward raised his head abruptly. 3,000? The seamstress smacked her lips and gestured in Thales' direction. Her sparkling eyes inadvertently showed a hint of greed and charm. Think about it? After a second, Gleeward desperately tucked his jaw away, which was about to fall to the ground. He coughed unnaturally. "Umph," the veteran said sternly. Do I look like a money grubber? Do I look like the kind of person who would be tempted by a few gold coins? Kurtz's smile fell. She looked at him with a complicated expression. Gleeward was a little embarrassed by the woman's gaze. He turned his face away and said sternly, We want to send him out, that's all. When he heard this, Thales ground his lips with his upper molars. He was in a strange mood. Kurtz exhaled. There was a look of pity and hesitation on her face. Both of them were silent for a while. Thales took the opportunity to force himself to swallow the last mouthful of the disgusting bread. They will soon suspect this place. The seamstress sat on her bed and crossed her arms worriedly. Even though Shield District isn't easy to search, they'll come sooner or later. It's in ruins and it's a mess. Is there a better hiding spot than this? Gleeward raised his head and frowned. That's why we have to send him out as soon as possible. When Kurtz heard this, she sighed. This is a deal that will cost all of Shield District and Hammer District. You better have a good reason. Gleeward was silent for a few seconds. I want to send him out. He said faintly, that is the reason. Kurtz was slightly stunned. The woman's expression was solemn. She stared at Gleeward quietly. Gleeward pursed his lips in his wheelchair. God. After a while, Kurtz covered her face in pain and lay on the bed. Cripple, sooner or later, I will be dragged to the gallows because of you. Yes, you will be dragged to the gallows. Gleeward snorted coldly. Then what are you doing? Kurtz pulled the blanket over her. She trembled slightly in an exaggerated manner and let out weak sobs. Thales looked up without batting an eyelid and observed the exit in the house. 3 seconds later, forget it. Kurtz lifted the blanket and sat up with great difficulty. She extended a trembling finger in anger and pointed at Gleeward. Let me tell you, you stupid cripple, from now on. The poor seamstress had a sorrowful expression on her face, as if her life had come to an end. I really King fell in love with the gallows. Kurtz looked at Thales with a look of disdain. She stared at his dusty face, which was a combination of luxurious clothes and luxurious accessories. It's telling everyone that you're that damned prince. Thales looked at Kurtz, who was standing in front of her, with a face full of disdain. Thales shrugged and ignored her malice. He stayed away from a bunch of women's summer dresses with strange styles and readily grabbed a set of shabby and ugly linen clothes. He removed the complicated leather belt and replaced it with the simplest and cheapest belt made of coarse cloth. He kicked off his leather boots and put on the linen clothes he had not touched for a long time. He then picked up a pair of scissors and cut his hair into the shape of a bird's nest. That was not all. Thales also wrapped the dagger scabbard, which had the words, "A king does not rely on his bloodline," written on it, in circles and circles of inferior black cloth, until its original appearance could not be seen. He then folded the map of Renaissance Palace flat and stuffed it into the lining of his clothes with the black cloth. He was prepared to use his tattered needles and thread to sew it tight. As for the blood fong bracelet the Night Queen left him, he simply wore it on his wrist. It was made into a beast fong accessory. Finally, Thales finished changing his clothes according to the standards of a child beggar. He walked to the mirror and saw an unfamiliar teenager. Thales nodded in satisfaction. He felt that he looked like a normal boy from the suburbs. How is it? Is this okay? However, when Thales turned his head and looked at Gleeward and Kurtz, who were deep in thought, Gleeward sighed while he sat on the wheelchair. He placed his hand on his forehead and said, "Is there any way to improve it?" Thales was stunned. Of course. Kurtz stared at Thales, who was dressed in coarse sackcloth. Her sharp face was filled with worry. I have a way to make sure that even his mother won't be able to recognize him. Gleeward's eyes lit up. But Kurtz pointed at the J1 behind the door. Her next words caused the veteran's eyes to darken again. Take this and cut off his entire face. Thales opened his mouth. Under Thales' stunned gaze, Kurtz sighed and shook her head. She crossed her arms and sized Thales up. His skin is too soft and too white. One look and you can tell that he's a noble who lives like a prince. He's also not as tall as a normal Northlander. He'll be recognized no matter what he wears. The woman shook her head in pain. Something like sneaking out of the city. The three of them sighed at the same time. Dung cart. Gleeward frowned and said something that shocked Thales. Summon Hastrus T-Man, and here. Hide him in the dung we transport every day and let him follow the cart out of the city. Excrement cart? What? Thales' eyebrows twitched. Wait, you're talking about... Gleeward ignored him. Just find a reed or wooden tube so that he can breathe. Fortunately, Kurtz's next words made his expressions soften a little. No, Ange was locked up again today. Gleeward's expression tensed, but he then gritted his teeth and said, then look for, quick whip, Fallon. They have to transport the excrement. We have to stuff him in. Thal's expression became very unpleasant again. But Kurtz shook her head again. Do you know how Ch*T man was locked up? The seamstress spread her hands. When Ange drove the cart out of the city for the 6th time today, the patrolling team at the city gate pinched their noses and used their swords to poke and check bucket after bucket. In the end, they found 10 packets of smuggled crystal drops hidden in the excrement. Gleeward took a few seconds to digest the information in this sentence. How did they? He first widened his eyes in surprise, then he slapped his thigh in anger. Kurtz scratched her chest nonchalantly and shook her head. Hide in the excrement cart and leave the city? There's no way. What a pity. Thales pretended to sigh regretfully and patted his chest in secret. Kurtz seemed to have seen through his thoughts. She cast him a sideways glance and snorted in disdain. Thales smiled embarrassedly and raised his hand to change the topic. Is there no other way? The wheelchair and the seamstress pondered and did not say a word. In a few seconds, Gleeward's face turned from green to white, then from white to red. Finally, Gleeward slammed his fist on the table. There's no other choice, the veteran said resolutely. Take the black track. Thales was puzzled. Black track? Kurtz widened her eyes. Again. The seamstress shook her head firmly. No, half of that damn tunnel has already collapsed. Remember the last time? We almost died in there for 300 gold coins. This is the only way. Gleeward's gaze was firm as he interrupted her. There's no other way. Kurtz looked at him solemnly. After a while, her gaze softened, and she turned around. I understand. I'll go and find someone now. But when Kurtz was halfway through her turn, she turned her head back again and frowned. There's another problem. From today onwards, the patrol team has also set up a sentry post in Shield District. Gleeward's gaze became fierce. Where? Kurtz looked troubled. It's not far from the black track. We can't avoid it. It's said that it's the place where King Nuven died. The higher-ups feel that we need to keep a close eye on it. Thales could clearly see Gleeward's expression change rapidly. F***ck them. Those bastards still dare to touch Shield District after they've taken the loot. Kurtz shrugged and scratched her neck. White Pigpeck is in charge of that sentry post. I gave him 6 copper coins and he told me the truth. The disciplinary hall didn't want to come either. No one wants to break the tacit agreement between us, but this is an order from the Star Killer, Nicholas. Gleeward was stunned. Kurtz smiled in an ugly manner, and there was a helpless expression on her face. You rejected him in front of so many people during the day, and even called him a star manipulator. Do you remember? If it wasn't because he owed you a favor, that lunatic would have captured you a long time ago. I'm guessing this is retribution for your foul mouth? Gleeward slapped his thigh angrily. F***ck the star manipulator. Disgusting dead face, shameless lackey, serves him right for not being able to be promoted even if he has to lick our balls for the rest of his life. Kurtz crossed her arms and pushed up her magnificent chest. Only then did she comfortably press her arms against her ribs. She looked at Gleeward as if she was looking at a child. Thales frowned as he listened to them discussing one of the famous 5 war generals, the captain of the Archduke's personal guards of Dragon Cloud City, Lord Nicholas, in a disrespectful manner. He nodded in agreement. A few seconds later, Gleeward regained his composure and mumbled, Can we bribe Peck? Can we bribe Peck? I remember he's from Shield District. Kurtz shook her head and said, Peck has more than 10 men under him. It's 3,000 gold coins. I can guarantee that they remember the prince's portrait better than their wives' faces. Not everyone dreams of going to the gallows like me. She cast a disdainful glance at Gleeward. Not everyone sees money as dung like you do, dung. Right? Gleeward raised his head abruptly. Through the dung cart? Thal's heart tensed again. Can't you fill your head with something other than dung? Kurtz stared at Gleeward in disdain, saving the frightened prince from the fate of having to hide his body to pee and poop. Driving a dung cart to collect dung at the edge of an uninhabited cliff? Do you believe that? Gleeward lowered his head again and sighed deeply. Is there any way to sneak past and get close to the black track? Thale's face darkened. No way. If this doesn't work, at that moment, bang. Gleeward slammed his palm on the table. Kurtz, the man on the wheelchair, scratched his chin. You just said, this person's skin is too white and he's too short. Kurtz was stunned. Huh. Thales was puzzled as well. The next moment, Gleeward's eyes brightened. He raised his head and extended his hand. He instinctively patted Kurtz and accidentally touched her chest. The puzzled Kurtz seemed to be used to it. She did not feel any anger from being violated. She followed his gaze to the ceiling and was immediately stunned. Thales, who did not know what was going on, slowly raised his head and looked in the direction of their gazes. That's, Thales' heart trembled and his face turned pale. An ominous premonition immediately rose in his heart. He forced a smile with all his might and looked at the two Northlanders. His face twitched. Mr. Gleeward, Madam Kurtz, what are you thinking? The next moment, Gleeward and Kurtz lowered their heads and turned to Thales. The man and woman revealed strange smiles at the same time. Will it work? Gleeward asked with a cold smile on his face. We'll find out. Kurtz had a satisfied expression on her face. The atmosphere in the room changed. Thales' heart beat faster and faster. For the first time, he regretted escaping from Heroic Spirit Palace. This, my dear, respected and beautiful prince. The seamstress reached out and pulled down the thing on top of her head. She picked up a pair of scissors and cut the air with a click. She smiled maliciously and said, a dung cart or this? Which one will you choose? Time seemed to have stopped for a long time. Thales stared at the clothes in Kurtz's hands in a daze. He blinked. His gaze was fixed on Kurtz's hands, and he felt his entire body tremble. The sin of Hell's river that would only appear in a life and death situation surged madly into his limbs. He saw the seamstress' hands. That's a wrinkled woman's long dress. Chapter 348. Dragon Cloud City, Shield District, Dawn. The golden morning sun had just dyed the sky red, slightly dispersing the chill of the night. The dark streets gradually became clear. Shield District, which seemed to be empty, finally gained some life. At the very least, there were more people walking the streets. This street in Shield District was the center of the disaster. The houses were scattered, the terrain was empty, and there was almost no cover. There were even rumors of ghosts being haunted at night. Look at how listless and cowardly they are. Gleeward hid behind a low fence and stuck his head out to look at a small patrol sentry post in the distance. He stroked his wheelchair in dissatisfaction. Do they think they can catch the prince like this? Does that dead face know that his orders are being carried out like this? At the center of the street, a few soldiers from Dragon Cloud City's patrol unit leaned against the eaves of an abandoned house. They yawned and extinguished the fire, waiting for their comrades to come and take over their shift. Occasionally, they would glance at the passers-by around them and greet those they knew. Because this is Shield District. The sentry posts leading to the city gate and gatehouse are not like this. They can't wait to search the girl's private parts. The neatly dressed seamstress, Kurtz, was on the other side of the low fence with Gleeward. She bit a blade of grass in her mouth and said in annoyance, "And isn't this a good thing? It makes our plan easier." Kurtz crossed her arms and turned to a teenager beside her in displeasure. "By the way, are you really not going to consider dressing up as a girl?" The handsome teenager dressed in sackcloth beside her blushed and shook his head vigorously. "I've said it a few hundred times." Thales, who was leaning against the low fence, blushed. "We only have one night. Even if we put on the best makeup, the girl's expressions, habits, behavior, and mentality are all developed step by step over a long period of time. They're carved into their bones. Without enough training and habits, how can I succeed? Kurtz looked disappointed. The blade of grass in her mouth swayed up and down. Yes, in the end, under Thales's fierce objection, last night in Kurtz's house, the suggestion about him disguising himself as a girl was left unsettled. Let's think about it again. Kurtz did not seem to be willing to give up on her last shred of hope. Even though it was just a few minutes before the operation, she still propped her arms up and stuck her head out. She looked at Thales with an expectant expression. My father used to be a coroner, and I grew up among piles of corpses. I'm very good at putting makeup on the dead. Stop! Thales firmly stretched out his hand and firmly pushed the seamstress cheek away from his chest. He stopped her senseless act of using the blade of grass to scratch his ear. I don't have the habit of selling myself to satisfy your bad taste. Kurtz stared resentfully at the young prince who refused to obey her orders. Besides, the vigilant Thales gritted his teeth. Didn't we try on our makeup last night? It wouldn't work. You can't even see yourself in a mirror. Instead of pretending to be a boy who will reveal his true form after taking 2 steps, I've tried on my makeup. When he remembered what happened last night, Gleeward could not help but let out a low cough. He and Kurtz looked elsewhere as if nothing had happened, but their shoulders trembled, as if they were trying hard to hold back their laughter. Thales, who could not get rid of his hostility, was still immersed in his own world. He was troubled by the nightmare he experienced last night, and when he saw their reactions, he became even more embarrassed and angry. He tugged at his fringe in exasperation. And my hair? Look, I just cut it messily last night. And what about my voice? Thales deliberately crossed his arms over his chest and twisted his waist. With a croaky voice, he pinched his voice and said a few times, I'm sorry, I might have a hoarse voice, but that's a problem I got from mining when I was young. I'm actually a girl. What kind of joke is this? When he said this, the prince's expression changed drastically. He looked at the 2 people beside him, who had strange expressions on their faces, with righteous indignation. Gleeward rubbed his nose awkwardly. On the other side, Kurtz shook her head slightly and clicked her tongue. If someone told you that a man who has never received any training and has no daily experience can perfectly disguise himself as a woman, and not only will no one recognize him, but he will also be incredibly charming, making those of the same gender extremely jealous, and those of the opposite gender fall head over heels for him. Thales looked enraged. Then he must have read too many crappy night novels, or he hasn't had a girlfriend for too long. Gleeward, who was in the wheelchair, and Kurtz, who was sitting cross-legged, leaned back in their original positions with flagging interest. Thales was left behind, panting with rage as he digested his grievances alone. In the distance, a patrol team of 10 people walked over slowly. They completed their morning shift with the inspection sentry post that was temporarily set up. Gleeward and Kurtz exchanged glances and nodded. The veteran regained his serious expression. Brothers, are you ready? Yes, I called over 20 people from the blacksmith shop to the farm. They're all people who can't leave the city for the time being because of the lockdown. Kurtz rubbed her hands together with an expression that said, Don't worry, they think this is a trap to deal with those bastards in the market. Actually, that's not wrong. When he remembered last night, Gleeward exhaled harshly through his nose in indignation. Once this is over, I want to, all right, when it's time, there will be a fight here. Kurtz looked at the situation around her and interrupted Gleeward. There was a cautious look on her face, which was rarely seen on her face. Drag that sentry post into it as well. Gleeward gestured at Thales with his chin. And we'll take advantage of the chaos to go to the black track. Thales cast a glance into the distance and swept his gaze over the sentry post that was not very tightly guarded. He nodded. He suddenly noticed that their destination was the Cliff of the Sky, which was located at the bottom of a row of cliffs in the distance. It was the place where King Nuvan died. When he thought of this, Thales' mood suddenly turned cold. After this matter is over, there will be quite a number of people who will be locked up. Kurtz sighed. Haven't they been locked up many times before? Gleeward licked his lips. His eyes sparkled. It's a good chance for them to avoid the limelight. Understood. Kurtz shrugged. She glanced at Thales and clicked her tongue in resignation. What a pity. Thales, who was anxious, glared back at her fiercely. He was certain that compared to not being able to see the male princess of Constellation, the seamstress did not feel pity for the group of people who were about to be locked up in prison. Thales looked in the direction of the cliff and asked curiously, "What is the black track you've been talking about?" Kurtz snorted softly. The grass in her mouth flipped over. That's the only way for you to escape from Dragon Cloud City. Why is it called that? Gleeward turned his face around. It's been called that since my grandfather's generation. He said that his grandfather also called it that way. As you can see, one of the entrances is at the bottom of the cliff of the sky. The path is complicated, and people who are not familiar with it will not be able to find it. We used to use it to transport contraband, but it's too narrow, and the efficiency is very low. At the bottom of the cliff. Thales frowned as he stared at the familiar-looking cliff. His gaze followed the outline of the mountain and moved upwards. Unsurprisingly, he saw Raikuru's huge statue. 6 years ago, it was there. So, the black track is a small path that passes through the belly of the mountain? It leads out of the city? Thales narrowed his eyes, trying to get a clearer look. Is it natural, or is it man-made? God knows. Kurtz looked at him disdainfully. To dig a tunnel that goes through the cliff of the sky and connects the inside and outside of Dragon Cloud City, perhaps it was dug by the Great Dragon. Thales clicked his tongue and did not say anything. The older generation is very respectful of that place, and they do not dare to approach it easily. Kurtz snorted softly. They say that it's a forbidden place in Dragon Cloud City, where the Master of Mountains resides. Even the nobles don't know about it. But, 18 years ago, the men followed the king to Constellation to fight a war. The war lasted for more than a year. No one farmed, no one hunted, and no one herded. The taxes and military contributions became heavier and heavier. Forget the farmers and hunters outside the city, even the old, the weak, the women, and the children in Dragon Cloud City could not live on. The winter that year was especially cold, and there was not enough firewood. The nobles had to be prioritized, and they did not even have enough gifts from the mountains. Thales fell silent. 18 years ago, went to Constellation to fight a war. Gleeward first beat up the disciplinary officer of Shield District who was in cahoots with the nobles and bureaucrats. Then he masked his face and looted a few black-hearted merchant stock warehouses. Then he broke tradition and led us into the black track. He began to transport contraband goods. He transported everything you can imagine: crystal drops, eternal oil, firearms, and even hemp. He also transported food, firewood, and medicine that he robbed from the front lines. With these, the women and children in Shield District and Hammer District survived that winter, where countless people died. Kurtz stared at the silent Gleeward with a complicated gaze. This is the black track, and also the history of the slum boss's rise to power. Thales felt very upset in his heart. He looked at Gleeward. But the veteran only snorted coldly, as if he was very dissatisfied with Kurtz's words. He coughed loudly. After you go in, carry your everlasting lamp and watch your feet and the top of your head. Gleeward's expression was unpleasant, as if he was recalling some unpleasant past. The tunnel there is too old. 6 years ago, the calamities and the Hydra caused a ruckus in the city. The earth shook, and most of the black track collapsed. We don't know when the rest will collapse. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Calamities. Calamities again. The 3 people behind the low fence were silent for a while. The calamities, the prince said resentfully, brought about quite a lot of disasters, didn't they? Gleeward's hand, which was holding the wheelchair, suddenly tightened. Disasters? Kurtz laughed sarcastically. Disasters? You can look around you. The seamstress' expression turned cold. But you can't imagine what it was like that day. She kicked away a piece of gravel beside her feet. Son of A.B***. Thales lowered his head. He did not look at the gravel, broken wood, dust, and debris piled up around him. He did not look at the abandoned houses, the dust-covered wells, the collapsed rotten wood, and the cracked ground. There was even a faint stench in his nose. "This is Shield District." "I can," Thales said in a low voice. "I told you that year. I was here. I saw how Shield District was destroyed, and I saw the people who died." But before he finished speaking, he felt an itch in his ear. Thales was shocked. He instinctively sat up to avoid Kurtz, who was tickling his ear with a grass root. There should be a limit to boasting. The seamstress waved the grass root in amusement. "How old were you 6 years ago?" Thales was stunned. You even saw Shield District's destruction?" "Why don't you just say it?" Kurtz said with a mocking expression. "Back then, you single-handedly and fearlessly killed the Blood Calamity and saved Dragon Cloud City? Wouldn't it make you look more impressive if you boast like this?" "Your Highness?" Thales' face turned green and red. But he slid down against the low fence like a deflated balloon. "It's nothing." At this moment, Gleeward spoke airily. It was never about destruction. Both of them were stunned. They turned to look at the veteran. The calamities did not harm those who died either. They were lucky to a certain extent. They left forever in an instant. The man in the wheelchair stared ahead with steely eyes. But what the calamities left behind was torture for the living. Gleeward slowly raised his left hand, which was missing 3 fingers. His gaze was unfocused. Thales and Kurtz instinctively turned their heads. "Do you remember the boy who drove the car last night who made a fuss?" Thales paused. "His name is Kevin." Gleeward snorted lightly, completely unbothered. 6 years ago, he was an apprentice in a blacksmith's workshop in Heir District. Kurtz sighed. "Cripple," but Gleeward ignored her and continued to speak. "That day, the day the calamities appeared, Kevin came to Shield District happily, brought a bouquet of flowers, and met his lover in secret." Gleeward stared at an abandoned well in the distance, which only had its outline left. Next to it was a collapsed stable, and dried feces could be vaguely seen. They were discovered by her father. "I know that old man. He used to serve in the glacial sentries, and his skills were not just for show. What's worse is that he has a bad temper, and he values his daughter very much." When he said this, Gleeward smiled softly. The smile lines at the corners of his eyes were natural and smooth. Thales and Kurtz listened in silence. Poor Kevin screamed as he was whipped all the way from Shield District to Heir District with his belt. Everyone on more than 10 streets knew about it. Their laughter was so loud that even Big Leatherbelt's big yellow dog chased after him for a few hundred meters. Gleeward's laughter was very cheerful. "Kevin came to me and said a bunch of nonsense in a wronged manner. He said how much he liked the girl, that he wanted to become a good blacksmith, open a workshop, save enough money for his betrothal gift, and then tell the truth to his lover's father." The veteran shook his head with a disdainful expression. I still remember how stupid he looked when he said those words. I also remember how angry Big Leatherbelt looked when he came to settle the score with him. I also remember how Kevin crawled out of the closet after I tricked Big Leatherbelt into leaving." His face was full of indignation and ambition. Gleeward paused for a few seconds. "And yet?" The smile on the veteran's face slowly melted. It was like ice that had come into contact with sunlight. Gleeward stared into the empty distance and was lost in thought. Kevin, when he returned to Shield District the next morning, that's all. The loud voices unique to Northlanders when they negotiated prices came from afar. A rooster crowed indignantly at the sky. Together with the chirping of birds in the morning, it made Shield District seem incredibly quiet. Gleeward's teeth chattered a little. The girl Kevin liked. The future father-in-law that he hates to the core. Including the Northlanders on the streets who watched him make a fool of himself. The veteran's gaze was dim and his voice was hoarse. Including that annoying big yellow dog who barked for 20 hours every day. Gleeward stared at the brightening sky absent-mindedly and said subconsciously, "All gone." Thales and Kurtz leaned against the low fence without moving. It was as if time had stopped. All of Shield District. The veteran lowered his head and picked up a piece of gravel from the ground. He could vaguely tell what it was made of. This is the only thing left. This is what they are. These are the things that the calamities left behind for the survivors. Thales exhaled slowly. His expression was stiff. When you see Kevin laughing heartily in the future, don't forget that this is the story behind him. Gleeward's gaze became serious, and a flame that had cooled down for a long time burned in his eyes. Gleeward snorted coldly. So, when you meet the survivors of the calamity, help them. Don't say that you can imagine it, don't say that you understand their pain, and don't say that you can feel it. Even if you are really the savior. The veteran turned his head slightly and stared at the silent Thales with a cold expression. Because that is very hypocritical. Thales opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, he could not say anything. Slap. Gleeward placed his hand on Thales' shoulder. Also, if you really become the king in the future. Gleeward's expression was very serious, and Thales could even feel his hand trembling slightly. Become one of those high and mighty lords. I know what you nobles know. I don't believe that those calamities are the messengers sent by the legendary gods to punish the world, or those legendary anti-mystic equipment. You must have a way to deal with them. Thales stared at the veteran in front of him in a daze. Gleeward's expression was ferocious. Remember, gather all your men, all your strength, all your weapons, and find those calamities. No matter where they hide, find them. Find them all. Find them all. The prince's heart was in a mess. All sorts of emotions surged in his heart at the same time, and it was rather unpleasant. At that moment, Gleeward gritted his teeth, and his aura was chilling. From top to bottom, hunt them all. Chapter 349. In the next second, Gleeward pushed Thales away and looked elsewhere. His breathing quickened. Kurtz coughed softly. I see Kevin. Kurtz shook her head to the left. There, a young man peeked his head out sneakily from behind the wall and waved at them. Thales recognized him. He was the young coachman who drove the Old Crow to Shield District last night. Perhaps it was because they had just finished talking about him, but when the three of them saw Kevin, their expressions did not look too good. It was as if they had been caught talking behind someone's back. I'll go make the final confirmation. Wait for my signal. Kurtz spat out the grass in her mouth, patted the dust off her hands, and stood up. Her originally rascally temperament instantly became neat and tidy. Gleeward nodded and watched her leave. Only the veteran and the prince were left. The atmosphere was a little heavy. Thales watched the seamstress leave and suddenly said, To be honest, I've been in Northland for 6 years. It's rare to see a Northlander girl like her. Gleeward paused for a moment and snorted softly. Kurtz's father used to be a military doctor. She grew up in a military camp. Her childhood was filled with blood and screams. Thales' gaze shifted. The veteran tapped his fingers on the wheelchair, as if he was reminiscing about the past. Until her father passed away unexpectedly. The teenage Kurtz had to face those ruffians. You can't imagine what a girl would experience in that hell. You can't even imagine what she would become. Thales' heart tensed. He looked at the corner where Kurtz disappeared with slight surprise and recalled the tough impression the seamstress gave him. Gleeward said absent-mindedly, At least before I fished her out. It's a pity that the famous Dragon Cloud city isn't much better. Shield District and Hammer District are even more so. At that moment, the tough veteran seemed especially tired, as if he had just gone through a great battle. Thales inhaled slowly. No wonder. Gleeward snorted softly and shook his head. You were born noble. It's hard for you to imagine everything going smoothly for you. But do you think she was born with a mouth full of vulgarities, a temper that's hard to tame, and no sense of gentleness at all? Do you think that she doesn't want to put on glamorous clothes and makeup, sit in a warm, splendid palace, and enjoy a sumptuous dinner and a man's love like a regular noble lady from the north? Gleeward tightened his grip on the wheelchair. The remaining 3 fingers on his left hand trembled slightly. When life is tough on you, you have to be tougher than it is. Thales did not speak for a long time. But then he looked up. But I think she's very good right now. The prince's heart was a little heavy for some reason, and his gaze was sharp. A woman at her strongest, most beautiful and most charming. Dong. Thales cried out in surprise. He placed his hands on his aching forehead and looked at Gleeward indignantly. The veteran expressionlessly retracted his right hand, which was as big as a wok. Don't try to pick up girls at such a young age. Thales gave him an aggrieved look. But you're right. She's great. Gleeward smiled faintly. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes shone slightly. It's been more than 10 years. Kurtz has been our brother for a long time now. Thales rubbed his head hard and said in annoyance, just brothers? She'll be very disappointed. Gleeward cast him a glance, whether it was intentional or not, but he did not speak. A few seconds later, the veteran suddenly spoke. What kind of person is your father? Thales tensed up. My father? Gleeward turned his face to the other side and shook his head. He shrugged as if he did not care. The prince blinked. That's a memory from too long ago. Thales frowned and answered rather hesitantly, he's a king. Dong. The second time, Thales held his head with tears in his eyes and watched indignantly as Gleeward retracted his right hand. Gleeward was rather exasperated. Ck, who the hell doesn't know that your father is a king? Say something else, something useful, all right? Thales gritted his teeth. Don't touch me again. Something else? The prince was about to speak, but a thought came to his mind. Why do you want to know this? Gleeward coughed and turned his head around in a seemingly normal manner. How about that? You know, the two kings of Extet were despicable and shameless bastards. The veteran shrugged a second time, completely unbothered. He rubbed his back against the wheelchair. I was just wondering if the king of Constellation is the same. Thales revealed a doubtful gaze. But the old crow said that you don't care about high-level politics. Gleeward's expression changed. I suddenly changed my mind. It's not a bad thing to know more. The next time we meet, I can mock him instead. The veteran shrugged a third time. Thales stared at Gleeward thoughtfully. Then, Gleeward coughed in embarrassment and turned his face away. Thales asked tentatively, but didn't you say that you don't want to see him again, Hicks? Gleeward's face turned red. It's none of your business. Of course, but... Thales carefully observed Gleeward's side profile and narrowed his eyes. Why does it have to be my father? Gleeward's expression froze. Oh, come on. He waved his hand and interrupted Thales in annoyance. Forget about it. Gleeward snorted coldly. It was obvious that he was extremely displeased. Who the F*** cares about your king daddy? The veteran crossed his arms and turned around. While shrugging for the fourth time, he angrily muttered to himself, he's just another precocious, young, rich, handsome, charming, and domineering gigolo. Thales stared at him quietly and smiled. What about Thurin? Gleeward trembled slightly. You heard what I said. Thales sighed. What about my mother? What kind of person is she? This question caused him to wait for an exceptionally long time. After a long while, Gleeward curled his lips and shook his head in disdain. Your mother? That annoying little girl with a crooked brain. The veteran in the wheelchair revealed a complicated and indecipherable expression as he spoke nonchalantly. She's best at causing a lot of trouble and provoking everyone. Fooling everyone into cleaning up after her. Thales nodded. Including you? But spare me. Gleeward shook his head and sneered. I hate her the most. Thales smiled faintly. You and Hicks were once slaves in the desert, right? This question seemed to have poked Gleeward's sore spot. He bounced a few inches on the wheelchair. He was very annoyed. I don't care what the old crow told you, Gleeward pointed at Thales with a hostile expression. I agreed to help you with a small favor, but that doesn't mean we're very close. Stop with that, I'm your good friend, that emotional trick. Thales blinked helplessly to show that he understood. The two of them leaned back in their seats again and waited for Kurtz's signal. Then, Gleeward spoke again. Hey, the old crow didn't tell me much, But judging from the direction you're going, Gleeward seemed to be unable to recover from his rage naturally. He said stiffly, "You're going to the desert, aren't you?" Thale's heart tensed. He spread his arms and only smiled with his eyes narrowed. But Gleeward seemed to have seen through his thoughts. He snorted softly. "Listen, if you want to enter the desert, you'd better have a skilled guide or else." Gleeward shook his head disapprovingly. Thales thought of something. "Is the desert really that scary? Orcs or barren bone people?" "Both." Gleeward twitched the corners of his lips, and his gaze was sharp. "Orcs, they can crush your skull as effortlessly as we smash eggs. As for barren bone people, it's hard to say. Those guys are very strange." "Strange? But your greatest threat is far from them." Gleeward's expression was solemn. "It's the desert itself, the sun, the yellow sand, and the demons who constantly whisper in your ears, 'Lie down, sleep, dream, and never stand up again.'" The veteran's expression began to drift into the distance again. Thales looked at his side profile and remembered something. "You've been to the desert before, haven't you?" Gleeward nodded absent-mindedly. "When I was a soldier, I went there to fight." Thales frowned slightly. "And?" Gleeward raised his head. "And?" The veteran on the wheelchair looked at Thales sternly. "There's nothing else." At that moment, a commotion suddenly came from the street in the distance. It seemed to be two men arguing. "Get ready!" Gleeward held both ends of the wheelchair vigilantly. "The signal is here. It's our people." Thales stood up nervously, lowered his body, and held on to the low fence. "Will this work?" Thales looked worriedly at the two men who started fighting at the slightest disagreement. He watched as their fight became more and more intense. More and more people joined in, turning the brawl into a group fight, and the group fight into a riot. The patrols at the outpost began to frown as they walked towards them. They seemed to be suspicious. Thales was anxious. The Star Killer might be suspicious. "I've seen the actions of the former White Blade Guards in Dragoncloud City. I've seen how they could locate a Camion's whereabouts within half an hour in a chaotic situation. The Star Killer and the White Blade Guards know Dragoncloud City like the back of their hands. This is their home." The commotion in the distance grew louder. Many people rushed over from the streets after hearing the news and joined in the fight. Then, a patrol soldier who tried to stop the fight was also punched to the ground. Gleeward sneered mockingly. "The Star Killer? That lackey leader and his lackeys?" The veteran in the wheelchair turned around with a stern expression. "You're wrong." Gleeward silently patted his chest. "The people who are most qualified to call this city home, it's never them." The next second, Gleeward turned his wheelchair around. Amidst the growing commotion, he decisively drove out of the cover and rushed past the countless people towards the cliff of the sky. "Let's go." Thales exhaled deeply, then jogged to catch up with the veteran. The process of avoiding the outpost was easier than he imagined. The fighting between the poor people in Shield District was so loud that the pitiful dozen people in the patrol team were surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. They could barely protect themselves, much less notice them sneaking into the cliff of the sky. In Gleeward's own words, Dragoncloud City is really getting worse with each generation. In the chaos, before the patrol team could send a large group to suppress them, they slipped under the rocky and uneven cliff wall. God knew how the veteran could move so fast while sitting in a wheelchair. After making a few turns and before Thales was about to faint, he followed the rear wheel of Gleeward's car and finally saw Kurtz in front of a small, dark hole. "Are you ready?" Kurtz looked nervous, but her movements were not sluggish. She took out a low-quality everlasting lamp that was obviously modified from an old product from her backpack and tossed it to Thales. Thales hugged the everlasting lamp while panting. He watched Kurtz take out ropes and tools. With a solemn expression, he said, "Anytime." The sounds of fighting behind them started to slow down. Kurtz smiled softly, as if she was disdainful. "Remember, only touch the places I've stepped on." Thales took a deep breath and nodded with mixed feelings. "Pray that I don't die in there." Kurtz smiled and patted the veteran's back. The seamstress put the everlasting lamp in her mouth and straightened her body. She took the lead and slid into the small, dark hole with her feet facing downwards. She was nowhere to be seen. This is the black track? Thales did not have the time to be surprised that there was actually a whole other world in that small cave. Gleeward sighed and patted his shoulder. My people will prepare a horse over there. You can go wherever you want to go. The veteran looked displeased, but in the end he did not say anything. But, follow Kurtz closely inside. Thales took a deep breath and imitated the seamstress. He put his feet into the cave. He did not step all the way to the bottom, but he could feel the slight chill inside as well as the faint breeze. You're not coming? The fight behind them was still going on, but the whistle of the patrol team could already be heard in the distance. Obviously, there was not much time left. Gleeward patted half of his thigh and said mockingly, Do I look like I can leap over roofs and vault over walls? Thales felt suffocated. Go! With a dark expression, Gleeward turned to the side. I have to go back and clean up the mess, especially that dead face. Thales looked at the veteran and clenched his fists tightly. Gleeward. Thales gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Thank you. The teenager said seriously, whether you're doing this for the old crow or for my mother. Gleeward was stunned. Thales looked at him with sincerity and nodded slightly. In the next second, the veteran's expression became annoyed. He slapped Thales back, and as the latter cried out in surprise, he pushed him into the black track. As he watched Thales disappear into the black track, Gleeward took a few deep breaths to calm his agitated heart. Damn it. Gleeward cursed in his heart. For his mother? Who does he think he is? With a displeased expression, Gleeward turned his wheelchair around and watched the fight on the street, which was becoming more and more obvious. He spat in displeasure. A king. He looked at the sky, which had just lit up, and mumbled. A king. Gleeward's expression darkened. His mutterings were filled with dejection. How could he be a king? The veteran looked at half of his thigh and touched his empty left eye. His expression was forced and gloomy as he said in a low voice, Don't worry. He said in a low voice, F***ck, but after a few breaths, Gleeward's nervous expression relaxed. With a stiff face, he pulled out a thread from the pocket of his robe in a panic. He slowly took out a small black leather pouch from between the two layers. Gleeward opened the leather pouch with trembling hands. He stared at the item inside in a daze, then at the entrance to the black track. He did not speak for a long time. The veteran stopped moving, snorted softly, and shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. F***. The sounds of fighting behind him began to die down. But Gleeward did not seem to notice it. He held the item in his hand. His face was livid and red, and he tried his best to put on a fierce expression. F***, as if that could prove something. A few seconds later, Gleeward leaned against the back of his wheelchair in relief. He laughed dryly and weakly. The veteran shut his eyes tightly. There was a faint hint of melancholy in his tone. F***. Finally, the item in Gleeward's hand slowly floated down and landed on his wheelchair. The morning light illuminated it. It was a neatly tied strand of a woman's hair. It was soft, smooth, and bright. It was fiery red. He felt the friction between his back and the rock strand. After he slid to the bottom with a tense heart, Thales opened his eyes and saw darkness. Then he heard footsteps. Hey, you're afraid of the dark? Thales narrowed his eyes to adapt to the sudden light. He was still in a state of shock as he stared at Kurtz, who was holding the everlasting lamp and watching him with a contemplative look. It was dark around him. And cold. Their everlasting lamps could only light up a small area around them. Follow me. In the darkness, the seamstress only had half of her face exposed by the light. She helped him light up the everlasting lamp and sighed. Even if some paths are difficult to walk, you must still follow them. Thales got up in a disheveled manner. Kurtz turned around and used her hands and feet to climb up the dark rock wall. She seemed to be going up the slope. I have to climb this stupid place again. At least I got 300 gold coins last time, Kurtz said sarcastically to herself. What about our client this time? He gave us a chance to be hanged. Prince? Thales could only pretend that he did not hear it. The black track was narrower than Thales had imagined. Just as he was about to reach for the everlasting lamp beside him, his arm crashed against the rock wall. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales hissed and rubbed his sore spot. He did not dare to be careless anymore. He carefully grabbed the everlasting lamp and laboriously followed Kurtz's footsteps. Kurtz was obviously familiar with the path, and he could only barely see Kurtz's trousers and boots through the faint light from the everlasting lamp. Soon, Thales experienced the power of the black track. Obviously, there was no flat road here. It was either uphill or downhill, and it was full of potholes. There were even a few places that were as steep as cliffs. Kurtz had to use a hook to climb up, and then use a rope to pull him up. Is this place really meant for people to walk? Thales complained in pain after he fell for the 8th time. The black track? It wasn't this hard to walk in the past. Kurtz chuckled in front of him. But the calamities played with stones in Dragon Cloud City when they had nothing to do, and they caused half of this place to collapse out of nowhere. Blame it on them. They bumped into things everywhere in the darkness along the way. Thales even fell or slipped several times due to his inexperience. If it were not for his rich experience in wrestling when he was young, Thales felt that he would have been badly battered by now. Be careful, don't fall again. Kurtz's voice came from ahead of him. Thales blushed and felt the rock straighter around him even more cautiously. Thank you. Kurtz snorted. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about that everlasting lamp. Who cares if you fall or not? Thales raised his eyebrows and rolled his eyes in the darkness where no one could see him. The ventilation here is terrible. You'll suffocate if you use a torch. Kurtz chuckled as she led the way. And it's too dark here. If you break the everlasting lamp, you won't be able to get out without light. Speaking of which, Thales thought of something. I have an idea. He snickered in his heart. The sin of Hell's river responded to his call and surged into his eyes. As the blood vessels around his eyes surged, Thales watched with satisfaction as the dark scene before him slowly brightened. Even though there was only a slight flow of cold air in the cave, Thales felt his vision become much clearer. Thales only felt that his vision had become much clearer. Many of the obstacles that could not be seen in the dark could now be avoided beforehand. Hence, he quickly caught up with Kurtz, and this made the seamstress look at him in a higher light. You got the hang of things pretty quickly. Thales could not help but feel a little smug. He began to pay attention to his surroundings. Oh, there are words here? Thales flipped over a rather flat rock platform. Through the sin of Hell's river, he saw strange words on the rock wall. Huh. Kurtz, who was feeling the way ahead, asked in puzzlement, why didn't I notice it? Thales paused for a moment. The sin of Hell's river continued surging. He narrowed his eyes and touched the words carved on the rock wall. August 20th, livestock, food. He read the words on it in a low voice. Thales' expression became serious. The ancient empire. Kurtz climbed up a protruding rock and asked curiously, what? Words. The words on these rocks are the language of the ancient empire. This writing style is not that of the final empire. It's from the ancient empire from a much longer time ago. Thales blinked and recalled the ancient empire's alphabet that Gilbert taught him a long time ago in bewilderment. This tunnel has a history of at least 1,000 years, or even longer. At least at that time, Northland was still under the rule of the ancient empire. No. When Thales saw a new sentence, he immediately overturned his thoughts. His curiosity was piqued, and he said excitedly, it shouldn't be that old. I noticed that there are some words and usage of the lingua franca mixed into these words. It seems to be a record of supplies and inventory. Kurtz laughed dryly. The seamstress seemed to be doing something that required a lot of energy. Perhaps she was rock climbing. She said perfunctorily, yes, it's really, really awesome. Now move your butt and continue walking. Kurtz finally climbed up a huge rock. She panted, stuck her head out, and extended her hand towards Thales. She said in annoyance, then give me your hand. I'll pull you up. Thales raised his eyebrows, glanced at the figure above him, and continued moving forward. But he immediately froze. Thales raised his head again and looked at Kurtz, who was above him, in disbelief. The everlasting lamp only illuminated a small part of the rock wall around her. The rest of the rock wall was pitch black. But, when he saw the scene before him clearly, Thales was suddenly shocked. He blinked in astonishment. In his field of vision, which was as dark as day due to the sin of Hell's River, on the rock stratum above Kurtz's head, suddenly there was another person. It was a man. He wore an ancient-looking armor and had complicated braids. His face was thin, and his mouth was open. His eyes bulged out, but there were no pupils. There was only white in his eyes. He looked like a corpse. Thales noticed in the faint chill that there was only black and the golden light from the lamp in the dark black track. But the man was brightly colored. He wore a dark green shoulder armor, a bright silver chainmail, and a dark red belt. Even the colors of his weapons were clearly distinguishable. What was even stranger was that the man looked as if he was embedded in the rock stratum with his face down. He went against gravity and laid upside down on top of Kurtz's head. At that moment, Thales felt his entire body stiffen. He suddenly remembered the story of the back-to-back bunk in the university dormitory in another illusory world. Why now, I know. I'm most afraid of this kind of thing. Hey! Kurtz shook her arm impatiently and said, "Are you stupid?" In the next second, the man moved. Bit by bit, he lowered his neck stiffly. It was as if his neck had become rusty. Thales' skin started to crawl, and a chill ran down his spine. In the next moment, as if he had lowered his neck to its limit, he started to move his eyes, which were devoid of any life force, and stared lifelessly at Kurtz beneath him. He slowly pulled up the thin muscles on his cheeks and put on a stiff and cold smile. He revealed his abnormally sharp, rust-colored teeth, and with a hoarse voice that sounded as if his vocal cords had been torn apart, he uttered a phrase. When he heard the phrase that was dragged out, Thales froze. It was the language of the ancient empire. Live people? But Kurtz's face was still filled with impatience. She did not seem to notice the thing that was only a few inches above her head. "Do you still want to come up?" It was as if she did not even hear that phrase. Thales took a deep breath and lowered his head to suppress the trembling in his body. "Now, how should I tell Kurtz that there's something above your head? There's... Thales took a few deep breaths and desperately chased away his fear. He made up his mind. "What's wrong with that?" "No, it's just a ghost." Filled with indignation, Thales gritted his teeth, opened his eyes, and raised his head abruptly. But he was stunned again. There was only a layer of black rock above Kurtz's head. "It's empty." The man lying on the ground, the brightly colored ghost. It's as if they never appeared. Hey. Kurtz looked at the dumbfounded Thales with a displeased expression. The light shone on the side of her face and the rock wall. Chapter 350. What is that? In the darkness, Thales stared fearfully at the rock strata above Kurtz's head. He tried his best to blink, but he still could not see anything. There was only darkness above Kurtz's head. The sin of Hell's River did not give him any feedback. "Hey, brat." The seamstress' dissatisfaction almost filled the small cave. "Are you messing with me?" Her voice traveled through the cave, and it echoed frequently. Thales was shocked by the angry shout. "Nothing." The teenager took a deep breath and stared at the top of Kurtz's head, still in a state of shock. "I was distracted. I'm coming." This time, Thales straightened his arm with all his might and held the everlasting lamp in front of him. He looked around with lingering fear and moved forward bit by bit. With great difficulty, he clasped Kurtz's palm and climbed up. Naturally, he attracted a lot of criticism from the seamstress. But Thales no longer cared about that. As Kurtz continued to explore the way forward, Thales held the lamp and walked past the spot where the face used to be. The latter could not help but raise his head repeatedly to check if there was really a strange face above his head. But there was still nothing. There was only a stone quietly embedded in the rock strata. Did I see wrongly? I did, right? Thales took a deep breath and suppressed his trembling hands and feet. He tried his best to throw away all thoughts that something was wrong with the atmosphere. He followed Kurtz's light in front of him and hugged the everlasting lamp tightly in his arms. He braced himself and continued forward in the pitch-black environment. They moved forward for another half an hour. During that time, Thales carefully moved forward. Every step he took was filled with anxiety. Even his heartbeat was almost not his own. Before he knew it, the prince was already drenched in cold sweat. Very good, we're already halfway there. Now above our heads. The seamstress' voice traveled into his ears, and she sounded rather satisfied. We're not far away. Thales felt relieved. Kurtz pressed her left hand against the rock wall in front of the cave and turned right. But at that moment, Kurtz pressed her left hand against the empty wall. A human face suddenly appeared. Thales felt his chest go numb. He could not catch his breath, and his entire body trembled. Asterisk thud. Asterisk his everlasting lamp fell beside his feet. The light flickered and cast Thales' shadow on the rock wall, but it could not cover the outline of the face. It was a man with deep features and blue dye on his forehead and cheeks. Just like the first man, his muscles were thin and shriveled, his eyes were pale, his lips were closed, and his skin was so pale that he didn't look like a living person. Hey, hey, hey. Kurtz gritted her teeth and turned around. I told you not to drop the everlasting lamp. Without the light, are you going to hit your head against the wall? The seamstress was a palm's distance away from the face on the rock wall, but she did not feel anything wrong. We must. The man in the rock wall glared at Thales with pupilless eyes. His cervical vertebrae rotated slowly like a rusty clock. His black lips opened and closed, and his teeth, which were like withered wood, let out an unpleasant sound. It was as if the sound was right next to his ears. Kill them all? Kill the orcs as well? Enemy countries, kill them all as well? Why can't we kill them all? Kurtz was still reprimanding the teenager unhappily, as if she and the man were in two different worlds. She did not hear anything. This is the common language of the Western Peninsula that's mixed with the language of the ancient empire? Thales felt goosebumps in his heart. He was about to cry. With a stiff expression, he pointed in the direction opposite Kurtz. But there, however, when he turned his gaze, Thales discovered to his horror that the man was gone. Kurtz turned her head around in puzzlement. There was only a black rock wall behind her. There was no human face. It was covered by alternating lights and shadows, and it was as serene as ever. Thales was stunned. He started to tremble slightly. Kurtz frowned and looked at him. Hey! What's there? The teenager shook his head violently. Thales sucked in a deep breath and sprang up like an agile rabbit. He picked up the everlasting lamp, and using both his hands and feet, he practically rolled and crawled away from the rock wall. He ran in front of Kurtz. The petrified prince turned around the strange rock wall, and before his eyes was another stretch of darkness. He could barely see a downward slope. No, Kurtz. Thales gulped as he ran. His fingers were numb, and his voice was unsteady. Something's not right. Kurtz was a little stunned. What? Thales firmly resisted the desire to turn his head around. He shook his head vigorously. The black track? This place is very strange. I saw some things. Kurtz looked at Thales' disheveled appearance as if she was deep in thought. Suddenly she giggled. Are you really afraid of the dark? Thales, who was terrified, bit his lower lip and tried his best not to think. This isn't the dark. He was cut off. Be good and shut up. The seamstress rushed in front of him with a fierce look on her face and poked his chest. I promised the cripple, so I will definitely send you out. Follow me properly. Don't be afraid of the dark. Thales, who wanted to cry but had no tears and was horrified, was speechless. Kurtz, who was in front of him, cursed as she jumped down a slope. She stirred up air currents, and a chill surrounded them. Thales could only put on a long face and hang the everlasting lamp in front of his chest. With one foot in front of him and both hands supporting his back, he slid down the slope. This time he widened his eyes. The sin of hell's river flowed faster. I remember that as long as we walk past this place, Thales listened absent-mindedly, but just as he was about to slide to the bottom of the slope, facing him, on the top of the rock wall, 3 figures suddenly appeared. Old men, women, and men. Thales, who was falling, shuddered. A low and strange whisper traveled into his ears again. Who are we? This was the old man's call. The common language with a Northland accent was filled with confusion. You are us. We are you. This was the man's whisper. It was filled with the language of the ancient empire. His words were elegant but very strange. They were stuck to the rock wall. Their eyes were pale, and they looked like corpses. They stared at him, and their gazes were extremely clear in the darkness. One of the women even stretched out her withered hands towards him. Why are you over there? This was the common language, but the grammar was complicated, and it was filled with an accent that Thales had never heard before. There was a heart-wrenching chill in his words, as well as hysterical pain. My lover, do you like to the battlefield? The brownish-gray nails swept past Thales' face, bringing with it a bone-chilling chill. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, the petrified Thales fell to the ground on his butt, and he fell hard on the ground. What the hell is this? Asterisk ck. Thales could not help but curse. At that moment he only felt goosebumps all over his body. He got up and took a step forward, just wanting to stay further away from the figures above him. What the hell is this place? Panting, Thales, who was panicking in the dark, bumped into Kurtz, who was trying to recall the way back. Are you crazy? The seamstress staggered when he bumped into her. She turned around with an angry expression. I swear if you... But she could not finish her sentence. Both of them felt the ground under their feet shake slightly. Kurtz and Thales held their breaths at the same time. At the same time, a frightening sound came from the rock strata in the dark. Asterisk crack. Asterisk both of their faces turned pale. Asterisk crack. Asterisk this? Thales listened carefully to the frightening sound. It sounds like rocks cracking? A few seconds later, the cracking sound grew louder. Asterisk rustle. Asterisk under the weak illumination provided by the 2 everlasting lamps, Kurtz and Thales stared at each other. With a pale face, Kurtz touched the top of her head. A few pieces of rubble the size of fingernails had fallen on their heads. Such asterisk T. That was the only word she had time to utter. The ground shook violently again. The panicked Thales grabbed the rock beside him so that he did not fall. Feeling the ground shake, Kurtz finally stabilized herself with great difficulty. Her expression changed drastically. Damn it. Something must have collapsed again. She had just finished speaking. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the cracking sound and shaking sound turned into a piercing crash. It was as if a huge rock had fallen behind them. The seamstress' expression was unpleasant. She could not care about reprimanding Thales. She hung the everlasting lamp around her neck and nimbly climbed up the path. Run! Asterisk thud. Asterisk a huge rock smashed onto a low slope not far from them and rolled down. Thales' heart trembled. He knew that this was not the time to be afraid of ghosts. The prince could not care about preserving his strength. He summoned the familiar yet unfamiliar power and desperately activated the sin of hell's river in his body. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the sin of hell's river happily rushed to the top of his head and filled his entire body. Thales felt the pulsation of his blood vessels and the fullness of his muscles. He felt his vision clearer than day and the flow of air in the cave. Thales stomped on the ground and instantly stood up. He clung to the rock wall and chased after Kurtz with all his might. The ground shook again. Soon, the sounds around him turned into a deafening roar. Together with the tremors of the rock strata and the ground, they traveled into his ears. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the terrified prince caught up to Kurtz. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the sounds of falling rocks became louder and more frequent, as if they were very close. What the hell? Thales desperately jumped over a shallow pit and clung to a rock strata going up the slope. He gritted his teeth and shouted in the midst of the roars, "This stupid place! Was it like this before?" The ground shook again. Thales lost his footing and fell to the ground. His everlasting lamp crashed against the rock wall and was instantly extinguished with a shattering sound. But he could not care about that now. Escaping was more important. His skin crawled. Thales propped himself up again and covered a distance of a few meters with just 2 or 3 steps. As the ground shook violently, he fell on his face countless times, but he could only move forward with all his might. Who knows? The last time I brought someone here was 6 years ago. Kurtz's exasperated voice came from the roars. It was obvious that she was not having a good time either. After Shield District was destroyed, the black track would sometimes collapse. That's why the cripples sealed this place. Thales crashed into the walls left and right during the tremors. He struggled to maintain his balance and keep moving forward. But in such a terrible environment, even Kurtz, who was very familiar with the path, could not move faster. Asterisk bang. Boom. Asterisk a loud sound came from behind them. The slope that they passed by earlier was smashed by a rock that had fallen from an unknown place. Crushed stones flew everywhere. When Thales turned his head around and saw this scene, his soul almost left his body. Thales took 2 steps forward and avoided a falling rock to his left. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, but this was far from the worst. As the falling rock smashed open a crack, another person appeared in shock. It was a withered figure with white hair. "Come, join us and fight against the tyrant. The empire will fall and Northland will rise." Its eyes were white, and its muscles were rotting. But its lips were as dry as its companions, and it had sparse white hair and wrinkled scalp. It extended a hand that was only left with white bones to Thales. Thales shuddered. The sin of Hell's river automatically gathered in his left leg without him needing to summon it. He kicked it with all his might and rolled to the right while cursing. "What the hell is this?" While he was running for his life, Thales saw from afar another charred, withered face appear in a pit to his lower right. It widened its white eyes and released a terrifying smile at him. Its lips opened and closed. "To protect my family, I will kill all my enemies. But with my family around, my enemies will find my weakness and defeat me. I will not be able to kill all my enemies. For my family, I will not be defeated. My family will not be my weakness. So, to defeat my enemies, to protect my family, I must first kill my family." The moment this person finished speaking, he suddenly held his head with his withered hands and let out an endless howl of pain. "What the F***? Thales covered his ears and roared in anger in his heart as he rolled and crawled towards Kurtz. "What the hell is this?" In front of him, Kurtz came to a sudden stop, and Thales almost crashed into her. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, my God, the roads I remember are all messed up. Kurtz, who was panicking, howled in anger. The everlasting lamp swayed violently in front of her chest. "Why are we so unlucky? I feel like wherever we go is collapsing." A rock smashed into their path in a frightening manner. Shocked, Thales and the seamstress immediately turned to the other side. "Wherever we go." Thales suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted in dissatisfaction as he ran, "Are you sure your surname isn't Drake?" "Bullsh*. T. Kurtz said angrily, "My surname is..." But at that moment, Thales, who was running for his life amidst the tremors, collapses, and falling rocks, stopped breathing. He was frightened by the scene before him. In the field of vision of the sin of Hell's river, countless faces, figures he saw just now appeared one after another as they ran for their lives. These people had the same characteristics. They were as withered as corpses. They had eyes but no pupils, and their movements were stiff. These monsters, either revealed their heads from the cracks in the rocks, stretched out their limbs from the craters, or suddenly rose from the ground. They were everywhere, and their shadows could be seen everywhere. Thales could only feel an endless chill invading his body from the soles of his feet. This time, they faintly exuded an ominous black fog. Regardless of whether they were near or far, they all turned to Thales and glared at him. They opened their ugly mouths and spoke simultaneously. The Emperor is calling. The knights have gathered. Return in triumph. Return in triumph. Return in triumph. Where the tip of the sword points, the chaos will end. After this war, the Empire will have no enemies, and we will be able to return home. We are surrounded. We don't need to leave any rations. Those who are injured, leave your horses with the healthy. Those who don't have weapons, search the bodies of the others. Cavaliers, equip yourselves. We will make one last charge. This way, King Anzac and the others will have to deal with fewer mixed orcs. Why do we have to fight? The West Billows didn't attack us, so why do we have to attack them? Sel, Karali, Rakasa, Kalika, Selical. There were all sorts of languages, including the elegant or common language of the ancient empire, the ancient or modern lingua franca, and many other languages that Thales seemed familiar with but could not understand. There were even a few existences who did not look like normal humans. They were screaming in pain in a language that he could not understand at all. The cave was instantly filled with noise. But Kurtz was the same as always. She did not seem to have noticed anything and only ran forward desperately. More and more words seeped into Thales' ears. Some were whispered, some were growled, and some were roared. They were accompanied by layers of abnormal emotions. The terrified Thales wailed and increased his speed in a flurry. He only wanted to run as fast as he could and escape this godforsaken place. The voices continued. It doesn't matter if they have weapons or not. The reason is simple. This is the place the Emperor designated. It is our territory. If they don't admit that they are from the Empire, then they are our enemies. The uprising failed. The entire army was wiped out. The inspectors of the Empire will be here soon. Run, sound the bugle. It's the ice bastards. We must stop them here. Believe me, the humans will definitely win. Deserters, deserters, deserters deserve to die. Deserters don't deserve to be human. If they don't have the courage to behead themselves, they deserve to be beheaded by others. The city is breached, the city is breached. Follow me, we will charge forward and leave no one alive. Long live the Empire. Kurtz! Thales covered his ears and wailed, enduring the headache that came at him inch by inch. Kurtz! He forced himself not to look at the skinny, ferocious and terrifying female person who was only an arm's length away from him. He shot past the obstacles without a care in the world. He relied on the vision of the sin of Hell's River to prevent himself from falling in the darkness. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. The black track. Something is very wrong with this place. Amid the rumbling sounds, Kurtz's enraged voice traveled from the front. She seemed to have just avoided a rock that fell on her head. Yes, I can see it too. Also, thank you for your nonsense. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the moment Kurtz turned around, another huge rock above her head cracked. It fell vertically. Be careful. Kurtz subconsciously raised her head, and her face instantly turned pale. That rock enveloped all of them beneath it. Thales felt his skin crawl. He did not care about the soreness in his legs and exerted his strength to catch up. But when he saw the situation before him clearly, he felt a chill in his heart as he charged forward. No. The area of the rock that fell from above my head is too large. Even if he pounced on Kurtz, even if they charged at full speed, I can't avoid it. What should I do? The huge rock was only a few meters away from Kurtz's head. What should I do? At that moment, Thales desperately tried to recall all the skills he could use. Jayla, Ralph, Waya, Black Sword, the Corleone sisters, Ida, but in the face of such a crisis, their skills, and emergency measures were all useless. What should I do? At that moment, a figure that Thales did not expect suddenly appeared in his mind. In his memories, that man's expression was cold and his face was pale. He swung the blade in his hand and miraculously retracted it. Thales shuddered. The rare power of eradication seeped into his bones and joints, and an indescribable power erupted. In the blink of an eye, Thales sped up and pounced on Kurtz, who was in front of him. He held her waist tightly. As Kurtz screamed, they fell forward together, and the huge rock above their heads drew closer and closer. Thales gritted his teeth. The sin of Hell's river began to roar in his body, causing his pores to shrink. The surging blood in his veins gradually drowned out the endless words of those people. His bones began to groan. Thales could not help but let out an angry grunt amidst the intense pain. The rock above his head drew closer and closer. It even began to reflect the light from the everlasting lamp. In the next moment, his forward momentum came to a miraculous stop. Thales' legs were firmly planted on the ground. They did not fall. That was not all. The joints in Thales' body let out unpleasant explosive sounds. Thales' face contorted. The power of eradication gathered in his legs. As if he had overcome inertia, the young prince's body, which had just reached this point, suddenly turned backwards. Bang! The huge rock fell. The loud sound echoed in his ears. Kurtz sat on the ground and stared at the scene before her in a daze. She stared at the rock that was only a few inches away from her. Beside her, Thales lay on the ground and panted heavily in pain. Crash. The rock that fell before them shattered inch by inch, and many of it rolled to their feet. At that critical moment, Thales pounced forward towards Kurtz. Then, in an inconceivable manner, he instantly changed his direction and leaped 2 meters backwards, dragging them out of the area where the falling rock fell. Kurtz slowly came to her senses. She widened her eyes. "How did you do it? Don't ask." This came from Thales, whose legs were numb and he could barely breathe. "Damn it." Thales panted in a disheveled manner, but he could feel the tremors on the ground continuing. The roars beside his ears did not weaken. "This wants me to die." At that moment, Thales, who was lying on his back on the ground, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Right above his head, a terrifying face appeared on the rock wall. Thales recognized that face, the thin facial muscles, the stiff smile, the sharp, rust-colored teeth, and the brightly colored armor. "It's that man." It looked at Thales with its pale, defeated eyes. It moved its stiff neck inch by inch and spoke slowly. "Come. You shouldn't be there. You belong to us." It was still the standard, classical and clear enunciation of the language of the ancient empire. If one ignored the deep chill contained in it, the moment it finished speaking, a thick black fog spread out from its body. In the next second, before Thales could react, the rock stratum beneath them shattered inch by inch. Boom. Hey! The panicked Kurtz only had time to shout one word before she sank with the collapse of the rock. "Kurtz!" Thales cried out in surprise and pounced forward, wanting to grab the panicking seamstress. "Grab me!" But his hand could only brush past Kurtz's figure in vain, and he touched her finger one last time. Kurtz fell and moved further and further away from him. The shock on her face had yet to fade. Thales watched the woman fall in the darkness with a dumbfounded expression. But he could do nothing, until the seamstress figure was completely swallowed by the darkness. He could no longer see her. Above him, a hoarse and terrifying voice spoke in the language of the ancient empire with a threatening chill. "Come, comrade." Chapter 351. Thales gritted his teeth and trembled a little. He looked up abruptly. However, the strange man on the rock wall disappeared again. Thales' breathing quickened. No, Kurtz, he could no longer care about those supernatural beings. Thales frantically stretched out his hands towards the edge of the collapsed wall, trying to grab hold of something so that he could climb down and search for Kurtz. But it was as if the black track was deliberately toying with him. A cracking sound came from above him again. Rumble. A rock fell. Thales instinctively pounced to the side. The rock fell on his original spot, and shards flew everywhere. Damn it. Bang. Countless stones continued to fall beside him and above him. The teenager could only hug his head tightly and curl into a ball. He rolled left and right under the perception of the sin of Hell's river, trying his best to avoid the larger stones. Asterisk rumble, rumble. Asterisk finally, Thales felt that everything around him had quietened down. The prince panted and put down his arms. He lay down on his back and endured the pain in his eyes. Kurtz, when he remembered the seamstress's despairing face, Thales could not help but clench his fists and slam them on the ground. At this moment, Thales suddenly felt a chill on the top of his head. He sat up abruptly. As expected, the prince was horrified to see that countless figures had appeared around him again. The wall in front of him, the protruding rocks behind him, the ground beside his left foot, the edge of the cliff above his head, withered faces, pale eyes, rotten lips and teeth. It's them. It's them again. Countless strange faces slowly surged out of the rock wall like they were surfacing on the surface of water, as if they were not corporeal. Join us. There were hundreds of them, and they covered almost all the visible rock walls. All of them stared at Thales from all directions with their deathly pale eyes. You don't belong there. Join us. We are one, and return to the battlefield. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. He took a step forward to stay away from the person behind him who was about to touch him. More and more voices reached his ears. Thales subconsciously covered his forehead. He was starting to have a headache again. Victory. He did it not come. Your father, wife, and children are behind you. For Northland, defend this place to the death. Remember, we did not kill anyone. We are the army. When we go to the battlefield, it is the army that kills, so we are not murderers. It is the empire that kills. This is the empire's responsibility. We are just following orders. We are innocent, innocent. Advance, advance, until death. There's no other way. There's not enough food. Go to the village and search for food. Remember to be polite and buy it. No, if anyone dares to resist the rations, then they are our enemies. Let's eat the warhorses first, starting from the sick ones. Be more decisive. Bring the prisoners of war over. It's only right for us to eat the flesh and blood of our enemies raw. There are no more prisoners of war? Let's go to the village. It'll be fine. We're only picking the worst scumbags. We're doing a good deed. Follow Yusi, let's do this. As long as we kill Duke Arund, the Northland will be ours. The survival of the Dark Knight army will be decided today. Run. The Emperor has lost. There's no hope for us. Run, run to the desert, run to West Billow Province, run to Dragon Kiss Province. I want to crawl back, crawl back. My daughter, my wife. They're waiting for me. No, I can't scare them. I have to find my head first. Suddenly, the prince sensed something. He raised his head shakily. Thales froze. It's that man. It, who was at the top of the rock wall just now, still had its terrifying white eyes and rust-colored teeth. At this moment, it was floating in the air. Surrounded by black fog, it slowly floated towards Thales. You are ours. Thales tried his best to dispel the chill and fear in his heart. He clenched his fists. When he remembered Kurtz's expression when she fell, anger and hatred instantly surged within him. Who are you? It did not react. It only floated towards him quietly. Who are you? Thales gritted his teeth and spoke, but he stopped abruptly. It got closer and closer. Under the gazes of countless faces, it stared at Thales. Thales seemed to have understood something. He sucked in a few deep breaths and overcame his trembling and goosebumps. He spoke stiffly in the language of the ancient empire, which Gilbert had once taught him. Who are you? Thales saw that it paused slightly. The surrounding black fog slowly left its body. What do you want? In the air, the most unique slowly raised its head and shook its head violently. Thales saw that the colors on its body seemed to have become a little brighter. Its expression changed. The stiff muscles at the corners of its lips trembled. It opened its mouth and let out a terrifying laugh. But in the next moment, it suddenly opened its mouth wide and revealed its sharp teeth. Ahah! A shrill roar instantly rang in Thales' ears. He instinctively covered his ears and shrank back in pain. As it howled shrilly, the hundreds of faces around him became agitated. They opened their rotting mouths and responded to the howl. In the next second, countless people left their original positions. As they howled, their bodies, other than their heads, appeared. They were like predatory beasts. Hell's River, what does Hell's River look like? Mother, can I see you there? To be loyal to the Iron Blood King, we can die without regrets. No, our deaths are definitely not meaningless. This rotten so-called empire, that high and mighty shameless tyrant, must be overthrown. Avenge them. Believe me, as long as we kill all our enemies and leave none alive, peace will come. What? New enemies. Then continue to kill until the day peace comes. My God, a dragon, that's a dragon. How can we win against a dragon? After the war, I can be promoted to captain. I want to go home and marry Ellie. Who am I? No, we picked up our weapons for them. I would rather go to the gallows than hurt them. I came to be a soldier to win the war and finish it. This way, my son's son, will not have to be a soldier anymore. Countless voices were like whispers, but they penetrated the howls without any obstruction and poured into Thales's ears. Thales covered his ears tightly. He was in great pain. The person closest to him, who only had half a face left, roared angrily and extended its withered, twig-like hand. It first touched Thales's left arm. Ah! Thales cried out in pain. That feeling was like being immersed in boiling water and then pouring ice water over it. The cold and burning sensation spread to the arm that was touched at the same time. The sin of Hell's River circulated madly, instinctively strengthening his arm muscles, hand bones, filling his joints, and increasing his blood flow. Thales screamed and swung JC's dagger with all his might, but it was useless. The arm of the monster that did not have a corporeal body passed through Thales' hand without any obstruction, and a wisp of visible smoke drifted out. Thales roared. The pain was still there, and as the monster seeped into his arm, the pain in his arm increased. That was not all. The hundreds of monster faces on the rock wall extended their limbs, climbed up the rock wall, and crawled towards him. They reached out to him shakily. It was not just his arm, but also his legs, neck, head. No. Every time he came into contact with them, Thales felt as if he was being tortured. He could only scream in vain, and even the sin of Hell's River could not help him. In the intense pain, Thales' consciousness gradually blurred. It seems like it's the end. Just when he raised the dagger with all his might, wanting to cut open his palm and make a final attempt, beep. Thales suddenly felt pain in his ears. Tinnitus. An extremely piercing tinnitus suddenly assaulted him. It almost drowned out the pain all over his body. Under the stimulation of the tinnitus, Thales kept convulsing. He felt as if his body was no longer his own. Along with the tinnitus came a piercing silver light. It shone in the darkness of the cavern, illuminating the narrow corner of the room. As if they had met their natural enemy, the moment the hundreds and thousands of people saw the silver light, they covered their white eyes in pain. It hurts. It's him. They let go of Thales, who was struggling desperately, and retreated. The silver light was getting closer. The tinnitus was also getting stronger. The miserable howls of them rang out again. But this time, Thales sensed fear and disgust from their emotions. No, it hurts. That Northlander, it's him and his power. Sooner or later, he will be ours. Run. Before the silver light, they rushed to let go of Thales, retreated, and disappeared into the dark rock wall again. The silver light was so piercing that Thales could not open his eyes. His tinnitus did not decrease, but Thales was slowly getting used to it. But as the monsters left, Thales let out a sigh of relief. The pain in his body had subsided. Soon, Thales' ears no longer rang with the deep words spoken by the people. It was as if the window to the downtown area had been closed. Finally, there were no longer any monsters at the bottom of the dark pit. Only the dark rock stratum was left. And Thales. The teenager sat up with difficulty, desperately blocking the piercing silver light that shot towards him. Enduring the slightly less piercing tinnitus in his ears, he first looked at his body. He was surprised to find that even though the pain was still fresh in his mind, other than the abrasions he suffered while running for his life, there were no injuries on his body caused by the monsters. So, those things were indeed, at this moment. The silver light weakened. The tinnitus disappeared. Wait a minute. Thales shuddered. The strange tinnitus just now gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yes, tinnitus, he had experienced it before. Twice. Once in Constellation, and once in Northland. Once in the Bloodline ceremony. Once in the Holy Duel. So, the prince seemed to have figured something out. He slowly turned his head around. 2 steps away from him, in the center of the dazzling silver light. There, a figure appeared as the silver light weakened. It was a man. A man made of silver light. The other party looked at him silently. Thales stared blankly at the figure in the silver light and came to the next conclusion. He was a warrior. The silhouette of the other party's body was embellished with silver light. Only his facial features were dark and profound. The silver light formed the light armor on his body, and even outlined the strong muscles and slender figure exposed under the armor. However, the thing that left the deepest impression on Thales was the heroic, dignified, majestic, and bold aura this man showed when he stood in front of him. He was like a figure in myths and legends. But the other party was still just a transparent silver light. Thales could even see the rock stratum behind him through his body. Thales looked at him in shock and bewilderment. So, who is he? The next second, the figure took a step forward and spoke slowly. His voice was cold, and his words were as firm as steel. So, you are the culprit. What entered Thales' ears was a Northland accent. It was the lingua franca that was half ancient and half modern. Thales blinked. What? The figure in the silver light shook his head and stepped forward. You don't belong here. Thales watched him approach slowly, and he instantly became nervous. I really don't belong here. I'm sorry. Thales stood up in a flurry. He swung his wrist and felt the soreness brought by the sin of Hell's River. So, who are you? Silver Shadowman's footsteps paused for a moment. Who am I? His handsome face tilted, and his pitch-black eyes slightly distorted. He seemed to be thinking, who am I? But Thales could only sense a deep sense of confusion from his words. Silver Shadowman shook his head. I don't know. I can't remember. Thales was stunned. Silver Shadowman suddenly raised his head, and his tone was firm. But I must protect this place, and you came to the wrong place. His deep, dark eyes seemed to have the power to see through people's hearts, and it made Thales' heart clench. Silver Shadowman walked in front of him, and suddenly extended his strong right arm, which was formed by silver light, to touch Thales' face. Ah! Thales cried out in pain and was shocked. Silver Shadowman's touch seemed to have substance. Wherever the silver light touched, there was a sharp pain on his skin. The prince gritted his teeth and took 2 steps back. He left Silver Shadowman's arm, held his dagger, and stared at him warily. The ringing in his ears started again. You're a little different. Silver Shadowman seemed to be even more puzzled. Your body is filled with an ominous presence, and even the power of the mountains is rejecting you, but... Thales widened his eyes, showing that he could not understand the current situation. The tall Silver Shadowman shook his head violently. It was as if he wanted to shake off something. When he raised his head again, his emotions had already turned cold, and his tone was stern. No, Silver Shadowman said firmly. His facial features slowly gathered together under the silver light, as if he was convincing himself, you are just their new trick, a byproduct of their chaotic consciousness. You are the other side of evil. In the next second, the silver light shone brightly. Silver Shadowman instantly turned into a man of silver light. In an instant, he appeared in front of Thales and seized him by the neck. Wait, what's going on? But his thoughts were soon interrupted. Thales only felt that there was a tremendous pressure that came along with that arm, causing him to be unable to move. The ringing in his ears and the piercing pain were instantly transmitted to Thales' nerves. The intensity was even greater than before, and he could not help but scream. Ah, no! Unlike the monsters that did not have a physical body, Silver Shadow Man's arms seemed to be non-existent. When he pressed down on Thales's neck firmly, the latter actually felt an illusory sense of suffocation. Silver Shadow Man's hesitant voice pierced through the ringing in Thales's ears. I have a responsibility, I must protect. Destroy the threat. Silver Shadow Man raised his left arm. The silver light on his arm grew brighter, and it pierced straight into Thales's chest. The silver light sank straight into Thales's chest. At that moment, Thales shuddered, and he felt a chill rise from his heart. It brought about a piercing pain all over his body. Even the sin of Hell's River seemed to be firmly suppressed, and there was no reaction. The ringing in his ears, the piercing pain, and the chill were like three tortures tormenting him at the same time. Thales shut his eyes tightly. His face was contorted, and he howled in pain that was 100 times worse than before. At that moment, very abruptly, Silver Shadow Man stopped what he was doing. He pulled out his left arm from Thales's chest. Silver Shadow Man's pitch-black eyes slowly drew closer. This is... Thales, who was firmly suppressed, stopped screaming. He was drenched in cold sweat, and he could not stop panting. He looked like he was about to collapse. The light on Silver Shadow Man's body weakened. He turned back into Silver Shadow Man and grabbed the limp Thales. What is he trying to do? Is he repeatedly torturing me? Is he a sadist? Thales sensed the piercing pain and the ringing in his ears disappear, but he felt as if he had just gone through a great battle. His entire body was exhausted, and his consciousness was fading. Silver Shadow Man laid him down gently, and his left hand stopped in front of Thales's left chest. He touched his chest, causing Thales to feel waves of discomfort from the piercing pain. The next second, Silver Shadow Man raised his head, and his tone was stern. Who are you? Thales could not even maintain the most basic ability to think. He lay on the ground powerlessly, and he felt that all the cells in his body were roaring, dissatisfied with the abuse brought by their master. Damn it. You lunatic, I'm just a lost traveler, a pitiful lamb. I went in the wrong direction and met a pervert. He panted and sneered again and again, mixing his dissatisfaction and grievance into his words. At this moment, the silver light on Silver Shadow Man's body flourished again. The piercing pain and ringing in his ears assaulted him again, causing Thales, who had just recovered from the pain, to tremble again. King hate naughty children the most. So, son of AB*, I will ask you one more time, Silver Shadow Man said coldly. Silver Shadow Man pressed his palm against Thales's chest and pressed it down forcefully. The silver light seeped in again. Who the *CK are you? Arg. Ringing in his ears, piercing pain, heavy pressure, suffocation, chilliness. Under the torment of several senses, Thales resolutely gave up on resisting stubbornly. He roared in horror and despair. Thales? Thales Jadestar. I am Thales Jadestar. With all the grievances and displeasure he had experienced throughout the day, he roared at the sky, I am the unlucky prince of some unlucky kingdom. Thales' voice traveled very far, and the echo was deafening. The prince was drenched in cold sweat as he panted. He was surprised to find that the silver sadist's hand had already left his chest. The silver light on the man's body that made him uncomfortable also disappeared. Silver Shadow Man stood up slowly. Jadestar? He stared at the dying prince and seemed to be mulling over the name. Jadestar. Silver Shadow Man raised his head. A familiar surname. He turned around and walked away from Thales, leaving Thales with his back. Thales struggled painfully to his feet while his consciousness blurred. It was only then that he noticed that the silver light on the man's armor was decorated in a crude style, and the combination was simple. This style is just like... Silver Shadow Man slowly raised his head. For the first time, there was a strange emotion in his frosty tone. Even if the memories of the past have long since faded away like rotten wood. But it can still ring the bell in my consciousness and stir up the ripples in my thoughts. Jadestar? Thales, who had every part of his body that did not hurt, stood up with respect and suspicion. He did not want to have anything to do with the sadist at all. Silver Shadow Man turned around abruptly. His facial features gathered together again, and he looked very stern. Then, young Jade Star, you should not have come here. And you should not have awakened them. Chapter 352. The dark cave welcomed a rare moment. The light from Silver Shadow Man's body illuminated the place. Thales leaned against the rock wall and panted. He thought about it again and again in his vigilance, but in the end he gave up on most of his confrontational actions. This Silver Shadow Man was obviously not an existence he could handle. The teenager asked in puzzlement, "What, them?" Silver Shadow Man stared at him with his eyes, which were so black that they seemed to contain nothing. Them. He was still speaking in the Western Peninsula's common language with a Northland accent. The outline of Silver Shadow Man's face moved subtly under the flickering light. It was almost as if a real person was speaking, and it was a little strange. You saw them. Those homeless souls of the deceased. Anomalies that hover between life and death. Thales' heart trembled. Hover between life and death. He muttered. He raised his head anxiously and looked at the dark walls of the cave around him. He imagined the scene of the densely packed ghosts appearing on the walls. Those shriveled and rotting faces. Thales could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. He buried his face in his hands and heaved a painful and labored sigh. So, this world really has such things, sigh. He even thought about this for me. This world of holographic, four-dimensional, and dynamic horror movies is too beautiful. The dejected Thales used a whole 5 seconds to free himself from the unpleasant memories of the past. He lifted his head listlessly. But how? He leaned against the rock wall and pressed against the scratches on his body. He asked Silver Shadow Man weakly, "Why are there so many souls of the deceased under Dragon Cloud City? Are they bored and come here to scare people?" Silver Shadow Man's body shone faintly. He seemed to be hesitating. "A ruined castle is above our heads," he answered in the end. The words that came from the silver light were like murmurs in a dream, and they echoed faintly. "It has stood here for thousands of years. The flames of the great dragon, the footprints of the elves, the warriors of Northland, the iron hooves of the Empire, and even the heavy hammers of the orcs have plowed through this place." When he heard the unfamiliar name, Thales was instantly stunned. "Pun, castle?" the prince repeated doubtfully, but his eyes immediately brightened. "Wait a minute, are you talking about Dragon Cloud City?" Arund Castle was its former name. Thales immediately understood something. In a moment of realization, he began to size up Silver Shadow Man with a strange gaze. Using this form of address. "So you're from the ancient times, Heir? You're from the Empire era?" But Silver Shadow Man only stared at him quietly and did not answer. "All right." Thales spread his arms, inviting a snub. In his mind, he crossed out the option of finding things to talk to get information out of this person who was neither a human nor a ghost. Then, souls of the dead? When Silver Shadow Man heard this, he slowly raised his head and stared at the cave as if he was filled with emotions. He turned around and moved away from Thales. The footsteps formed by the silver light left brilliant and colorful traces on the rocks that they stepped on. This land has experienced countless wars, bitter cold, disasters, and deaths. Heads have fallen, blood has spilled, corpses have filled the fields, and wails have lingered. Silver Shadow Man walked forward slowly. His words traveled into Thales' ears again, and they contained a certain melancholy that could not be dispelled. For thousands of years, countless living beings have been buried here. The souls of the dead gathered in the past cannot be dispelled. Cannot be dispelled, cannot be dispelled, cannot be dispelled. This time, the echo in his voice was especially clear, and it shocked Thales. It was only then that the prince noticed that Silver Shadow Man's words did not come from his voice, but from his heart. Wait, the words that came from the bottom of my heart. This situation, doesn't it feel a little familiar? But before Thales could figure out what was going on, Silver Shadowman's tone changed. Originally, they should be sleeping quietly without any consciousness, have nothing to do with the living, and have nothing to do with the mortal world. They should slowly lose their sense of self and time, until they die and no longer exist. The man turned around abruptly, and the silver light on his body became as dense as a lit oil lamp. His tone became stern and serious. Until you woke them up. Thales was stunned. Me? But I didn't do anything. He stretched out his hands in an innocent and puzzled manner. How did you wake them up? Silver Shadowman was facing him. Under the contrast of light and darkness, his facial features suddenly became a little sharp. No, he said firmly. You did. Thales was stunned. Silver Shadowman slowly raised his right hand and faced him. His palm shone with a faint silver light. Thales instantly felt uncomfortable. There seemed to be something in the silver light that made his skin prickle with pain, just like when this dangerous existence had threatened and interrogated him. I can see it. They can see that you have a special power. Thales' heart tensed. Silver Shadowman said faintly, but it made Thales' breathing inexplicably quicken. It hides in your strong body. It absorbs nutrients and it also benefits you. It allows you to communicate with the world and the underground, and the living and the dead. Thales raised his eyebrows. The moment it fused with you, you wandered between life and death, and the boundary between life and death became blurred. Silver Shadowman's words made Thales' heart skip a beat. Between life and death, he immediately figured something out. You used yourself as the key to open a path in the wall between worlds that are not connected to each other, the man said solemnly. The souls of the dead, who should not have been able to sense anything and could not affect the living, were startled and awakened. Like hyenas that gather after rotting corpses, or sharks that thirst for blood. Thales blinked in shock as he stared at Silver Shadowman's increasingly distinct black facial features. Are you saying? He whispered in disbelief. The sin of Hell's River? Silver Shadowman did not answer. Thales, who was feeling uneasy, took action the moment he thought of it. He clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath. He summoned the sin of Hell's River in his body and activated its most commonly used effect, which was to strengthen his sight and hearing. In a few seconds, the sin of Hell's River followed his consciousness and poured into the blood vessels around his eyes and ears, making his world brighter and clearer. But at the same time, Thales immediately felt that there was something strange around him. In the distance, on the rock wall where the silver light could not shine, countless black shadows emerged. The new and strange faces of ghosts looked in his direction. It hurts, my chest. No, why do you want to kill me? I didn't join the uprising. Sada. Noxada. They can't stay here. The vanguard of the orcs is coming. Even if I have to kidnap them, I have to kidnap all the people in this village. Ha, you won't believe me. I locked that ice bastard on a rack, used a pair of red-hot tongs to wring out its intestines, and poured kerosene on it. I will never forget what they did to my Lisa. I want every orc who falls into my hands to die in agony. At that moment, a cold chill, deep whispers, painful howls, and all the nightmares returned to Thales' senses. The prince was greatly shocked. However, the sin of Hell's River, which had sensed the threat, not only did it not stop, it even sped up uncontrollably and continued to strengthen his senses. That feeling was similar to when he watched a horror movie in his previous life. At the climax of the scare, the movie would suddenly change from a 2D perspective to a 3D perspective. I'm just doing it for the reward and food. Why should I risk my life for them? Anyway, they've never treated pawns like us as human beings. I'm so hungry, General. We've eaten all the prisoners and criminals. I'm so hungry. Can we eat the sick and the elderly? They're going to die anyway. If they fill our stomachs, we can also help them protect their families. I don't understand. We're warriors. We have our own honor. Is there any honor in slaughtering civilians? Listen, soldier. Your honor is not up to you to decide. Who are civilians and who are enemies are not up to you to decide. It's up to the army, the empire, and my orders. Do you understand? Now, soldier, kill this Northland brat. Because he's an enemy, this is honor. His voice grew louder, and his surroundings grew colder. Thales covered his head in pain, closed his eyes, and started convulsing. T. How can this be? The souls of the deceased around him became increasingly agitated. Many of them even climbed towards him. At that moment, get lost. Silver Shadowman's furious roar echoed in Thales' ears. Silver light shone brightly in the cave again, and it was so piercing that Thales curled up. Go back to your lair. As Silver Shadowman roared, the screams of the souls of the deceased rose again, but they gradually became weaker. They painfully avoided the silver light and retreated back into the darkness. Those terrifying whispers and emotions also retreated from Thales' senses like a tidal wave. Then, the area around him became quiet again. After a long while, Thales, who was sitting paralyzed by the rock wall, put down his hands weakly and sensed the disappearance of the sin of Hell's river. Damn it. He panted and cursed in his heart. Damn it, damn it, damn it. As of now, these souls of the deceased cannot directly harm your body. Silver Shadowman's voice rose again. But they can affect the environment and destroy your mind, contaminate your soul, and turn you into a walking corpse. Of course, if they were a little stronger and you were a little weaker. Thales opened his eyes and exhaled in frustration. The silver light on the man's body slowly weakened. He put down his palm, which was shining with silver light, and stared at the teenager quietly. Very good, the effect of the sin of Hell's river. Thales said dejectedly, I can actually see ghosts with my yin and yang eyes, or release infrasound waves to summon souls. That's really great. He said mockingly. Silver Shadowman returned to Thales' side and lowered his head to look at him. I recognize this power. I once had a friend who was just like you. Silver Shadowman's words made Thales perk up. The sin of Hell's river? The man in the silver light shook his head. Under the torture of this power, he was rejected by Hell's river, and the mortal world did not accept him. That was the greatest misfortune in his life. Just like this place, just like this group of pitiful souls of the deceased who are stuck between life and death because of an evil curse. Thales, whose mood was occupied by gloom and irritation at the same time, let out a mocking chuckle. I guess I'm not much better. But he thought of something. An evil curse. The exhausted Thales looked up and asked, You mentioned this more than once. This is not the first time you mentioned it. What do you mean? This time, Silver Shadowman, who lowered his head to look at the teenager, paused for a long time. The silver light on his body flickered. Finally, Silver Shadowman spoke again. These tortured souls aren't trapped here out of their own will. His words were full of sorrow and pity. On the contrary, they are bound here because of a vicious curse, unable to continue their journey of death. Because of this curse, they are cut off from the cycle of life. They are trapped in the swamp of eternity, and they suffer endless suffering. Thales was stunned. He stood up laboriously and looked around him. He could only see a dim cave and a dark rock stratum. There was nothing there. The prince suppressed the fear in his heart and asked curiously, What kind of curse? Silver Shadowman was silent for a few seconds. When Thales could not help but urge him to speak, Silver Shadowman looked straight at him. His facial features flickered under the silver light. His words were solemn, and he enunciated each word clearly. The curse of the Iron Blood King. Thales' eyebrows twitched. Iron Blood King? I remember this legend. The prince scratched his head. The Iron Blood King. All the Northlanders know him. He seems to have built something. Thales bit his lower lip and thought hard. He felt that he was about to recall it. Silver Shadowman snorted softly and interrupted his recollection. The Iron Blood King, the first human king to lead the people to fight against the ancient orcs, and the builder of the humans' last line of defense. Thales, who felt that he was being underestimated, blushed and shrugged. Yes, I know. The Iron Blood King died in battle, the last line of defense was lost, the ancient orcs invaded the south on a large scale, and the ancient chauvinistic countries were destroyed. These marked the end of the uncivilized era of humans and the beginning of the era of kings. I remember now. Thales sighed. I really miss history lessons. But he then frowned strangely. But what does the Iron Blood King have to do with the curse? Silver Shadow Man shook his head, causing the light and shadows of the rocks around him to tremble. This is a tragic thing from ancient times. It is cruel and sorrowful. You do not need to know the details. Thales narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The man's facial features froze slightly. He looked as if he sighed. You only need to know that this is a sin committed by a group of noble people. They embraced hope and love and tried their best to save the world, but in the end, they made a grave mistake and the consequences will be endless. His next sentence caused Thales to inhale slightly again. Even the wizards avoid mentioning it. It is a taboo. Thales froze slightly. Even his breathing shuddered. Wizards? Thales stared at Silver Shadow Man in front of him in surprise. He began to doubt his identity again. Is this related to them? Silver Shadow Man turned his head around. Ripples of flowing light appeared on his silver armor. Not only are they related, but they are also the main characters in it. His voice became piercingly cold and solemn. The Iron Blood King's curse is a disaster brought about by magic, and it is also the cause of wizards going astray. Thales continued to stare at him in surprise. That's right. If this person is from the era of the Empire before the Battle of Eradication, then he definitely knows about magic and wizards. But before he could ask further questions, Silver Shadow Man spoke again. Silver Shadow Man turned to the dark cave and said in a low voice, "Because of this curse and this mistake, many of the dead, no matter what their names were when they were alive, and where they belonged, their souls were locked in this black track before they went to Hell's River. They could not enter the cycle of reincarnation. If life is a long rope, then they live in a dead knot. They neither advance nor retreat, and they are the most pitiful and tragic existences." Thales remembered the colorful male soul of the deceased. He remembered his strange face when he sneered at him, and he could not help but feel his heart tremble. So they did not die? Silver Shadow Man shook his head and denied it. Death is not terrifying. What is truly terrifying is not being able to move forward after you die. What do you mean? Death is the disappearance of both the physical body and the soul. The man in the silver light raised his palm gently. The silver light formed a human figure on his hand, indicating to Thales the separation of the soul and the physical body. And these souls of the deceased, they lost their physical bodies. They do not have a shell, and they do not have a carrier to carry their senses and memories. But because of the curse, they left behind souls that should not have been able to survive alone. Silver Shadow Man's words became more solemn, and the echoes in his voice grew louder. This means that over a long period of time, these souls of the deceased, who should have disappeared but have mysteriously remained, are unable to create new memories. They also continue to forget their memories of the past. It is difficult for them to distinguish themselves from others, and the past from the present. To them, the past has become an illusion, and the future is meaningless. They do not know where they came from, and they do not know where they are going. He enunciated each word clearly. They are no longer who they used to be. They have become something else, some other monster. Silver Shadow Man stopped his explanation and stared at Thales, as if he was pointing at him to give a positive response. Thales widened his eyes in disbelief. He tried his best to digest this mysterious knowledge. But, please. This is not scientific. It doesn't seem to be good. Thales braced himself and resisted the urge to ask for more details and ridicule Silver Shadow Man's imagination. So, this curse, these souls of the deceased, are going to continue like this forever? They won't run out of battery or something. Silver Shadow Man interrupted him with a light snort. This is the worst part, the man said calmly but seriously. These souls of the deceased are stuck between life and death. One side of them is connected to the living, while the other is connected to the deceased. They are affected by both sides at the same time, and they can also affect both sides in turn. Thales recalled the haunted incident on their way here just now, and his eyebrows furrowed even more tightly. For example, not long ago, there were countless deaths on the surface. A new round of death and despair, a new round of greed and madness, a new round of hatred and stubbornness. All of these affected the souls of the deceased in the black track deeply, Silver Shadow Man said quietly as he retracted his palm. Thales was puzzled at first, then he raised his eyebrows. What? Countless deaths? The teenager did not understand and asked, I don't understand. This is the interior of the Cliff of the Sky, the underground rock stratum of Dragon Cloud City. Thales shook his head. What do you mean by countless deaths on the surface? But he was startled, and he stopped himself from saying the words that were about to escape his mouth. A street full of ruins floated past Thales' eyes. Gleeward and Kurtz's faces flashed past his mind. He remembered something and his eyes widened in shock. No way? That means, wait, not long ago? I think I know. Thales had a look of realization and shock on his face. He subconsciously whispered, 6 years ago, the calamity descended on Dragon Cloud City. Shield District has been destroyed. Over there? That's right, countless. He finished his sentence stiffly. As he spoke, Thales noticed that the light on Silver Shadow Man's body flickered rapidly. The surroundings were still dark. Due to the flickering of the silver light, the cave instantly looked a lot more bizarre. After a long time, Silver Shadow Man spoke again. Is that so? Silver Shadow Man's light was a little dim, as if it was a clear indication of his mood. This has happened before. War, famine, plague, disaster, and the pain of the living injected new nutrients into the souls of the deceased. Not only did it prevent them from dispersing, it also allowed them to strengthen themselves in the endless darkness, turning them into the most pitiful and detestable deformed forms that continued to drift in this cage. At the same time, the terrifying curse also became stronger. The cycle continued, binding the souls of the deceased even tighter, making them unable to free themselves. They even relied on each other until now. The man shook his head gently. It is difficult to move forward, unable to free themselves, and unable to surpass it. Thales leaned against the rock wall behind him and let out a long sigh. It affects both the living and the dead, and it can last forever. It does sound terrible. Silver Shadow Man folded his arms like a human and leaned against the rock wall in a familiar manner. This action made him seem a lot friendlier. He no longer had that aloof and unreasonable demeanor. It has been thousands of years. In the face of the Iron Blood King's curse, the 3 great magic towers have done their best to revolve around this mistake. Countless wizards have come and gone one after another. When Thales heard the familiar term, he immediately pricked up his ears. Silver Shadow Man seemed to be sighing. He swayed his silver head gently, and his black facial features moved slightly. But every single time they tried to research and uncover the secret, they tried their best to make up for it and correct it, but they only pushed this terrible mistake, which was already terrible to begin with, into an even more terrible abyss, and caused even more terrible consequences. His voice sank to the bottom of the valley, and even brought about the end of the world. Thales was dumbfounded as he listened. In the face of this bizarre Silver Shadow Man, he shook his head firmly. The end of the world? I don't understand. Is it that serious? Silver Shadow Man snorted coldly. He slowly turned to the teenager. There seemed to be an indescribable power gathered in his black eyes, causing Thales' heart to sink. You are still too young, Jade Star. You don't know, Silver Shadow Man said faintly. You were not told and you did not notice. You are not ready to face the mission that belongs to you. Thales frowned. What? Silver Shadow Man raised his voice slightly, and visible ripples appeared in the light. It was as if he was chuckling. But in the next moment his black facial features immediately relaxed. Silver light gathered again on the man's body, and it instantly shone brightly. Silver Shadow Man left the rock wall, put down his arms, and quietly looked at a corner of the cave. Thales, who sensed that something was off, quickly stood up and asked warily, "What's wrong?" Silver Shadow Man's reply was very simple. "They're here." That one sentence caused Thale's nerves to tense up. As Silver Shadow Man spoke, a barely discernible chill crept up Thale's spine. He raised his head anxiously and looked around the rock wall around him. Soon he noticed that something was wrong. A black fog that could be seen with the naked eye seeped out from the surrounding rock walls and tainted the narrow cave. Every time the black fog seeped out, the area that Silver Shadow Man's light could illuminate became a little smaller. It was like an insect that devoured light. Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched the black fog increase. He instinctively shrank back. He had seen this fog before. Just now. This is the true form of the curse, Silver Shadow Man reminded him coldly. Don't touch them. Thales frowned. Good idea. Very soon, withered and rotten faces and arms of strange colors extended from the walls of the cave where the black fog was the densest. Thales gritted his teeth. As the light became weaker, he could not see the souls of the deceased in the distance clearly. However, the teenager no longer dared to activate the sin of Hell's River, afraid that he would attract another disaster. But didn't you chase them away just now? He wisely moved closer to Silver Shadow Man, even though the latter had almost killed him just now. Silver Shadow Man clenched his fists, and the light became brighter. For thousands of years, the terrifying curse caused countless terrifying souls of the deceased to gather in this place. Silver Shadow Man's tone might have been stern, but there was not much fluctuation in it. It was as if he was used to it. Most of them withered away with the passage of time, but there were still a few who escaped the calamity of time and retained quite a bit of rationality. They are very unique, powerful, terrifying, and difficult to deal with. Some of them can even exchange blows with me. Silver Shadow Man turned his head swiftly and looked at the darkest corner of the cave. Like this. Thales followed Silver Shadow Man's gaze and looked at the corner. His face instantly turned pale. A face appeared on the rock wall. It's it again. It opened its withered lips again, and its teeth, which were the color of rust, appeared from the rock wall. It was still dressed in ancient armor, had complicated braids, and had protruding white eyes. It was still in the dark, but its body was still brightly colored. It's the first soul of the deceased to appear. The most unique soul of the deceased. It's also Kurtz's murderer, Thales thought in his heart. Compared to the other souls of the deceased who only dared to climb the rock wall and did not dare to get too close to the silver light, this unique soul of the deceased released endless cursed black fog. It completely left the rock wall and floated in the air. It floated towards the center of the silver light. Thales tensed up. The soul of the deceased lifted its head. Its white eyes shone with a faint green light as it looked at them. Thales bit his lower lip and grabbed the dagger by his waist, even though he did not know whether it would be useful. However, this time, this unique soul of the deceased looked at Silver Shadow Man. The language of the ancient empire, which had turned from unfamiliar to familiar, rang in Thales' ears again with a melancholy and profound charm. It's you again. Northlander. Northlander? Thales curiously looked at Silver Shadow Man beside him, and he once again raised his speculations about his identity. The muscles on the withered face of the soul of the deceased trembled slightly. It shook its head. This human-like action made it seem like it was remembering something. Why don't you give up? Why don't you join us? Why do you resist? Silver Shadow Man shook his head. The silver light on his body focused, and the area it shone on became much smaller, but it became even more piercing and dazzling. It chased away a few wisps of black fog that were about to approach them. General Linka. The man in the silver light had a relaxed attitude, but he used the language of the ancient empire with great familiarity. You were once a great warrior, a powerful opponent, and a brutal executioner. But at that time, you were at least a human. And now, the curse has already affected most of your mind, Silver Shadow Man said with a cold snort. You have long since ceased to be yourself. How sad. Thales widened his eyes and looked at the soul of the deceased with clear colors, then at Silver Shadow Man. Between them, the soul of the deceased named General Linka bared its terrifying teeth and growled. Northlander, you relied on the power of that outdated god to last until now, but the power of this curse is far beyond your imagination. The soul of the deceased's cold laughter traveled into his ears. Black fog surrounded his armor, but it did not block the colors and decorations on it. The surroundings grew darker. It was like an inner room where the lights were about to be extinguished. Northlander, it is already very difficult for you to even maintain your own mind, and you still want to continue suppressing us? You will not be able to last forever. I can feel your power. No, the power that the god gave you is weakening. Silver Shadow Man snorted softly and did not speak. Outdated god? Weakening? In the darkness, Thales cast a glance at the soul of the deceased's miserable appearance, and he could not help but feel his skin crawl. He cast another glance at Silver Shadow Man and prayed in his heart. No matter what the latter was, whether he was a god or a demon, he hoped that this silver sadist would still be powerful. The soul of the deceased continued to speak in the language of the ancient empire. You will not be able to suppress us and this curse forever. You are also a dead person. You will not be able to last forever. You will not be able to last forever. An indescribable, dark light shone in the white eyes of the deceased. We will never die, and the curse will never end. The war on the surface will never end. Death and blood will be fresh every day. We will be nourishment for you endlessly. There will come a day when you will join us and you will become an existence that will never die. As if in response, the other souls of the deceased around him opened their mouths and let out cold roars that rose and fell one after another. The voice echoed in the cave. Coupled with the strange black fog and the increasingly dim light, Thales felt a chill run down his spine. Your greatest sorrow, General. Silver Shadow Man turned his head and flexed his wrist joints, which were formed by silver light. He looked like a hooligan who was about to join a fight. Is that you often forget that you have long since died. Thales had a feeling that if it were not for the silver light on his body, which indicated that this person was extraordinary, Silver Shadow Man would not be any different from a normal person. Thales coughed and tried to join the conversation in the language of the ancient empire. You know each other? Of course. The chief general of the final empire's 14th army. The man's black mouth slowly widened, as if he was sneering. Cain Camerlinka. People call him the Snow Butcher. Thales stared at the soul of the deceased before him in disbelief. He stared at his terrifying face. The final empire? So, this General K something should have been dead for how many years? I remember his name, his title, his deeds. Silver Shadow Man stared at the soul of the deceased in the air from a distance. His tone was solemn. Even better than me remembering my own past. Ha 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 ha. The soul of the dead, Cain Camer, opened his frighteningly dry lips and laughed coldly in the cursed black fog. Likewise. One day, we will return to this world and rebuild the glorious past of the Empire. And you, Northlander who overestimates yourself, you will eventually fail. Silver Shadow Man stared at him coldly. He did not move, and neither did he say a word. You will ultimately fail. At the same time, with endless hatred and resentment, the countless souls on the rock wall opened their mouths and let out deafening, cold howls. Thales tensed up and instinctively covered his ears. Silver Shadow Man stood his ground without fear. He even took a step forward and blocked Thales' way. The black fog surrounding Cain Camer suddenly increased in size, blocking out the countless silver lights and covering the entire cave. You will ultimately fail. In the next second, with endless black fog around him, the withered and rotten face of the Empire's general, Cain Camer, who had passed away many years ago, instantly appeared in front of them. Thales was shocked. His vision suddenly darkened. The roaring general of the deceased pounced on Silver Shadow Man in an aggressive manner. The teenager's vision immediately darkened until he could no longer see his surroundings clearly. In the dark cave, the shrill cries of the souls of the deceased rang in his ears. Thales could not help but feel terrified. Among them, the Empire's general repeatedly growled in a low voice. It was chilling. You will ultimately fail. In the next moment, the black fog completely enveloped Silver Shadow Man. Not a single inch was spared. Not a single inch was spared. The last ray of light finally disappeared from Thales's vision. Only darkness was left. And the general's whispers. You will ultimately. Chapter 353. At that moment, Kane Kammer activated the endless black fog of the curse to envelop Silver Shadow Man's light. Everything in the cave returned to darkness. Only the miserable wails of thousands of souls of the deceased were left. But at that moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the direction of Silver Shadow Man and the general of the deceased souls. It sounded like cold water being poured on a soldering iron. Thales, who was retreating, discovered to his surprise that an irregular silver line had appeared in the pitch-black darkness. It was like a bolt of lightning that cut through the night sky, and it brought with it some faint light. Thales subconsciously narrowed his eyes. No, it's not a silver line. Instead, it's a sliver of silver light that leaked out from the direction of Silver Shadow Man and the general of the deceased souls. It illuminated the corner. A faint voice that was light but could not be ignored rose faintly. You are warriors, after all. Before the voice faded away, the second, third, and fourth silver lines appeared one after another in the darkness. They overlapped with each other to form the shape of a tree branch, and they illuminated the black fog that flowed even faster around them. A thought appeared in Thales's heart, and hope was reignited in him. Can't you just focus on fighting? The darkness that enveloped the area began to crack inch by inch under the cracks formed by the silver light. Enough with the nonsense. As the silver light changed, the wails of the deceased souls instantly became chaotic. Thales felt goosebumps rise in his heart when he saw a soul of the deceased who was a foot away from him. He was about to extend his arm, but he covered his eyes in pain to avoid the silver light that leaked out. The general of the Empire's pained wails also came from the strange scene of silver light and black fog overlapping with each other. Ha ha! It was Silver Shadow Man's laughter. I almost forgot. All of you have bad memories. In the next moment, the increasingly dense silver lines converged into a large river like tributaries, and an even brighter light suddenly erupted. It chased away the darkness around them. From afar, it looked like a black cocoon shattered with a bang under the effect of the silver light from the inside out. The cave became bright again, and the areas that could be seen were even clearer than before. The silver light gathered into a silver brilliance that was difficult to look at directly. It was so glaring that it began to block Thales's vision. The young man subconsciously raised his palm to block his eyes. His skin that was exposed to the silver light expressed its protest in the form of tingling pain. Through the gaps of his fingers, he was surprised to see that in the endless silver light, the strange black fog met the silver light. It was as if it had met its natural enemy. It was like water vapor that rose up, evaporating and disappearing in the air. Like a sentient being, it avoided the invasion of the silver light and fled outwards. The souls that covered the rock wall howled and trembled in panic. They turned around and seeped deeper into the rock stratum. There were even a few souls that couldn't move under the dazzling silver light. They struggled to no avail and turned into ashes in the end. Thales adapted slightly to the bright light, and he was immediately surprised to see that a familiar human figure appeared in the center of the light. He was like a legendary warrior who stood tall and proud. He stretched out his right arm and clamped down on another black shadow. The latter continued to howl miserably and clung to the other's right arm, struggling bitterly under the illumination of the silver light. It was Silver Shadow Man. General Kane Kammer, whose throat was gripped by his right arm and whose black fog had completely disappeared under the effect of the silver light, was still howling bitterly. The general of the deceased souls, Kane Kammerlinka, who was once fierce and insufferably arrogant, was now like a lowly pawn. He grabbed the other's right arm, and his illusory limbs twisted continuously in the air, making the terrifying soul of the deceased look a little pathetic. Thales coughed and looked at the captured general of the deceased souls in surprise. Did you just say that it is powerful, terrifying, and difficult to deal with? It can even exchange blows with you? Silver Shadow Man's facial features moved slightly, as if he sneered. He turned around and watched as the souls on the surrounding rock walls disappeared without a trace, leaving no trace behind. Kane Kammer clung to the other's right arm and continued to struggle madly but futilely. Silver Shadow Man clenched his left fist and slowly raised it to his chest. His fist gathered countless dazzling silver rays, forcing Thales to raise his hand to shield his eyes. Yes, it is very powerful. In the next moment, Silver Shadow Man threw a punch with an astonishing momentum. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, the heavy punch of silver light hit the general of the deceased soul's withered face. As the silver light shone brightly, Thales noticed in surprise that the entire cave began to tremble in a barely noticeable manner due to the punch. It let out a low whimper. In the next second, the general of the deceased souls screamed in pain. Its illusory body seemed to have gained physical form, and it was pushed back by the punch. Kane Kammer howled in pain as he was pushed by the surging silver light. His limbs moved wildly, but he could not control himself and quickly sank into the rock wall, disappearing without a trace. His final curse was left in the cave. But that is only, Silver Shadow Man blew on his fist in a very human-like manner. He retracted the heavy punch that had easily sent the general of the deceased souls flying, turned around, and said to Thales sternly, "It is only relatively speaking." Thales stared at the empty rock wall in a daze. He could not say anything for a long time. The light on Silver Shadow Man's body slowly weakened until Thales could see him clearly. Thales then frowned. He suddenly realized that the current Silver Shadow Man was no longer the same. At some unknown point in time, a set of heavy armor also made of silver light had appeared on his body, which was constructed by silver light. From his helmet to his shoulder armor, from his chest plate to his abdomen plate, from his boots to his knee pads, he was fully equipped. It made him look much taller and more majestic. Thales looked at the fully armored Silver Shadow Man with a puzzled expression on his face. "What is this?" the prince asked dumbly as he stared at Silver Shadow Man's new appearance. Silver Shadow Man seemed to have only noticed this at that moment. He was also a little surprised by his new appearance. "Not bad, the restoration is quite realistic." "Ahem, I mean it is more or less a little too beautified." Yes, his facial features quivered slightly. He seemed to be excitedly sizing himself up. The shoulder armor on his shoulders rose up to his eyebrows, the gauntlets on his forearms were covered in barbs, the plate armor on his chest, abdomen, waist, and crotch, and the heavy boots on his knee pads. At that moment, Silver Shadow Man looked like a bardic poet. Chi warriors were dignified and had an imposing presence. They had the air of a hero and a gorgeous beauty. And the most eye-catching thing was his helmet. The silver light formed a huge, ferocious helmet that covered his entire face. It had a complicated design, and there were even 4 ridiculously sharp horns that extended from both sides of the helmet. As Silver Shadow Man moved, the huge, horned helmet formed by the silver light swayed back and forth in a terrifying manner. It gave off an exaggerated feeling that it was about to fall. Forget about the helmet." Silver Shadow Man tapped the ferocious, horned silver helmet, and it shone with sparks of light. His facial features behind the visor were scrunched up, and he seemed a little awkward. "This is only used to boost morale. I've never worn it in a real battle. It's too stupid, too pompous." Silver Shadow Man began to gesticulate, and his movements became more and more exaggerated. "And it has 4 horns. You know, even my wife only has 2. She might not say it, but she doesn't really like it." Thales blinked in a daze. He sensed the excitement in Silver Shadow Man's words, as if he had bought a new set of clothes. He found it a little hard to accept. Silver Shadow Man, who was solemn and stern just a moment ago, has turned into a chatterbox because of a strange armor that appeared out of nowhere. Without waiting for Silver Shadow Man to finish speaking, the silver light on his body flickered a few times, as if it had a mind of its own. Silver Shadow Man's facial features changed continuously. "Oh, right, and my shoulders. You know, I'm in danger of having my head explode even when I turn my head. Immediately, the silver light that repelled the souls of the deceased started flowing. Silver Shadowman's terrifyingly huge horned helmet turned into specks of silver light and disappeared into the air. The ridiculously tall shoulder plates on both sides were also flattened a little. Much better, thank you. Silver Shadowman, whose head had become much more relaxed, sized himself up again before he nodded in satisfaction. If only there was a mirror. The silver light started flowing again. Silver Shadowman seemed to be shocked. He quickly raised his hand. Oh, wait, I was just saying. I didn't really want it. You can't waste divine power like this. The silver light that was about to transform into a mirror flashed a few more times in the air before it dissipated again. Fails was a little puzzled. Who is he talking to? The silver light flashed back and forth in the air. It flickered between brightness and darkness. Silver Shadowman shook his head in slight panic. His facial features changed rapidly. What? Then why do I need armor? Of course, it's because it's more handsome. I can fight better. Yes, you heard me wrong just now. It's can fight. I've always pursued practicality. Don't laugh, what's so funny about it? The silver light circled around Silver Shadowman and shone on him, as if it was talking to him. Silver Shadowman paused for a moment before he pointed at the silver light in front of him in slight annoyance. You're still young. You don't understand. A good mental state is an important foundation for strength. For example, if I want to bring out the full power of this punch, I must fulfill one condition. I must be handsome. The silver light flashed 3 times and gathered into a palm in midair. It gave Silver Shadowman a thumbs up and fell down. Silver Shadowman was instantly exasperated. I was just making an example. Why do you have so much to say? You're so long-winded. What's going on? Baffled, Fails watched Silver Shadowman quarrel with the silver light on his body. He was dumbfounded and felt that the world was really strange. Finally, the silver light armor on Silver Shadowman's body turned into stars and disappeared into the air. Fails averted his gaze from the human-like silver light and looked at Silver Shadowman. He said quietly, "Extet." When he heard this name, Silver Shadowman paused for a moment. The relaxed expression he had just now disappeared. That soul of the deceased called you Extet. Fails stared at Silver Shadowman in front of him and asked tentatively, Is this your name? Silver Shadowman was silent for a few seconds. This is not important, he said faintly. Fails took a deep breath. There aren't many people with this name in history. The teenager suppressed his excitement and tried his best to voice his guess calmly. And there is only one person with this name who has a close relationship with Northland and Dragon Cloud City. There is only one person who knows what Jade Star is. Silver Shadowman did not move. Fails bit his lower lip and glared at the silver existence in front of him. Without realizing it, he used honorifics. Sir, you are... Silver Shadowman raised his head abruptly and interrupted him. Who am I? But Silver Shadowman shook his head. Just as I said before, this is not important. Even I often forget who I used to be. Because that's all in the past. Fail's words were stuck in his mouth. He could not help but say in surprise, But, haven't you noticed? Silver Shadowman walked to stand in front of him. His dark facial features were profound. In essence, I am no different from them and those souls of the deceased. I am just another dead person, one of the thousands of souls in this world. Silver Shadowman's voice was deep and lifeless in his heart. Even the silver light on his body had become much dimmer. Fails stared at him, puzzled and puzzled. Another dead person? But Fails immediately shook his head forcefully. His gaze was firm. I think you are different. Silver Shadowman froze for a moment. You and that general? I can see the difference between the two of you. They are forced, confused, delirious, filled with pain, resentment, and hostility. But you are clear-headed, rational, autonomous, and even... Fails gulped. Even if you might have been dead for many years, but... He paused for a moment and remembered those indescribably terrifying souls of the deceased. He remembered the murmurs and cries of pain that once gave him a splitting headache, but after that, he became thoughtful. Thales raised his head and said with certainty, "You volunteered to guard this dark and boundless black track and suppress these increasingly brutal souls of the deceased, am I right? Are you the one who has been suppressing this inexplicable curse and doing your best to prevent the terrible consequences they might cause?" Silver Shadow Man still did not speak, but his dark facial features became more and more tense. "For so many years, you relied on yourself to stay in this dark underground." Thales enunciated each word clearly with disbelief, reverence, and excitement, to protect Dragon Cloud City. Regardless of the past or the future. Thales bit his lower lip and spat out that title. "Extet," Silver Shadow Man suddenly raised his head. "You are wrong." His tone became cold and rebuked again. Thales was stunned. "The only difference between me and them is that I was quite lucky after I died." "I received a blessing and gift from a certain great existence," Silver Shadow Man said with a cold snort. "It allowed me to maintain my former self even after I lost my physical body. I retained a few important memories and escaped the misfortune of losing my mind. I was able to retain new memories as long as I could, such as meeting you." Silver Shadow Man walked forward slowly and pressed his palm, which was formed by silver light, on Thales' left shoulder. "But I am still forgetting, still losing. In a few days, you will disappear from my memories, and I will no longer remember your arrival." Thales stared into the dark, round holes where the eyes should have been. When he remembered the man's extraordinary identity and his current situation, he was instantly stunned. Silver Shadow Man shook his head slightly. "In the end, I am no longer in this world. In the end, I am different from you. In the end, I will also disappear. That is all. There is nothing more." At this moment, the silver light on Silver Shadow Man's body brightened again. He let go of Thales and looked to the other side with a solemn expression. While he was immersed in the complicated emotions of knowing the man's identity, Thales snapped out of his daze. His surroundings turned dark again. What's going on? He noticed that the ominous black fog had once again appeared in the cave. Countless ghostly faces reappeared on the rock walls. The souls of the deceased had arrived again. Thales widened his eyes. What? Didn't Silver Shadow Man just? Soon, at the spot where the black fog was the densest, the Empire's general, who was as ferocious and terrifying as ever, Kane Camerlinka, who had died many years ago, appeared before them for the second time. With trembling limbs and an increasingly terrifying presence, he climbed out of the rock wall stiffly. His expression was deathly still, and his eyes were dark. The language of the ancient empire, which had a strange and ghastly feel to it, rose again. Thales subconsciously gulped. He stroked the hair on his back with his hands behind his back and took a step behind Silver Shadow Man. He said anxiously, "Didn't you say that their strength is only relative? That they shouldn't be able to defeat you?" Silver Shadow Man's facial features scrunched up. He patted his head, and the silver light above his head trembled. "That's right, but you have to know that's just," Silver Shadow Man shrugged. With his back facing the souls of the deceased who had climbed out of the rock wall, he said to Thales sternly, "The first round." Thales frowned. "The first round?" At that moment, the silver light on Silver Shadow Man's body suddenly jumped. The silver light seemed to be sentient creatures. It gathered into a line above his head and formed a sentence in the common language at a spot where Silver Shadow Man could not see. It was as if it was explaining Silver Shadow Man's words. Thales stared at the silver words above his head, dumbfounded. "What?" Silver Shadow Man did not seem to notice the silver words above his head betraying him. He crossed his arms over his chest, looking as calm as the wind and as still as a mountain. He curved his black facial features into the shape of a crescent moon, making him look as if he was smiling. "You know, it's usually boring to win too easily, so I prefer to win 2 out of 3 rounds. Do you understand? So the first round is not the end." The silver light above his head flashed again, and the next sentence appeared. Thales stared at the words above Silver Shadow Man's head, then at Silver Shadow Man's expression, which said, "Don't worry, everything is under my control." He felt the corners of his mouth twitch a little. The prince exhaled and smiled awkwardly. He tried his best not to look at the words above Silver Shadow Man's head. "Alright, then let's have the second round. Just like just now, you give it that one more hit. Best 2 out of 3 rounds." Silver Shadow Man lowered his arm. "About this," Silver Shadow Man said rather seriously, "since it's best 2 out of 3 rounds, I think it's fine for us to give in to the other party a little." Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at the silver words above his head. Thales lowered his head, and his face was full of doubt. "Are you saying that you can't deal with them like before?" Silver Shadow Man shuddered slightly. But he immediately waved his hand. "Not at all." The silver words continued to appear. Silver Shadow Man looked at the souls of the deceased that were gradually crawling towards them. His expression was still cold, but his tone had become much gentler. "But speaking of which, I did not hold back in that attack just now, so I used up quite a lot of energy. But to save you, I couldn't care less." The silver words flicked a few times in a rather agitated manner. This time, there were even beautiful punctuation marks. Thales widened his eyes. He raised his head, then lowered his head. He compared Silver Shadow Man's words to the message in the silver words, and he felt a little awkward. "What's going on?" Silver Shadow Man seemed to have noticed that something was off. He raised his head swiftly, but the silver light had already disappeared without a trace. Silver Shadow Man, who did not notice anything, scratched his head in bafflement. "So, for the time being, I need to rest and reorganize." The silver words appeared above his head again. This time, they were simple and clear. "What?" Thales understood something from the 2 messages, and he stared at Silver Shadow Man in disbelief. This guy, could it be a trap? The cave became even darker. Kane Kammer's soft whispers traveled into his ears again. The souls of the deceased on the walls around them began to roar again and crawl towards them. Thales tensed up. "What should we do now?" Silver Shadow Man turned to the general of the deceased souls, and his tone became solemn again. "They should be arriving soon." Thales frowned. "What?" As they got closer, the general of the deceased souls' whispers turned into roars. Silver Shadow Man lowered his head and looked at Thales. "Now, activate that supernatural power of yours and point them in the direction." Thales shook his head, not understanding what he meant. What? Of course it's..." This time, Silver Shadow Man did not try to be mysterious. He grabbed Thales' shoulder, and the silver light seeped into the latter's body. He said in a low voice, "Sin of Hell's River." Thales was shocked. Before he could react, he felt an indescribable pain and chill erupt from his body wherever the silver light went. "Yeah." He could not help but groan. When he felt threatened, his unique power of eradication was automatically activated, and it surged towards the shoulders Silver Shadow Man grabbed. Thales thought, "This is bad." As expected, the moment the Sin of Hell's River was activated, the souls of the deceased around him went mad. They either howled shrilly or moved faster. Under the cover of the thick black fog, they crawled towards Thales. The prince looked at the scene before him, then looked at Silver Shadow Man in shock. "Are you crazy?" "Oh. Thank you very much, young Jade Star, for your rare supernatural power." The great man who had died many years ago had his pitch-black facial features flickering faintly in the silver light. There was actually a hint of coldness and savagery in his voice. "A good bait. I can't let it go to waste." At the same time, the silver light in Silver Shadow Man's body appeared again and gathered into new words above his head. At that moment, when Thales heard Silver Shadow Man's cold attitude and saw the words formed by the silver light, his heart instantly turned cold, even though he had let down his guard because of Silver Shadow Man's identity. *T. No way. At that moment, he suddenly remembered what the general of the deceased souls had said to Silver Shadow Man. Thales stared at Silver Shadow Man's savage facial features in disbelief. He watched as the corners of his mouth curled up in a nonchalant manner. Before he could finish thinking, the decaying foreign creatures, led by the general of the deceased souls, had already moved their limbs in a frenzy. They howled shrilly and ignored the damage caused by the silver light. They pounced on Thales, who was immersed in the sin of Hell's river. They were like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves who had their eyes fixed on their prey. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.